Yo, welcome, 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 welcome. Home of the fairy tale killers. We back, baby. We back. Get me? So what's going on, people? Long time, man. Get me? We've had so much going on. So much that's been needs FTK, and we ain't done it for a while. So get me? I'm here, man. What's good, people? Wait for the people to come in. Get up, wake up. Get me? Have that coffee or whatever you. Or some coffee is around. Get me? What's going on? Just bring up my brother. Tanweed. Big up Tanweed, my brother. Big up everyone in the house. Just coming in, just waking up. It's a Sunday. Every day is a Sunday, isn't it? Every day is a Sunday. Because any day that wasn't, it'd be game over. Did you get it? So, what's going on? What's going on? You know me, man. Wake and bake, man. Get me? So, yeah. Step into my office. You get me? What's been going on? We don't hear that Jada and Will shit. You know, that's entanglement stuff. I know people want to hear my opinion on it, but it's just madness. It's foolishness. Some people got bigger fish to fry out here. Get me? We've been linked with supposed disease and all sorts going on. Is it real? Is it not real? Let's talk. Let's talk. Someone come in and talk to me. Okay. Get me? Big up Shahid. Big up Western Goddess. Big Middlesex Omar. 77 Soldier. Big up yourself. I'm just seeing the messages come true now. That's what I think. I was talking to myself to homework that. Right. So yeah, man. Feel free. Anyone want to jump on. You know, it's that day, man. You know me? I go easy, man. I go easy. You know me? When I'm on my own show, I go easy, man. I like to hear all your opinions and stuff, and you know, throw up decent questions that maybe I can answer for ya. You get me? And all these fairy tales out here. There's a big fairy tale, big elephant in the room. You get it? There's a big elephant in the room, and it's like no one's allowed or wants to talk about it. Get me? Was the thing real or was it not real? Get me? Do they have control over us to the extent of like, do you get it? Having us stay in our houses and all of that type of stuff. You know, tested a man's gangster and that. You get me? Tested you as a man. You get me? The woman's gonna put you under pressure, everyone's gonna put you under pressure. Stay in your house, don't do this, don't do that. We done it, man. It was like the smoking ban. Well, from the smoking ban way back, I knew he was in trouble, man. Like, bro, half the majority of the people are compliant. You get me? It's a little 5% of us who just like, no, that's bullshit. Or no, I'm not doing that. Oh, no. It's very minimal than what we think or what we perceive. You get it? They're just putting out bare rubbish. Bare rubbish. The news is the lie, is the movie. Did you get it? So, and all these entertainers, I told you from early, don't trust none of them, man. Don't look at none of them as idols or pillars of the community or representing any part, whether it be black, white, or otherwise, or indifferent. Do you get it? It doesn't even make no sense. Do you get what I'm saying? Because with all your wealth, you could have bought your community, you could have done so many different stuff, but that wasn't your focus, because once you reach that higher echelon, you're indoctrinated into another world, which is definitely one of self-preservation and about self. You get me? Selfishness. You get me? Big up one power, I power. Get me? Council. You know I want you on here. Yeah. You can talk about your mask, you can do whatever today. You get me? We got that FTK power. You know what I mean? And big up all those who donated to my new laptop. You get me? I told you, man, we don't take people's money and do rubbish with it. You get it? Like, our thing is genuine. If you give money, you don't say that, like, what you're getting back is this. You gotta say, you're getting back is this. It's like, rah, what? I paid for that, Mackie. Yeah, you did. Respect for that as well. Honor. You get me? All the males and females who donated, gave a little 2 penny, 1 penny. You get me? Someone gave, what did someone give the other day? Gave a couple pounds, and I was just like, you get me? Many pennies make pounds, mate. And no shade or no disrespect on the thing. The fact that you even going to give me something, I rate that, because I'm not even one to ask. But obviously, it has to be something that's viable and pays for itself. That's all I think with the channel. When it comes to like donations and that, it just has to make sense. You get me? As long as I can get that like 20 squill for the internet, yeah, a little bit for the light bill, I'm good. You get me? I did. This is like a public service. You get it? I don't really want nothing from anyone for it. But yeah, back to the matter though. Back to the matter. All right, cancel. First day at work on a Sunday, yeah. Monday. Got you, bro. Got you. So yeah, someone come and talk to me. But I need this K, boy. But K's probably, the timing is probably well after right now. Bear man is sleeping. All my American brothers and sisters, majority, they're probably just knocked out or just getting up. Yeah. So yeah, anyone's willing to jump on Hannibal, big up yourself. You get what I'm saying? And where's Anonymous, man? I need Anonymous. Yeah, Anonymous. Big up Anonymous. Big up all the usual, all the regulars anyway, man. Wherever you are. So yeah, as I said, with these celebrities and all that, like we shouldn't have taken them as people we look up to. Do you get what I'm saying? Because the industries that they're in are tainted. No, man. Don't worry, cancel, man. I invented rap, boy. You get me? The shoulders of them. You get me? Big up Nash Lion. Get me? Ultra Funky, don't know what it is. Father Funky. Get me? This is Sunday. Pastor Funky, should I say? Yeah, Pastor Funky, they're out. You get me? Mad. You get me? But yeah, as I said, the things in the description, the link. So anyone want to jump in and comment, say something, give me something to talk about. There's so much to talk about. But I don't know where to start. You get me? Yeah, I'll trim you, Shahid, man. Yeah, because that Saving Private Ryan haircut that you had last time was nuts. I was thinking, nah, man, oh, fuck's sake. It's one level, Shahid, like, really? Is that what they're doing up there, yeah? Fuck's sake. Get me? But I got you. Gaz, Trill, Gamma, done now. You got yourself. So yeah, man. Go and wake up more peeps, man. Tell them the FTKs are back, man. They're back in the house. You get me? You thought your Sunday was free. You could just laze and look at what was live. It wasn't that live, was it? yes, I decided to go. Get me? Because I had thoughts about that I haven't expressed none of them. Get me? All sorts of riots, all sorts of mad stuff. It's mad too. Get me? Battle of Trafalgar's and stuff. Get me? The loss of lives of certain people close to me and all that because of said situations. Mad, mad at it. Mad. You got me? Mad. So what should we talk? What should we talk about, people? Jump on, man. Why is everyone shook? We scared. We scared. I don't bite. Don't bite, man. What do you mean? I don't know about no Lovecraft, man. What's that? Come on. Come on, Council. You know what we're about, man. We want to get to the real of it. Like, yeah, stop all the fairy tales and all of that. And that's all the fairy tale killing is. It's killing the lies and misinformation. It's not more than that, to get me. Might happen to be your personal dream or mine. Do you get me? But it all has to get dealt with. I mean, that's what we're here for. Get me? Truth, justice, and righteousness, my heart. To get me? It's universal. Some things are universal. So yeah, man. We want to know what's really going on. They're just filling us with rubbish, throwing things at us, Jada Will at us, all sorts of us, and da-da-da. Meanwhile, where are all your celebrities really? When last have you seen one? Because there's a lot of court cases. When last you seen the Queen? When last you seen the Queen? What, on Zoom? How come the coat of arms has been taken off Buckingham Palace? There's rumors of a new king. See, you know me. I'm up to speed. I know what's going on here, but I'm just it's mad out here. So that's what I'm saying. Talk to me, people, man. Like, what do you want me to talk about? Like, but I can't talk by myself. I need accomplices. I need people to say, come and say, okay, have you heard? No. Interesting. All right, let's put it to the test. If it's religion, we don't mind. You see the books up in the background, always got the books up in the background. All your religions covered on one shelf. To get it. So yeah, man, feel free, man. Don't be scared, man. This ain't other channels where you can't come on and you just got to be in the audience. And no, this is interactive. Get me? I created this for the people because at the end of the day, it's an extension of Speaker's Corner in a sense. Get me? We gonna do the same job when we go down there. We get FTK in and like, yeah. Oh shit, the FTK squad's in the house. Oh, shut up, man. Shut up. Yeah. I was actually actively told on several occasions to not FTK, to quit FTK. Can you imagine? The only strength for my resolve. Nothing.
Yo, Maku.
Big up, Council.
Big up, man. When a man asks as politely as you do, as many times as you do, it's really pleasing, man.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, man. Honored, man. Honored.
That's cool. But yeah, I have got work, so I'll stay as long as I can. Them been delaying for ages, and I'm thinking, when are they going to call us back? Was on spare last week, but this roster they come out with Thursday, I'm on today, man.
Okay.
Adjustment period.
Yeah. New. It's all new.
You've got noise there, isn't it?
Huh?
There's background noise somewhere.
Is there?
Yeah.
Deadly silent in there, man. It's just echo. Let me
That's what
see.
chat will show. Chat will probably tell you as well. It's
Yeah.
all right. It's audible.
Yeah. Yeah, your one's thing. Can you hear me now? Is it all clear?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine, bro.
Yeah, I think it's because
Yeah,
it's
I was
just
just saying the government yesterday they come out with you must have come across the news, the mainstream. They were saying that they've got all the figures basically wrong, that they've overinflated them. They're more or less telling us it's bullshit anyway, man. Like they've been doing that for a long time.
what's
But
that the pandemic.
yeah, they're saying that they've overinflated the figures. They don't know how much they've overinflated, but I'm asking, what's the tipping point between overinflating and just outright lies? Like they're more or less saying they've been bullshitting in it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I kind of knew that anyway. They set the figures from early. They were saying like, look, this is only the figures from the hospitals and the private sector. Was that you know, like the old
Yeah,
people's homes and that care homes.
that's it. That's exactly what they're saying. They've used the figures for the old.
Yeah, so I was like, so then how many people died in their house? Just drop it down on the street. Do you get me? How many of those people have we got? How many cases of that have we got?
Honestly, they have no clue.
They
They
had no
really have
clue.
no clue. They've
I
got
was
two sets
amazed.
of data, and one that they're guaranteed that they've overinflated on, and now they're saying that the ONS statistics are separate, but they don't know how to read those statistics. And they've been saying it at the very start, man, with their announcements on them podiums. See, them podiums, they're just what is it? You know, when you set up a tuck shop, they're tuck shops for pharmaceutical companies, because that Hancock guy, he's making monies out. He's invested in a few pharmaceutical firms himself, so it's just like a tuck shop for a pharmaceutical. And these guys are the representatives. Yeah, they've been telling us all along this bullshit, man. And now this mask stuff as well. They're expecting people to wear at work from the 24th. And I'm thinking, if it's such an emergency, why isn't it immediate? If it's that much of a threat,
should have been set out from day dot.
Yeah.
But it
But
just
they're
all
waiting
sounds,
for the 24th.
it just all sounds weird to me, man. Because it's like, well, I can't go nowhere, and you restricting my breathing and that. It just makes no sense out in the open. Do you get me? In some conditions, in some places, I think it's essential. Do you get me? Like if you're going on public transport, definitely. I was like that before COVID. You know, like don't want to hold on to the banister.
Yeah, I get you.
Like when it's thing, people's coughing, I can see the cold come in. I'm like, yeah, do you get what I'm saying?
It would make sense, actually. You know what? Yeah, because you got them Northern Line tube stations, and they've had tests done on them, like the most polluted stations. You can just touch the wall, and you got soot on your hands, like millimeter thick soot. So when you spend time on them Northern Line stations, and then you come home and you wipe your nose, it's just black stuff coming out. So I can see why it would be sensible wearing a mask there for that reason.
Right.
But yeah, then you got man wearing masks in cars alone, and that just looks odd.
Yeah. You're in the car and you got a mask on. It just makes no sense. It just makes no sense whatsoever. But I don't know. There's times during this thing where I think the air was polluted. You get me? People had rumors of people spraying stuff at night. You get me?
Yeah.
I think I was feeling under the weather at certain points, but I was thinking it was stress related. Do you get it?
I think they must have been doing something to increase the spike, and it probably didn't work. You know, seriously,
Yeah,
like they were at it.
Yeah, they were at it, but it was too late. You already told people to stay in the house.
Yeah, Mills is adamant on that process started about November last year, because he even fell down with a mystery bug that he couldn't quite home in on. Me as well, you know.
My mum
foggy
too.
headedness. Your brother as well?
My mum.
Ah.
Yeah, she nearly died and stuff before Christmas.
So what did
you know? They tell you after. They tell you after Christmas. Like, yeah, I nearly died. You know, I was like, what? What are you talking about? Get me? Yeah, it was like, my throat and thing, and then I thought it was throat cancer, and then it wasn't, and then it was like I was really ill and vomiting and all sorts of thing, and I was like, what? what's all this? And then a lot of people told me they had different, things that they would have considered COVID-19 before COVID-19. Do you get it?
Yeah, I get you.
Like, I already had this. I'm like, okay, you get me? So
it's a bit precarious with the elders, isn't it? Because even like I don't see my family as much as I could, yeah. But I was just hoping throughout the period they don't take my grandmother to the doctors just for a simple condition. Because you know when it is with the older lot, it's just they're swiping them, aren't they?
But I like there's 2 points to it. There's 2 points to it. I mean, one, we've got this phantom or pandemic that has got everybody scared, in it. So fear is definitely the order of the day now. If you increase that type of energy, and it's going to depress a lot of people, because I think fear causes ailments. Do you get it? Causes ailments. It starts in the mind, and then it actually manifests in the physical body. Do you get me? So if you're in your house and you're thinking, oh damn, something that's normal will just heighten 1000%.
Sure.
All of a sudden you got a runny nose and I've got COVID. No, I haven't got COVID. Maybe I've got COVID. No, maybe I haven't got COVID. You see what I'm saying? And then you're watching the TV, and then they're doing adverts, and then scrolling across, and then you got the Prime Minister and all of that, and it's a lot for the senses. You get what I'm saying? So you've got no time for recovery at the time, because you're trying to overcome stress. Yeah.
That's it.
But there's a pandemic and everything's being fired at you. Do you get it?
Yeah, just bombardment to your senses.
Yeah, it's bombarded to your senses. So you're just feeling like, I must be sick, or this thing must be real, or it must be out there, because the measures that's gone in to convincing you, which on their side is not a lot.
Maku, I don't have a television, right? So I don't see the adverts and anything. And I walked into a gambling house late in High Road just a few days ago.
Right.
And they had the television on, and they had these cremation adverts, They had these cuddly cremation adverts of how I'm thinking they have gone there. They're trying to sell cremation in a pleasant way.
Yeah. It's like a cleanup, isn't it? It's like a reset button. That's how I see this whole situation.
Yeah, like, so I can imagine though.
I'm maneuvering and trying to change up the whole situation that we live in. Do you get it? And it's not just here; it's worldwide. Like, you can see in a lot of cases it worked, and in other cases it backfired. But what was going on while we were locked up? That's what we have to look into. That's why I mentioned the celebrities, because like, this could be also a code. COVID, convicted. Do you get it? Like, it could be a code. You know what I mean?
100%. Big up King Gold.
Big up.
Kadu. Greetings, peace, love, and light.
Yeah,
man.
Big up.
All the above. Oh, yeah. Just a brief stopping, family. Just to say, I see this latest video of this woman, and her eyes are popping out of her head. And she got red eyes, and she's talking. I mean, like, she's making some weird noises.
And what they're saying, that is COVID.
Yeah, I think it's this new strain.
Send it through the chat. Fucking go. Send the link through the chat.
It's definitely an ad lib for like a Resident Evil game or some type of movie of some sort. It's it's like you could definitely use the noise she's making and put it in like Dawn of the Dead.
Yeah, because Resident Evil does have links with.
Hold on, wait. One part you can already
not that one, but not.
I'm saying one part you can already tell, that this is an epic fail, because these are not the symptoms of COVID-19, right? So we haven't got no previous cases, even when we have had someone in the hospital on the respirator with you know what I mean, bleeding from the eyes or some type of stuff, some type of biological weapon.
Bro, her eyes literally popping out the side of her head. I'm thinking, right, makes your eye move.
Yeah, Kingo, send it through the chat. All
right, I'm gonna do it.
Please.
So everybody's got.
It just struck me when he said Resident Gold, because you must have seen the Resident Gold links as well with this virus, the Wuhan links, and how the symbol of what's the company in Resident Go? It's got the same symbol as the facility in Wuhan as well.
Okay, but what about then the other thing then, the 5G and that?
The 5G, boy.
First being tested in Wuhan. Like,
yeah.
What's going on?
But the fear porn for the 5G has dropped a bit, you see.
I know, because I mean, one, you're restricted on what you can talk about it. So I say G5 or whatever. Yeah. But another thing is that a lot of things have been set in place. I mean, I've seen masks and all sorts going up all over the place where people have taken actual footage, you know what I mean, from their phone, like they filmed it. Say, look, 2 days ago, this was not here. I'm driving to work or whatever, and look. Do you get what I'm saying? During the pandemic, I was like, Then I saw a post about the lampposts. Yeah. And I went out of the gate of the community where I live, and they were just all there. They were just there on each lamppost.
Were they suggesting that the lampposts have cameras in them?
No, they were suggesting that they had the facility for the 5G thing, and they were they had their little transmitter at the top, so the actual lamppost and the LED light, the man pulled it apart and it showed you the different things on it.
I see.
You know what I'm saying? So like, wow, I didn't even know. And then he pulled out the thing at the top that's little and black, yeah, and it was like a prong kind of thing, 2 prong. You know what I mean? It was like that. I was like, raw, what's that for? Then at the bottom of it, on the chip itself, it said something like COVID-19.
I see that one. Yeah, that one. You didn't fall for that one though, did you?
No. I said I'm done. I'm done. But the actual fact of man had the lamppost and took it apart, and I know a little bit about, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Tech stuff. You know what I mean? I know a little bit about that. You know what I mean? Electrical stuff, so I'm putting it together and taking it apart. Right. So I looked at that and I thought, raw, that is definitely a lamppost that I've seen. Do you get it? So then they said, like, look, a lot of these things are close to train stations, you know, and they have an overground right outside the gate. You know what I mean? So I'm like, raw. And then there was another lamppost that I've got that I can take a photo of that ain't like a lamppost. It's got wings and that.
Yeah, man. I know what you mean. I know which ones you mean.
Yeah, like, what's that? And then it's got the thing on it. It's like, no. They're just surrounding us with this energy and da. And obviously within the community, a couple of people have died. Do you get it? And they're elderly though. A couple of people, and then an old woman was telling me in a church group, like 10 people have died already. I was like, wow, that's serious. Do you get it? But I was like, that's serious influenza. Like, that's influenza A or B, and what obviously is influenza A, I think, that attacks adults, and B that attacks children, isn't it?
I think it's what they do when they diagnose, and their protocols for treatment have just completely changed as well, man. It's the ventilator stuff, the intubation stuff, especially with the elderly. I don't want to say it outright, but
another thing is a definite truth is that this thing is a biological weapon. Do you know what I'm saying? Hold on, why is it on World Star Hip Hop? King Gold.
Yeah, this woman's face, because that's where they upload it to, isn't it?
Nah.
Stuff like that. Do you reckon that would be fake?
Not necessarily fake, Maku.
Bro, from you uploading it on World Star Hip Hop, that's another fairy tale. That's your fairy tale kills right there. You know the authenticity of some things that we're not going to start on World Star Hip Hop. We're going to start on BBC, or we're going to start on one of these, you know.
Bro, she looks like she's been baseball batted in the face. She looks like she's been baseball batted in the eyes, bro. Her eyes are like red and bruised, and bro, she looks fucked.
And they're saying that's COVID-19, yeah.
Saying the new unknown pneumonia, deadlier than coronavirus. TN woman with the new virus can hardly breathe after being tested negative 3 times for COVID. Yeah, so sweeping Kazakhstan and Chinese.
So she's not got COVID.
Yeah, she's got the this next deadlier than kind of virus. It says.
Well,
COVID-19 kind of virus.
If you're tested 3 times, and it's negative, not positive, negative, does that mean you've got it, or does that mean you ain't got it?
Well, that's the thing, though. 84% of the cases are all false positives, Maku.
Well, the fact that
but they're saying in this case, this person was tested 3 times and it was a negative result. So that means but after the first time, it wasn't successful. Second time wasn't successful. Third time was not successful. That's it. Do you get it?
Well, wait, so
you've got something else.
That's what I'm saying. She's got something else then.
Okay, so I don't know. We was talking about COVID. Yeah.
No, something deadlier than COVID. So
there's always something more deadlier than COVID supposedly out there. They're making them.
Yeah, they're actually reporting on them as well. Reporting.
You know what I mean? A lot of these things got patents
coming out from.
When we looked up Ebola, it was a mess. Yeah, back in the day, when we looked up Ebola, it was a mess. It was a complete and utter mess. My poor Canadian friend had to take an L that day because he don't listen. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he had to take an L that day when we pulled it up on the computer. Just said, voila, there you go. Patent number. Take it down, write it down. Fry it.
How to fight pneumonia. Like a beast.
Do whatever with it. But let me tell you, I watched and read the book of the guy who wrote the book called Emerging Viruses. AIDS and Ebola.
Oh, that's a good book. I ain't read it, but it's a very nice book.
And I watched his presentation or whatever he did. Yeah. And from that, I was done. I was done, fam. And I've watched many other documentaries about chemical, biological weapons. And that at the end of the day, the only thing that is a constant, is that influenza. Because it can't be cured, can't be thing. So it's a great basis to make any chemical, biological weapon. Do you get it? Now you've got this doctor coming around and saying, I made it. 1, 2, I did it in a laboratory, and what I did, I put it through various different animals. Put it through a pig, put it through this, put it through that, put it that, and then somehow it got into the human population. Do you get it?
You know what I think they're doing, Michael? I think they're patenting the actual antibodies. Like that. From my understanding, they've never isolated a virus, and I would go as far as to say
but
they say a virus doesn't exist.
That's my whole point. So that the main source of any type of virus, unless it's ancient, like they're saying, and then someone's digging up the rainforest, and some ancient dinosaur remains, has got this ancient disease that's somehow infected the monkeys, and then people just keep getting, eating monkey and interacting with monkey. I don't know what they're doing with the monkey, but it's getting into the human chain. That's all bullshit. That's smoke and mirrors. Do you get what I'm saying? That's the fairy tale. That's the fairy tale. Do you get it?
Yeah.
So the main thing I saw was that my guy, the guy who said he made the virus, the most significant thing was putting it through different tests, as in putting it through different animals to get a stronger strain. Now, we don't know what they did with the rest of the other different strains they got out of it. We don't know. But we kind of do, because later on we've got bird flu. So somebody put it in a chicken, because this guy confessed to putting it in a chicken, showed us the actual process where he had the actual, the animals, the farm animals, all of them in a line, and how they did it. And I was like, whoa. Now, speed up to more modern times when they're explaining about chemical weapons and and how they do it. And then they just went back, boom, influenza, flu. And then man's thinking and making sarin gas and all of these other things, and these are mixture of mostly artificial, what do you call it? Synthetic chemicals and stuff. You know what I mean? But when we come to biological shit that will peel your skin and all of that, that first was flu. That first was the plague. You get me? Like, they do things like that. They go back in time and go and dig up someone who had plague and take that disease and say, yeah, let's test it. Let's keep it safe, but let's think, it's just jumped out of the lab. You get what I'm saying?
Mm.
Because with the Ebola one, it was like a case of, look, you lot are using monkey sanctuaries as laboratories funded by the US military complex and all of that. Do you get it?
Yeah, man.
And the same people who are at the root of the patents. Because no matter who had the patent, you get me, it was all down to the US military complex and And they were like, what's the army doing with all this? Why is the army in control of everything? You get it? Like,
yeah, I think they even closed down the CDC department a few months or so into all this, So they shut up shop. And when you look at the early footage of Fort Detrick, which became the CDC, bro, it looks like, seriously, it looks like a movie set. It looks like when they were doing the moon landing stuff. If the thing's a joke, like, there's no way that place that they were presenting in the 60s was isolating viruses and dealing with biological weaponry, man. I think that's what they want people to feel that they were doing, to sell the movie later on with these emerging viruses, as you say. But
well, I mean, the actions, they're complicit by their actions.
Virus.
They're complicit by their actions, isn't it? If you look on one hand, what the US military complex is doing, and then the foreign policy of the US and various other countries in that regard, and going to poorer African countries and saying, look, here's 20 million, boom, can we set up over there? We're just going to do some tests and stuff. Do you get it?
Uh-huh.
This is how they caught some people slipping. Now, obviously, wealthier African countries never had this issue with this virus because they never had. Do you get what I'm saying? They never had that situation.
In African culture, in African tradition and history, has there ever been a history of plagues or pandemics?
No. I mean, not that I know, not to my knowledge. I mean, there has been obviously plagues and not plagues. I would say like famines and
Yeah, locusts.
Like a plague of locusts. You get me? Like locusts could be a plague or but no, not until recent times, as we know, with smallpox and stuff. But that again came with vaccination. Someone had to actually physically. Yeah, the one we're fighting against, which has more sway than any of this nonsense, is malaria. So
yeah, when people talk about all of this, they're doing this and they people will still go to the NHS though. People will still go spend their money on whatever, holidays, nice clothes, nice rings, but they don't want to save up for what's most important, is your health.
Your life.
You see why I like you. You see why I like where you come from, Akingo. I know from when you first came on, you had your issues with the medical system, so I don't even have to doubt you on that level.
I stayed on the straight and narrow, brother. I'm the gospel for you saving your health, the mouth speaker. When it comes, because look, bruv, even me, if I was healthy, I wouldn't really be thinking about my health. You're not really thinking about your health. You think about your other half, your children, your job. It's just like it's there, but it's not really. So at the same, this is where it's like, do you really want to rely on a sort of a shadowy, non-transparent system? And
but obviously they're out there refining themselves. Well, as we speak, you got what I'm saying. They were trying to, I don't know, like centralize everything. I think that's what the technology was for. The technology was meant to unify all angles, isn't it?
That's what the worrying thing is, actually.
I've always said they wanted us to be like this guy from this character that I knew in Marvel, who just used to sit there like a blob Do you get it? And he had everything round him. Do you get me? I think his name was Mojo or something like that. But he had like screens around him. His eyes was permanently open like that. Do you get what I'm saying? And like when I look at how society's going with obese people and everything is just via your phone or the internet now. Do you get what I'm saying? They're planning to just like have us do nothing. Do you get it?
I've seen a couple of movies which depict like us in the future.
Yeah, we're gonna be fat.
And
with food in our belly, in our belly, virtually on holiday. Do you get it?
Rolling around. Imagine if it like literally voluntarily wanting to sit down.
Where are you? Where are you, Maku? Oh, I'm in the supermarket. Do you get what I'm saying?
That scene that Maku just
you know what the problem is? Yeah? Everybody's gonna have the little skates underneath their feet, and they're gonna be able to adapt them so like big fat people can wear them. So that people not gonna even be walking anymore.
No, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think people will be walking, but I don't think they'll be out of their house. I don't think there'll be no need for skates. You get me? If you're cutting out people out of their house already, imagine what you do when you take just the urge to go out and do something. Do you get me? To go out and work, because that's what they're trying to. You know, they'll take that away from you first, and even pay you to stay at home. Do you get it?
They're almost imposing that, though, don't you think? This whole stay-at-home thing. They're not encouraging people to, go back in a factory.
No,
they're not. They're really not.
But obviously, in some cases, there's no factory to go back to, because if your business was not of a particular type of structure, do you get me? You miss the furlough, you miss all of that. Do you get it? You've got no claim. Do you get it?
Even generally, this industrial.
You're actually ruined because of COVID. Do you get me? It's ruined your business. So a lot of people shut down.
Yeah, this reliance on technology and industrialization is kind of mad, because I was watching a month ago this bricklaying machine in Australia, and so these big building firms can now invest in the bricklaying machines that build faster than any human ever could. Bam, 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 just bricks being laid. The only thing they can't do is the corners, so they need one human just to do the curvature for the corner.
Wow.
Aside from that, they got technology to replace.
They'll soon have that covered, though.
Yeah.
They'll soon have that covered. Yeah, getting around corners and that, making corners, because once you can do that, you there, innit?
Yeah, man.
Do you get what I'm saying? So obviously that's the future technology, or they probably got it somewhere else.
Well, the technology I can see happening now is robots. That's probably what they're trying to. The next thing that they're probably focusing on, trying to allow people to be able to.
It's a bit better than obviously, like for the manual labor, they'll get robots, and they've got trucks, they've got self-driving vehicles, they've got all sorts. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's just centralizing all of that information on how to operate it. Like you can supposedly leave your house now and operate your electrical systems and everything, your heating and all of that by your phone. So do you get what I'm saying? They don't want you to come out of your house. That's the long-term goal. The long-term goal is fear and loathing. Like, have fear. Don't go outside. There's COVID out there. There's people killing each other out there. There's terrorists out there. There's all sorts out there. Do you get it? While you're polluting the atmosphere, mashing up the earth, and trying to fly off to Mars.
I think even with school as well, they're well and truly putting parents from sending kids to school. The way they're going with the separation, I actually think they want the home learning with the laptop or the devices.
Because it's a lie. The education system doesn't work, innit? Like you're trying to implement a lie on people. Yeah. But it don't make no sense.
Even to this day, they've got the same shit that they're pushing when it comes to Sumeria and Egypt and the dates. It's like they haven't changed it, and they made something called Curiosity Stream, and that's like, what's his name now? Stephen Hawkins.
He's dead though, isn't he?
This Stephen, yeah, but I think must have made about 5 years ago.
Okay.
Or maybe less. But Stephen Hawkins, David Attenborough, and Michio Kaku. So they're still pushing all of the fakeness, basically, that they've been pushing for the last 100 years. I was very surprised.
Yeah, that's quite a trio as well, isn't it?
Oh, listen, and now they're the intellects. They're the intellects. So if they're making platforms now where they're pushing, they're just they maybe revamped it a little bit, but it's the same storyline for African knowledge, religion, still trying to talk about people who haven't got no burial sites, but they're trying to manifest them like they were actually alive. And we're talking about genuine scientists or so-called scientists.
Yeah, but nothing is genuine out here because someone works for someone, and that's the whole point. The system's messed up. Do you get what I'm saying? So, like we was talking about the education system, it's definitely like it doesn't work because the purpose was to train people, young individuals, to work for someone else. Now, obviously, the capacity for work is being taken away soon. You get what I'm saying? So these new youths are going to grow up in an environment of information, yes, but you can get it at home now. You can put a headset on. Do you get what I'm saying? You can have a headset on and go through the library or whatever. No, I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's a clear point as well. To the point where corporations are investing directly into curriculum, so it's vested interest, and this is why I can't take from science as well, man. Like the funding, you got to question the scientists and who's.
It's not even the funding; it's the intentions of the funder, and what the reasoning is. What I mean, where does the end paperwork go? Like you're not an explorer. You're a scientist, and you go down and you want to discover Atlantis. Who gave that directive? Did you get it? You're just the guy who, you want the project, innit? You want to go down to the bottom of the Mariana Trench and see how deep it goes, and that was your intention. Yeah, you aren't going to get no deal or get no funding unless you did something for them. Did you get it? So now we've got a new project which has superseded your original project. It's a bit like that movie. What do you call it? Prometheus.
Okay.
The intention was to go and find these beings on one side. Do you get me? With the actual scientists and but no, you've been hired by a company.
This is it.
And they've got military man there as well. You're like, whoa, hold on, wait. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Prometheus, I can go. No, it's a regular film.
Can I get it on Netflix?
What? I don't think so. Not yet. No, have they got it on there? They might have actually. They might have.
Yeah, it's an okay film,
Yeah, I like all the space travel films,
I watched it. It's the prelude to Aliens, isn't it? But that wasn't really the point. The point was that people like scientists and doctors and archaeologists and anthropologists and they don't have an agenda necessarily. They just got to do a job. You're just a cog in the wheel. Now, my point is, at the end of you lot's project, you've gone down to the bottom of the ocean. You found it's not Atlantis there. You get me? But you found some artifacts or some that you're going to take back to these people because that's all they really want. Do you get me? Is it gold? Is it some strange device that we had time before time that you found in the Mediterranean, for example? You know what I mean? All of these little things.
Where's that big pyramid underneath the water, just near Cuba? That's meant to be bigger than the Towers. What was it? Pyramid of Giza. Yeah, the one that's meant to be bigger than
the Bermuda Triangle.
It's near Cuba. Like, if you look at that, bro, they've definitely treasure buried pharaohs there. Definitely.
Well, no, that's huge. That's another story. I don't even know about burying anyone in no water. I think that was land at one stage, obviously.
Yeah, but don't forget, it wasn't underneath the water.
Sorry?
At one stage.
That's what I said.
It wasn't underneath the water.
Yeah, it was on land. So, and then obviously, another fact is there's more pyramids in America than there is anywhere else on the planet. So, did you get it?
Yeah, of course.
So, and we know that America is a piece of Africa or the east side.
That's what I was thinking. But are they carbon dating them to be older?
It could be much older, could be thing, but it just shows that before the split, you know, people were definitely traversing, and you know what I mean. They spread across the whole landmass.
And that's what they're saying. Maku is that's what they're saying about Sumeria, right? And Mesopotamia. They were all one part of Africa. That's why they're trying to claim that that was the oldest location. But when you look at the pyramids, whatever they've carbon, I think they carbon dated to like 10,000 years ago.
Yes, yeah.
It's something like 8,000. I don't know, around about 10,000 years ago, Sumeria was meant to have basically brought civilization to the world, but it's debatable.
We already FTK'd all that, man. It's like that's
what I'm saying. Egypt's got a lot of babes. So why do you reckon they're trying to keep that up then? Because that's one of the things
it's not even relevant. I'm telling you, bro. It's not even relevant, like, to what's really going on. These are all side notes. These are all psyops and all thing and disinformation that's been put out from a long time. Do you get
that's a good point Okingo raises up, though. I think it's a good talking point because
it's the Department for Education are doing that.
Yeah, and it's also like, would you reckon?
So then we come back to the source again. As I said, if you're only taught to work for other people, you're given limited information about history and, you know, science and technology. For what purpose? And remember, even when you reach those higher echelons, where I was having a conversation at, do you get me? As being the university professor, before you was a professor, you was an analyst and analyzing what? For who? Is my point. Do you get it? You're doing all these papers, you're doing all these works, you're getting these peer review. For who?
Peer review is a flawed process in itself, man.
Do you understand?
It's a big boys club that is.
This is why the Nobel Peace Prize thing is a joke thing. Where
Hitler received the Nobel Peace Prize. Hitler received the Nobel Peace Prize, you know.
Well, this is what they award their good pets or the people who they employ, who are on a lower level of masonry and don't have a clue of what they just did. Do you get it? You just did a job that you thought was innocent and you did a project, sorry. Do you get it? And then you even awarded for the project. Do you get me? Like, boom, yeah, this misinformation you did was so good. I love it. Hold your Nobel Peace Prize. Oh, thank you. Have
you heard of Dwarka in India? Dwarka, Dhwarka. It's an underwater city that was not uncovered. People discovered it. Let's just say, right, and there were digs as well, and they brought up remnants. But there's a blanket non-coverage of this place, and I think what it is that the corporations are one thing, but then you got to bring religions into it as well, and how they have a vested interest in maintaining their status quo in terms of the information that spreads. Because what happens is if they bring that up and fund it the way they've been funding some excavations and some archaeological digs.
Yeah, but Dwarka is old news, though. I wouldn't agree. I wouldn't agree. It's old news. That's not nothing new. Do you know what I'm saying?
But
now, the overstanding of it,
the Bible, right? It predates the Torah. Right?
It
predates the Torah.
It brings the Hindu text into fruition. That's what it does.
Place of Krishna, they're saying, man.
No, the city of Dwarka, was for is it Krishna or Vishnu or one of them?
Yeah, it was Krishna.
Yeah, Krishna's city, basically. Yeah. So right now, Dwarka is also a celestial place.
I could go with that, yeah.
Right, according to the Hindu, you must reach the level of what? Dwarka. You reach a level of enlightenment. Do you get what I'm saying? That's the end goal.
Was there a constellation that they were aligned to?
Right. So they were aligned to a constellation. They were aligned to the seven sisters of Pleiades.
Pleiades, okay. So
Pleiades.
Where is that? Is that a galaxy?
That is a star constellation, or your what is that? I don't even know in your zodiac, but it's one of them. Because obviously it's in the night sky, it's visible. You can see it. Do you get it?
It's not in our solar system, is it? I mean, in our Milky Way, is it?
It's obviously is in our Milky Way, yeah.
It's got to be, isn't it? It's got to be for you to see it.
So yeah. Anyway, the seven sisters of Pleiades, and they come from a planet called Nirvana, or Proteon. Do you get it?
Really?
Right.
Okay, and these are all habitable planets as well.
And Proteon is one of the planets in the Orion star constellation. Same as Zeta Reticuli and certain other planets as well.
Are they all ice planets?
I couldn't tell you, bro.
Wow.
All I can tell you is that they say certain species or beings say that they come from Zeta Reticuli on a UFO kind of abduction type thing. Yeah. But then we've got the Hindus talking about Nirvana. Do you get me? Well, people thinking Nirvana is heaven. Do you get me? But it's not. They went back to Nirvana, to Nirvana, meaning they went back to their star constellation because obviously they had craft. Do you get what I'm saying? Interdimensional at that. But yeah. Crazy. So yeah. Well, you say it's crazy, but you know, for some people this is their history. For other people, this is a mythology, and for other people, this is just like straight up. Do you get what I'm saying? And to the Europeans, especially, they think it's fairy tales. They wouldn't acknowledge. They would say it's myths. Oh, these are.
They've got to be lined up to a certain star constellation for a reason. And how the fuck did they do it? How did they do it? First of all,
no, they're telling you. If beings came here and they told those people, and those people wrote it down.
Yeah.
Or those beings came here, left, and the information was left. Do you get it?
Yeah, and
so none of the physical humans actually saw any of these beings, or maybe they did, because I don't know how you can make a statue if you ain't seen something. I don't know how you can picture these things or paint and carve and all of that if you hadn't seen these beings. Do you get it? And most of them depicted in most cases was in human form.
They weren't they?
Yeah. So you know they had different avatars, but they were all depicted in a beggar, a prince, a this, a that, that type of thing.
So what?
The beggar though? It's funny about the beggar because the beggar's got dreadlocks.
Oh really?
Yeah, the beggar avatar's got locks, full locks, like wrapped and tied and everything, like rats. Who's this Rasta man? Oh no, it's Krishna, it's Vishnu or whatever. Yeah, it's one of his avatars. I'm like, raw, that's deep.
That is exactly how the sadhus are in India, man. They are not mistaken for beggars, but interchangeable like that.
Yeah,
come to the village, stroll through the village. They won't exactly beg, but people will give to them.
Of course, you don't want no curse. You get me? You don't want to offend an avatar. You don't want to offend an avatar because within one of them could be the avatar. Do you get it?
Mm-hmm.
So this is why that process happens, because it's like, rah, okay, he could be pretending to be Brahma or Vishnu, or you get me? But at the same time, you got what I'm saying? We have that. We have statues of that. Like, yo, beggar ain't a beggar necessarily, like you're saying. You know what I mean? It's like a different concept.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna be waiting outside no cash point. You get me? 10,000 or 5,000 or whatever 1,000 years ago.
King Gold has been bagging bodies lately, though, man. It's a pleasure to watch him. He's been taking on the scientific crew, the other. Man, I enjoyed that one. Trust,
bro. Do you know what? Right? They got this thing of people coming in with any type of pseudoism or whatever they perceive to be pseudoism or any type of conspiracy theory. They shoot it down. So it's like there's an anti anything that's they can't see or touch. I think that's restricting personally, but yeah, I think
well that day, though.
Yeah, Born Rich, man, come in, man. Big up, Born Rich.
You know what I like the sound of though? Keeping on that
Big
subject.
Big up Speakers Gonna Skits.
Yo,
Big up, man.
No doubt, though, bro. I'm not gonna have
Rico, it. Big up yourself. Come on. Yeah, I'm gonna send out the link again, cause it's like people not hearing me. Born Rich, you had a lot to say the other day. So yeah, there's something you wanted to talk
Mac,
Yo,
I'm gonna
family,
wait for someone else anyway. It's the hour mark. And
What'd you say?
Ready, bro.
Yeah, I got you.
Yo,
Thanks anyway, man, coming in.
No problem.
You see
no
the
problem,
pyramid, the
I'm
Great
gonna be
Pyramid,
listening
right?
in anyway.
Yeah, no problem.
You see the Great Pyramid? Does it line up with Nibiru or something like that in Orion's belt?
There's no Nibiru in Orion's belt. Nibiru is Planet X or Planet
X.
Xena. Is that something?
Yeah, that's it. Planet X.
Is that something you can align something to?
Well, they're saying that's where the pyramid's line to, no? In Orion belt, in our Milky Way or something.
Yeah, so the Orion's belt is Orion's belt, isn't it? We know the stars of Orion's belt. So what do you mean? Like,
I thought that it lined up with our Milky Way, with the planet in our Milky Way. That's what. Do you know what? So what is it? What is the significance with the Great Pyramid then? What is it meant to have lined up with?
It lines up, yes, with Orion's belt.
All right.
That is the significant, and the names of the planet are Alpha Lam, El-Becca, and Ftk. Yeah, that's right.
Easy. You done mad studying on these next constellations.
Yeah, they lined them up. Yeah, but yeah, they ain't got nothing to do with Nibiru, like or thing. Yeah, please, like they're trying to say that's the extra planet in our solar system.
How would they be able to know anyway? Yeah, because like
flies in a different type of orbit. Do you get me? Because most of them supposedly go around each other and go around the sun. Do you get it? But this one does this. He's doing that. Do you get it?
Yeah.
He's got a different type of orbit. You know what I mean? So I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. But they've been studying Nibiru for 100 years plus. Do you get it? So I'm like, okay. You just telling us the other day, calling it Planet Xena, all of this and that, could be inhabitable.
How would they be able to know like that? It's got ice caps.
It's moving and it can't come near us. Because if it comes near us, there's problems. Do you get it? Like we are experiencing some weather conditions because of Nibiru and all of that. Earthquakes, all of that. Do you get it?
Supposedly.
So at the same time,
do they know where Sirius B is as well? Sirius A.
Sorry?
How do they know where is Sirius A and Sirius B meant to be? Again, I might have read it. I might have read all this stuff. I can't remember it.
Well, those are the stars of Orion's belt, isn't it?
That's more stars in Orion's belt. Yeah.
That is the stars of Orion's belt. I gave you the names that they actually called, but that's what it is. Yeah.
Oh, that's the more modern names.
Yeah, in a sense, yeah. Not a modern name, but yeah. The terms you say, it's still Orion's belt. It's still Sirius A, Sirius B, and Sirius C. You get it? But then there's a planet that you can't see that's also there. Interesting. Do you get it?
Yeah,
but only the Dogons knew about that.
Yeah, the dog. Yeah.
Only the Dogons knew about the movement of Sirius.
Well, that's a big thing, though.
Remember, Sirius is a bigger sun than ours. They say
it's meant to be our mother, or something like the mother star.
Yeah, but it's only one of the stars in Orion's belt. I mean, not in Orion, in the constellation of Orion. Sorry, should I say? Sorry about that.
That's like a central star to our solar system or something.
It's quite a big. It's a much superior sized sun than ours. Yeah.
So
yes, what's going
on? Just passing through.
Yeah.
You know me, I love all the old Sumerian stuff.
Yeah. I thought you was gonna come with. I'm ready for you today. You know, with your Sumerian stuff. Did you get it? Let's go. Whatever you want to say, I'm on it. Come on, let's go.
No, I'm just listening at the moment. It's interesting what you're saying.
Yeah, Ma. But yeah, there's definitely like the star constellation of Orion has a lot more significance. Again, it's another situation. I don't know if I was saying it earlier, but it's another situation where people are being given information by another set of people or another set of beings, and told where they came from. So a lot of this is to do with where information was obtained from. Do you get it?
Yeah, because do you reckon because this Andromeda, there's a place called Andromeda as well. Do you know anything about that constellation?
Right. So now Andromeda is an interesting one because supposedly, like we know Andromeda exists, right? And then they start using it in movies, and then they start having it in their extraterrestrial list. If you go, we went through the extraterrestrial list one time, and from the what do you call it? The KGB. You know, like the KGB let out that their diaries got out. Supposedly, on
those Russians.
The A to Z of aliens, So Andromedans came up, innit? Right? And they showed Andromedans, but they showed, guess what they showed? Predator.
What's that? Huh? The Predator?
Yeah.
Android. What does android actually mean? Anyway, because that's obviously they've taken it from that name. That they, you know what I mean? They've taken Androm. I don't know.
But what I do know is fact and fiction has somehow blurred the lines, because now when you get to the movie Alien versus Predator, we find out that the Predator comes from Andromeda. Do you get it?
All right.
This is not in the same time period, you know. Like the books come out, the speculation about the thing is way before.
Yeah, but that's a whole galaxy away. How the fuck can they see a whole galaxy away?
No, but I mean, obviously, these people either been contacted, because remember, this is contact information. These are reports of what people said they saw when they got abducted, or government reports of what they saw when they had certain interactions, because, you know, these guys have been shooting at UFOs and doing all sorts for the longest time. Now, on this side of things, like America and all of that, they might do cover-ups and all of that. But we don't know if the process is still going on since Roswell. Do you get it? Can't be
go through isn't it about 83? There's actually loads and loads of what the Russians let out, they say.
Yeah, there's lots of information that they were doing, but obviously things are happening on their side of things as well.
Yeah, they've met them, they've come here.
Yeah.
But so does there's a Canadian member of
Prime
Parliament.
Minister. Yeah. I remember that one. I mean, he was the minister of was it the military or something?
Yeah, it was something like that, wasn't
it? Yeah, I remember, and he done that announcement. I'm sure it's still on YouTube. I can pull it up. That was funny because obviously he named 16 or something like that different alien species. He said they were real, true, and exact facts. I was like, wow, here we go. Do you get it? So now we go back to these like Hindu and all of that, and people saying, you know, and in Africa and other places around the world where people are saying, like, yeah, our people come from up there, and they told us exactly where they come from. So maybe we have a ceremony once every so often to celebrate that fact, and that they came here, they gave us information, and somehow they interacted with us. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. That maybe it's in the royals of your people then. Not that it's in every single person, but it's in the royals of the people then, because remember, bloodline is important. Do you get it? No matter where you are on the planet. So as royals, do you get what I'm saying? And especially in the African diaspora, it's especially like Nigeria, I would give an example where all of the royals would have some form of relation.
Ask him, but what it is, but his tribe actually believed that beings came down from above to below.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. A lot of that Orisha and a lot of that is like, when translated, it's like sons of God, or you get me, sons of the stars, or you know what I mean, that type of thing. So They keep that thing, and this is an important thing because with that again, those deities or whatever become the royals of that particular tribe that believe that information. Do you get it?
Yeah.
But it's usually based.
That's definitely what
But it's usually based on a similar type of story. That's the funny joke about it. So you could be Igbo, or you could be Yoruba, or you could be Thing, but you have a similar story of a set of 9 beings. But it's also in Egypt. Do you get it? So you can understand that the Egyptian one is like when it becomes all more refined. The whole ideas from the village.
Sumeria and Egypt are meant to be the 2 brothers, but I can't remember which way around it was. One was Enki and one was Enlil.
One. The funny thing is, it's like the stories of Enlil and Enki are way older than any of those 2 places. Now, Enki is the founder. Now, if we're talking in thousands of years, Enki is the founder who set the waterways. So for there to be a Tigris, Euphrates, a Nile, do you get it? Amazon, give me another one, Mississippi, for there to be those rivers, this is what that individual was supposed to have done. Because of his earthly nature, he's half from the planet, do you get me? And half from the God man, do you get me? Anu. Do you get me? Or God in the flesh, in a sense. Do you get it? So you're part of this planet, and this planet is mainly a reptilian beings was on this planet at the time. Do you get it? So he has that ability. Boom. He comes down here. You send him down here. Boom. And the first thing he wants to do, because it's a water-based planet, isn't it? So we have to separate the fresh water from the thing. This is real science. Do you get it? They're not making it. They're not making it out. They're making it like a story.
Yeah.
But
Enki came first.
Well, sorry. Enki came first, yes. But Enlil was always there in a sense. Do you get it? But Enki came first in the sense of, let me go and set the foundations. Yeah. Before there's land. This is what we're talking about.
He discovered the planet accidentally, apparently.
No, there's no accidents. What they did was they created a set of navigators, what you're calling greys. They made those.
Yeah, but that was only after Enki discovered the planet. He then got informed.
No. They make those. They made those on their home planet. So on their home planet of Risk, where they came from, they did that. They made these kind of robotoids, like biological robots. Do you get what I'm saying? Of different animals that they had. And that's why you see these aliens, they've got like cow eyes, cow-shaped eyes. You know what I mean? Like the eyes of a cow.
They don't really have. They've got big heads and they're only little. I know all that. Yeah.
They don't really have sex organs or none of that. Do you get what I'm saying? They don't really have sex organs. So
no.
Right. So they sent out these navigators as they made them. Do you get what I'm saying? To go out and find planets and stuff for them. Do you get what I'm saying? And that's how they came across this one. So it wasn't a case of
so you don't believe the ancient scripts of the Sumerians where they write that one of the sons got banished from the home planet, one of the princes? You don't believe
no. It's just it depends what version you have. I've got the original text. Do you get what I'm saying? Like that text you're reading is called the Iluma Elish. Like unless you're reading it as the Iluma Elish or any of those, you know, or any of those ancient texts as a whole, as on a separate book, someone's chatting some shit. Do you get me? They're just giving their interpretation of what they think that is. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's why I say it's kind of on point, but then kind of off. Do you get it? That's why I say you're on point with some things, and then some things, because they don't exist in the original story, it's like I can see how they thought that, but that's not what it is. Do you get it? So I can always clarify. Like when you say stuff like that, so I can say like, yeah, okay, no, he wasn't banished from his planet or nothing like that. He was banished in the sense from the planet, this planet. Once he was on here and he'd done a series of things, and then one of the things he did was force a couple into a situation of giving over their child, in a sense, for a project. Do you get what I'm saying? Which is supposedly the Adam story. Do you get it?
Really?
Because of those actions, yeah, he was.
Okay, so this is a very different story. So
where
do you come from?
Mine comes from the original text. The original text is just down to
what part of the world? What part of the world were they discovered?
What the text?
Yeah,
they were found in Egypt and Sumeria, and what you call in Babylon or whatever. Do you get what I'm saying?
Okay, the Sumerian text, when translated, they
they have.
They talk of a banished prince who got sent off the planet, his home planet, and he discovered that this planet was livable, and because he was still in contact with his home planet, he informed them, which put him back in the good light of the king. But the king then sent down, like you say, the fleets. Amongst those fleets would be what you would call the Greys, the Agigi.
Well, the Greys are not Agigi, no.
Okay, what are they then? So the Greys would have come out first before the fleets, are you saying?
Yeah. The Greys would have been the explorers that came here in their little UFOs that come out of the bigger craft. Because remember that these people that you're talking about are flying in a craft.
This is
that looks like a planet. Do you get what I'm saying?
So what's this story about Adam? Because the story of Adam in Sumerian text tells of one of the brothers goes out and he ends up, because by now they've already created the worker beings, and he sleeps with two of the worker being females. Once there's two lots of worker beings. They created the first lot that couldn't procreate, then they updated them to procreate, which is where
so why would you sleep with them? Why would you sleep with them?
The Islamic Bible, not in Bible, sorry, the Islamic Quran, when they say that it comes from under the breast, the DNA, that would match in with the Sumerian text that they say that they take the bone marrow to make them be able to conceive. They all were the DNA. Right. But anyway,
not them. The two tribes that already exist. That's what I'm trying to say to you. So you think that there was some worker bees and it doesn't work like that. You remember they come in waves. Do you get it? They're coming in waves. So when I'm talking about the waterways, the planet is void. Do you get it? It's just covered in water. So how are we gonna? Do you get what I'm saying? We send in someone who's got aquatic nature or has the nature of being.
This is after all that.
One second. Because they ain't no mammals yet, like what you know. Do you get it? What's going to be under the water? It's going to be sea creatures and all of that. Do you get it? It's not at the level that you're thinking yet. Do you get it? Like, well, and we're going to get like supposedly.
No. According to the Sumerian, Adam would have been created after the first lot of workers. There would have been already. They would have separated the lands and the oceans and everything else, and they did. It tells
that's what I'm saying. That's Enki's job. Enki did that. So Enki did the thing. They did what we're calling terra transforming of the planet. That means
that's what it said in the Sumerian one as well. So
but that terra transforming of the planet, is another stage, because that comes from the problem of the craft that were following Nibiru crashing into the planet. Do you understand? And splitting it in half, basically. Do you get what I'm saying? So they had to repair that. The planet repaired itself just by doing a 360 degrees.
Okay, according to Sumerian, that happened before Enki comes.
Right, it happened before. So this is what I'm saying. There's different.
You're talking about when Tiamat smashed into
thank you. So we're talking about different stages, but at the time, you've got to understand who was manning the craft, because the craft didn't smash into Earth. It was what was following the craft.
They say it was one planet smashing into the other planet.
Right. So where are they? They're on Nibiru, aren't they? Do you understand? That's the craft. You understand? They're on Nibiru. Nibiru is the craft. It's not the planet, their home planet. You get what I'm saying? It's the craft that they're in, that they're flying around the universe in. Do you get it? Because they're trying to find something. Yes, they've come here to mine gold. You understand? Right.
It's possible, but the Sumerian texts don't say that it's a craft. So I'm not disputing.
Yeah, well, just say they're saying it's Nibiru, right?
Yeah.
What actually Nibiru means, you get what I'm saying? It's like the abode away from home or something like that. Something like that, right? Yeah. So
heavenly abode. Yes.
Right. It's just a place they stay while they're traveling through the universe. Do you get what I'm saying? Their technology is way. Remember, they're older. All it is that these beings are older in the universe than us. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're older in the universe. So their technology and how they move about and do what they're doing. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not necessarily everything was all craft, you know. Do you get it? Because some parts are.
I'm not disputing what you're saying because you're reading from a different set of texts to what I've read. So that's why I'm trying to match it up.
No, but I'm trying to make it cohesive for you and make.
So in your text they say it's a craft. In the Sumerian text that
you read.
Yeah, they say it's a planet. According to them, before Enki even discovered Earth, the planetary system was in its early days, and there was planets that had not settled in their orbits, and a lot of the planets used to smash into each other. And one planet smashed into another planet, which created our what's the belt we've got around our solar system?
Asteroid.
Yeah, half of it created the asteroid belt, and then the rest of it reformed itself. Now,
but that was this planet, because this planet is named Tiamat. But when it was crashed into, it was much larger. So the name of the planet was Tiawat. You understand? So we're seeing a significant reduction in size. It's like you pop a bubble and it goes into a smaller bubble. That's all that happens. Do you get me? And it's happened a couple times before, because that's how you got your moon out of the earth. Do you get me? So there has been times where it was a lot larger, a lot bigger. Do you get what I'm saying? And things have made it reduce in size. Till now we're talking about Earth. You get me? But yeah, this is key. You get me?
Yeah.
It went from Tiamat to Tiamat to Key.
Yeah, but before we jump all that, the Sumerians in their texts, they say that they say, because if you look at our science, right, we're told that we come from stardust, basically. And the Sumerians actually explain that, because they say the planets are actually our ancestors. But what they're actually trying to explain is the lineage of how you start from the Big Bang. That's what they're trying to explain. The Big Bang, the stardust, the planets form, and then from the planets, the ecosystems onto it, and then obviously the evolution. So
I don't know about if that's true. I don't know if the Sumerians were familiar with your Big Bang theory. Do you get what I'm saying? Because they had technology. They had technology. They had technology beyond technology. So my thing is like, you know, if someone says in the beginning, let there be light, and there was light, maybe it could have been those Anunnaki that traveled on the ship, giving a command for someone to create a sun, maybe, and that way illuminate the planet. Do you get what I'm saying? And then, or clear the dust from the atmosphere. Do you get what I'm saying? To change the circumstances on Earth, which is called terra transforming. When you heat it up, then the water evaporates, and whatever land.
Well, the sun and moon could have been created to balance.
One second. Whatever land is there would now appear. So that's what terra transforming is. When you can turn a frosty, planet like Titan, and you lick a nuclear bomb at each pole. Do you get what I'm saying? And heat up the planet, which is going to create atmosphere and steam and all of that. And all of a sudden, you might have changed it to the environment that's more conducive to beings going there. Maybe after it's stopped irradiating. But yeah, but there's many ways to terra transform a planet. By heating up the poles, basically.
Yeah, and introducing CO2 maybe to
to the atmosphere, or something different. You get what I'm saying? Like whatever it needs to be, it needs to be in it. But terra transforming is definitely, obviously, a master.
Most things will be ice caps at this stage,
right? A mastered science by those supposed beings. You get what I'm saying? That are older than us in the universe, which would make sense. Do you get what I'm saying? Their science is beyond science, isn't it? Our science is like baby food.
Well, yeah, every time we find something, it actually matches up to the Sumerian text. So,
so we're working in reverse. We're trying to...
No, in Egyptology, Ptah was the creator of everything, and they're saying that's where the Big Bang, I think that's where they believe in the Big Bang. And
there's not an African thing that believes in any Big Bang.
Where did I hear that from? Who told me that, man?
I know someone might have told you that, but I'm saying that I know of. I don't believe those concepts.
And it makes sense because, like, when you hear a Big Bang, you hear it goes,
Well, what's a Big Bang? What's a Big Bang? Because if we're dealing with
the Big Bang is just when the stardust bursts out of the Milky Way. We've got an area in the sky in the Milky Way that we can see with our naked eye, and that's where all the stars are formed. That's where the planets are formed, because stars are planets.
Yeah, but formed from what?
So that's where all the baby ones come from, and then they get
formed from what though?
Oh, all the gases and everything that's there where they react with each other.
So now you're telling me gas form planets, right? Because we do have planets. Planets that are not planets. We've got gaseous giants, supposedly. You get me?
Yeah.
Planets that are filled with gas. Maybe. Maybe. Because maybe the atmosphere. One second. Maybe the atmosphere that contains one chemical in particular is blocking your view of what actually is there. Do you get what I'm saying? Maybe every planet in our solar system is inhabitable, has been inhabited, and maybe still inhabited by some. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I believe that. Especially,
if you're born in an environment that we're born in, then it's conducive for us, isn't it? But if you're born in an environment of methane and other things, you get me? That might be conducive for another species. Can they coexist and come to our environment? Who knows? It seems possible, or sometimes they seem to be wearing suits. You get it? So I don't know. I don't know. But I also know that obviously...
I have to correct myself. Don's saying stars are not planets. No, you're right. Stars are suns.
Right. So
sometimes I muddle my words, but I know what I mean with planets.
So what's a sun? If not activated gas.
Isn't it?
No, that's true. Yeah.
Right. So can a gaseous giant become a sun?
I don't know. I'm not that much of a scientist.
Well, I was assuming that they're only getting smaller, aren't they?
Listen, if you go to some and you see the composition of some planets or gaseous giants, they're comprised of the same thing as the sun. You get one? Mainly hydrogen. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it's mainly hydrogen. It's like, whoa. So then what are you telling me? That it only is going to take a spark or something to turn it into the sun?
Yeah, just oxygen is what all them hydrogenated planets need.
Well, when you go down to an atomic level, I can't remember which one it is, but the particles, you've got the positive and the negative, and they jump out of in and out of visible thing on a very microscopic level.
Our planets.
If they both jump into the same space, they can clash, and that's when it will cause a big
Our
bang.
planets, just stars, yeah, at different rates of cooling.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. They just turn more denser over.
Right.
That's why I think, look, you know, I don't think gaseous planet things can become stars because I don't know if
they could be, but what our science says is that the planets are actually dust particles that have attracted to each other through the law of attraction.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense. It's too
and
big.
They've built up over eons of time.
Yeah, it's too big. And remember, our planet's so big, yeah. But again, it's only a third of its original size.
Yeah,
you get it. So, like, if it's a third of its original size, I mean, they got the evidence of the big crack right down the middle. Yeah, is evident. Like my friend who's a Canadian guy, he came to me running one day and said, "How did you know? The scientists are saying something hit into the planet." I said, "Is it? You get me? Don't ask me. Ask the Sumerians. Ask the ancestors who information from. Just correctly translated. Once you get a correct translation, everything is clear. Do you get it? It makes more sense, even though it might not make sense. Do you get it? You're like, whoa, really? All right, let me just take it for its word. Do you get me? And then I can do the research after. So I don't get emotionally attached by this information, whether it's positive or negative in my favor, or even if it's got anything to do with me. That's another point. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
People claim that it's our ancestors, but are you sure? Be clear. Know who your ancestors are. Because there's many ancestors.
We don't know who's what. We don't know
who seem to have dropped out of the sky, who seem to have came out of the sky. And then there's many ancestors, for some, who believe they just came from the soil. So we've got
according to the Sumerians, there was beings on Earth already. And more than one type.
Exactly. So this is our point. But at the end of the day, we know they were human looking. They had big afros. You get me? And wavy beards and that. You get me? And they were far larger than the human population, which makes sense because I'm saying the human population would have consisted of tall, slim people and really short, pygmy people. Do you get it? And it seems those are the type of people. Sorry. Those are the type of people who build pyramids and build cities and ancient stuff because it's all built in the same way. Do you get it? So who's doing it for the supposed in the Sumerian area?
According to the Sumerian, when they came down, there was two types of people they brought down anyway. Right? And one lot were the Agigi, the other lot were the Anunnaki.
Well, you can't bring Agigi because Agigi is like a metaphysical thing. It's like saying orbs.
Well, the Agigi got married. The Agigi actually,
listen. It's like orbs of energy, intellectual energy. So it's like that's what drives an Anunnaki in a sense. It's like the spiritual form of that Anunnaki. Do you get it? Or what is above them? So they're on a level of physical.
But that's not what the Sumerian said. So your text is quite different to the Sumerian at that point.
That's not only the text, that's overstanding the text and being taught about what's being said. Do you get it? So now what I'm saying is the Agigi now are more the spiritual guide. Do you get it? So you know that you might say jinn, or you might say this, or you might say whatever, or orbs, or you know what I mean? But it's something that has more intelligence than you. Do you get me?
Okay, that's according to the text that you read. But
this is about the now we're not talking about Sumerians anymore. We're talking about the Anunnaki, because remember that the Sumerians. One second.
Oh, sorry.
Sumerians. You know what I mean? But it's something.
Sorry, my computer. I don't know
the Sumerians are talking about the Anunnaki, innit?
Yeah, no, but in the Sumerian text, yeah.
The Sumerians, the Sumerians basically
stuff.
Sorry.
So I'm trying to match up the text you've read with the text that I've read to see where they correlate.
Yours is not going to go into the depth of detail, obviously, of mine.
Yeah, maybe. So according to the Sumerian, they came down with two types of being. I know you've just disputed that, right? But they came down, and they came down to Earth. They basically set up mining. Yeah.
Right.
The two brothers were here. One was given the dominion on the outside of the Earth. One was given the dominion of the inner.
No, so outside and inner refers to Earth itself. Enki, yeah. So Ki is Earth, right? And Enlil is up there. He mans the craft, basically. Lord of the skies. So the other dominions that they own or control, is controlled.
That would match up because Enki.
No, because as I said, Enki
was
has relation. He has blood relation to the planet.
Yeah, go on.
He's like the perfect ambassador, innit? Because they've already been here. They've already been to this planet. They've already, from a species thing that they didn't create, they just had to interact with to give you Enki. Do you get it? So there's already beings here. You're not coming here and bringing any beings.
There's already
what you're gonna do?
I'm not disputing that.
No, so it's gonna show something. I'm gonna get to something in a minute.
Oh, okay.
By the time we get to the Adam thing, that's what's gonna explain how one set of beings are here. Do you understand? So, when these ones come,
but I'm trying to correlate the scriptures that I've read to see where.
But you gotta look at it in the realistic and the actual facts of what is real. Do you get what I'm saying? So what we're saying is,
look at the other version to see where they match.
All right. So what I'm saying is,
so according to the Sumerian, that they came down. Now that would match up with what you just said with the definitions of Enki and Enlil, because Enki was not the heir to what the Sumerians call Nibiru and say it's a planet, but you say it's a craft, whatever. Enlil was the heir to that, so he had the dominion of.
He wasn't heir to the craft. He wasn't. You can't be heir to a vehicle. You get me? You could either drive the vehicle or you don't drive the vehicle.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, but I'm just saying this is what the Sumerians say.
No, I'm saying when they say Enki, they say Lord of the skies. So to be honest, it's the whole dominion. As I said, whatever planets they go to, it's not just this one. Do you get it? So whatever planets they go to and they have a part sharing, do you get me? Any locations, even on the planet, half will be Enlil, and then half will be someone else. But on this planet, half will be Enlil. I'm talking in cities and civilizations, right? Yeah. On the planet, right?
No, Enki had no rain apart from Earth.
One will be steered by Enlil, and one set again will be steered by Enki, because this is his original planet. Do you get what I'm saying? So he's the best ambassador. That's the only reason why he's given dominion of this planet. Do you get what I'm saying? Because he has blood relations. The species or beings that he is part from, do you get what I'm saying? That Anu must have breeded with a species from this planet. One second. No, which is his mum. Do you get what I'm saying? So it actually goes in thing. His mum is I think her name is Id, right? So her mum, his mum.
Okay, so according to Sumerian, when it comes to the mum, the Enki and Enlil were brothers, both fathered by Anu, who is
but they have different mothers.
They have different mothers, yes.
Right.
And Enki's mum was by a maidservant, but he was the elder born.
Yeah, there's no maidservants.
Enlil was by the heir to the throne.
Yeah, but there's no
heir.
Listen.
But by the royal blood. So he was 100%.
Yeah, that's all.
Enki was 50%.
That's what doesn't make sense. It doesn't even all make sense. The actual story goes is that Enki comes first. Whoa, Enki comes
Okay,
first.
so this is interesting. So you
1 second. He
okay.
comes first.
Basically, what we've got is the Muslim version and the Christian version arguing over who is the chosen one. Okay, that's interesting. That's really
But I
interesting.
don't know about all that. I'm talking about this from the Sumerian text, right? Enki and Enlil are brothers, yes. They have different mothers.
Yes.
Enlil's mother is Antum, yeah? And Enki's mother is Id, right? Id is from this planet, right? Her father's name is Sidious, yeah? To even go even further, like we got all the names of every person and person and person and person and person all the way back, right? So it's just an interaction. You come to a planet, the first thing, as we still do in Africa, yeah, is alliance. We need to make an alliance with the people or the thing, if we can. We might not be even.
Okay, so your text might be from
one second.
Because we haven't even got to that
I'm just
stage.
getting to the juicy bit, man. You don't even let me get to the juicy bit. Like, yeah, like, so I'm saying, like, Sumerians is way down. Sumerians ain't got nothing to do with it. Sumerians are just recording, yeah, as I said, a 450,000 year story.
Yes, but what they explain, we haven't even got to the part where they're mating with humans, whereas you say they're already mating with humans. They're
not. Who told you that the species on this planet was human? Who told you that?
No, they weren't. They weren't. But according to the Sumerian texts, okay, they come here. They come. The two groups that come, the Anunnaki and the Igigi, who are reigned over by Enki and Enlil. When they get here, they over eons of time, they decide to create some, what you would call slaves. They used the already one, not all of them, but one of the beings that was on Earth. Now, before they get to the one that they choose, they try all different admixtures, which is where you get the myths of the half horse, half man sort of looking stuff in mythology, etc. But eventually they get to one type of being that they write in their scriptures as living in the caves, and very smart and living in the caves, but they're covered in a thin down of red-coloured hair, right? But very thin down of it. That's what they describe. Anyway, right. They use these beings, and eventually, over getting the admixtures right, they create their slave force. But the first lot of the slave force wasn't fertile, couldn't procreate.
Yeah, but that's later. That's later. Remember, on the first trip, as I'm explaining, right?
Right.
They have to interact with whatever beings are on the planet, innit? Not all of them, but they took the obviously the most highest population, who were some type of humanoid reptiles kind of people. Do you get it? Yeah. Meaning their origins or what they were comprised of was reptile, because that's conducive to the planet. Do you get it? So, you know, just like most of us, we shed our skin and all of that. We've got, you know, we used to have gills, all sorts. It's another story. It's a long story anyway. Yeah. From tadpole to crocodile. Yeah. It's not that hard to kind of work out. But anyway, yeah, these beings, so from one of the beings that was here, he took a wife. You understand? He took a wife. So from that wife comes Enki. Do you get what I'm saying? But his original wife and his half sister, Antum, he has Enlil. You understand? Okay. So you're saying, one second. One is a pure blood, right?
Yes.
One has mixed heritage. Do you get it?
Yeah, but according to the Sumerian, so they go on with this. They go on with this slave race for a while.
Oh no! You see that bit, yeah? When they make the primitive workers, that's not even thing. That's really, it is down to just Enki, right? And Enki and Ninti and Erishkigal and Nergal. These were the scientists that did
Yes,
this,
that's
that made the primitive worker, right? And it's primitive worker, so they were made to work in the caves and blah blah blah. But what happened is that they used Homo erectus, because Homo erectus was about. So they used Homo erectus, and what else did they use? Something else. Homo erectus. Anyway, they sped up Homo erectus genes, yeah, through a process of whatever they do. You get what I'm saying? And obviously, that's how they made the primitive worker. But the primitive worker, as you said, seemed to be a bit too much thing, and somehow they've got the ability to procreate. You get me? They got the ability.
According to the Sumerians, they took the DNA and done from the what's it called now? The marrow, bone marrow. They took the DNA from the bone marrow, and they reordered it so that they.
That's for Adam, though. That's for Adam. That's for the Adama project. In the Adama project now, if we go into that, that wasn't even done on this planet, according to their story. They did that in a lab called Shinti on Mars. So this is why they say it's supposed
different to the version of Sumerian.
Yeah, they say that you can see.
Say that they create once they started to make them conceive, they had loads and loads and loads, and then sorry. Yeah.
Sorry. Before you say that, yeah, just bear in mind, yeah, turn to the front of your book, yeah, and look at the name of the author. Do you get it? So this is a person's version. This is a person's point of view. Like, this is not what it is necessarily. Do you get it?
Yeah, no, I understand.
There has to be a lot of processes in that individual's writing. Do you get what I'm saying? So there's a lot of other people involved as well. Because if he's just gone solo and translated the cuneiform text, which is not that easy, but can be done. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, and then made up his own story. This is why we've got what we've got. And we're going to clash when it comes to the information, because what I'm giving you is the real deal, and you're just giving me fairy tales. And I'm a fairy tale killer. So
I'm trying to listen to both.
I'm going to correct the wrongs. I don't mind. I've got all day. You get it? I've got all day to correct the wrongs, but yeah, trust me, they're wrong though.
Okay, so how do you match it up with the Bible then?
The Bible matches itself up with the text. That's something different. That's not got anything to do with what we're talking about, in a sense. Do you get what I'm saying?
Well, because the Sumerian stories do match up with the Bible. I'm asking you how yours matches up.
No, it does. It definitely does match up with the Bible. I mean, these are where the concepts coming from, because the Sumerians story matches up.
So who are the figures
One second. The Sumerian story matches up with the Egyptian story. So then in that alone, yeah, we also know all roads as far as religion goes go back to Egypt. Now, if the Sumerian texts are also repeated in Egypt, which is older, then it all makes sense. Do you get what I'm saying?
So Abraham and Sarah, they were Sumerian, weren't they?
No, they were.
Yeah, they were. Google it.
They were. What do you call it? Chaldeans.
They came from Sumeria.
No, they didn't come from Sumeria. They came from a place called Ur in Chaldea, which is on the border of Iraq and Iran.
That's where Sumeria was.
That's not Sumeria. That's it wasn't Sumeria at that time. If you're talking about Abraham and Sarah, that is like a
Abraham
province.
and Sarah were Sumerian.
Right. No, we're talking about, it's a province of Babylon at the time. You know what I'm saying? But it's an older city than Babylon, because it wasn't created by the person who created Babylon and the other cities. Do you get it? So they're from an older set of people. who just happen to live in that region, but they're called Chaldeans or Aramaeans.
Yeah, from Samaria, the region which is known as the
Right.
Samaria. So anyway, to go back, according to the what I've read, yeah, their version is slightly different to the version that you've got, and I'm not saying which one's right. I'm just saying it's different, because they go on to say that what happens is that one of the gods ends up sleeping with two of the slaves, or whatever, primitive workers, and therefore, because of their own admixture in the primitive workers to begin with, once that prince sleeps with the two slaves, he changes the biology of the child that's born.
Well, that's oh yeah, actually, sorry. The DNA mixed with the with the Homo erectus, yeah, was their own DNA. Do you get what I'm saying? In the sense of
that's what Sumerians say.
In the sense of Mama Ninti or Ninti used her DNA, because she's a woman, obviously. Do you get what I'm saying? Use her first self to incubate, in a sense, or use the first, you know what I mean, the first vessel to create the first primitive worker, and then from then on, boom, 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 we bang them all out. But there was none of that minor
but it was admixture.
Yeah, that comes in a later story, not long from then, but way long from then. Do you get what I'm saying? In a Yakub story, do you get me? That idea of playing with the DNA and making all of these kind of creatures.
Really? Because according to
because the root of that is going to take you to a place called Crete, an island in the Mediterranean. Right. Do you get what I'm saying? That's the root of all those stories of Pan and all of that. Do you get what I'm saying? Minotaur,
no, I'm not talking about
Go. Even Zeus and the Titans themselves. That is the root source of the whole story. But I'm going to tell you how that got to the island and a little bit later. Do you get what I'm saying? So yeah, that comes in a later story. So it's got actually nothing to do with the Sumerian story.
Okay, so according to the Sumerians, the sister, the mother goddess that you're talking about now,
Ninti,
she gave birth to the first slave, right? You're right. She gave birth to the first primitive worker.
Right.
But for them to be able to get the genetics to bind to fertilize, they had to use the admixture of Enki sperm and the sperm of a being from Earth. So they had to splice it. According to Sumerian.
Well, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because you're gonna need an egg in it. You're gonna need an egg, even if you're doing it gene-wise.
Yeah, no, they have to
egg. One second. You're gonna need an egg from these beings, and you're gonna need a sperm from a Homo erectus.
Yes, but they had to splice it.
But hold on, because his name's Homo erectus doesn't mean he's a mad being, or he might be a bit hairy. Yeah, that's explain the hair. You might say it's red or whatever, but I'm saying that had afro. It had afro hair.
It didn't say that it had red hair. It said that the being had a red down on its skin.
A red what?
Red down. It's like fine hair.
Yeah, that would
say
be
the hair on the head.
That would be Homo erectus. That would be Homo erectus.
When the child was born, that the child had black hair. I'm not going to say that it didn't.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that Homo erectus wasn't black either. Do you get me? I'm saying that Homo erectus is not what you think. He's not a monkey. He's a man.
I don't know.
He's a Homo. Hold on. Homo erectus. That means he was never bent back. He was always upright and standing.
Okay.
That was a good enough model for them to work with. Do you get it? That's already a primitive worker, but not one you could necessarily.
I'm trying to align things, but you seem to think it's a competition already.
Worker is like what you're saying. If in the mind's eye of most people, would be Homo erectus, but it's not necessarily true. It just means that person, one was erect and one was primordial looking, meaning like more kind of like, you know, like extra thick ridge and, you know, bigger skull and bigger frame and all of that. Like, yeah, scary if you probably saw, you know what I mean? But that's how primordial man looked. Do you get what I'm saying? They look all smooth and all that like now.
Well, when you look at Denisovans and Neanderthals and the Andersovians,
when you add the feminine gene to it, this is why man don't look like man look like their mothers. That's why we have slender features now, because a female was used in that process. But what was already existing before was so much man. You get me? Kind of, you know what I mean? It was like just the look. It was like primordial. You know what I mean? I don't know if you know what primordial means or looks like. Do you get what I'm saying? But they look scary. Some of them. You get me? Bordering on monkey looking. I ain't gonna lie. Do you get me? Some of them look like monkey-ish. Like, raw. You old school. They still exist, obviously.
Yeah, Lucy and Friplets. I know.
No, so I mean, these people still exist.
What I'm trying to say to you, right, is that because I'm trying to match up the two stories, and you keep sort of like going, no, right, rather than okay, is that what that's what that is? But according to ours, this is what ours is. You just sort of like so, and sometimes you're jumping forwards, which is confusing me. So according to the Sumerian, in the cuneiform, they say that the sperm had to be spliced because otherwise it caused miscarriages or birth defects. So they had to splice the sperm. They had to actually use the egg of the goddess, the sperm of the god, even though they're only just princes or whatever you want to call Anunnaki. But they spliced, but the nuclei came from the being from Earth. And then it bound. It was able to create a proper thing, which you would call a Homo erectus. But then, like I said, they wanted to make it able to procreate. They then played around with the DNA again. And then, after that, according to them, I'm not saying it's correct, I'm saying according to the Sumerian one, one of the brothers actually sleeps with the creations. Okay, two of them, two women.
And what's their name?
I don't know their names. Do you know them?
That's why I say it's like bullshit. Like I'm not hearing that. Like you can just throw these things. They throw these things up in the air. Like it makes it sound relevant.
They gave names, but I can't remember.
I don't know why. Yeah, anyone would think that man would sleep with the creation. There was no need. Do you get what I'm saying? How do you know that the person creating?
It wasn't a man. It wasn't a man who slept with the creation. It was one of. It was. I believe it was Enki. Enki slept with the creations. There's various stories that prove that Enki couldn't really keep his dick in his pants.
And then what was the end result?
The end result was the Adam and Eve. And because of that.
Wait. So now you're saying, according to this Sumerian version, Adam and Eve came from Enki sleeping with two of the primitive workers.
Yes.
And their names were. That's what I'm trying to say. And their names were.
I gave the names, but I can't remember the names. So anyway, these I'm just going to tell you roughly.
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
What was the need for gene splicing, if that's the case?
The gene splicing was because the you know, like in our world today, two different species can't actually have a child together. It would just miscarry.
Right. So they've got the science. One second. They've got the science, yeah, to deal with that. Okay. Now what?
Yeah. So they produced the two workers, Adam and Eve. Not Adam and Eve. Sorry, you get me confused. They produced the workers from that, and they carried on doing that for a long while.
So hold on, wait. Because you got to get a stage, yeah, where these primitive workers are actually working. Yes? Is there a stage in there where the primitive workers are actually working?
Okay, so you want me to fill that bit in? Because I'm
No. I'm just confirming that the primitive workers were created for the process of working in the mines, right?
Yes.
So who was working in the mines before the primitive workers?
The Anunnaki themselves.
Right. Is that said in your thing? Are they saying that in your thing?
Yes.
Okay. Just so everyone in the audience can be clear, yeah, what the process is going on, right? They've come down, they've been doing this work, been mining this gold. Do you get me? The reasoning I can also explain, but it's a long story for you. So they're mining this gold themselves, and then there's a disgruntlement because obviously within their ranks there's two sets. There's two sets, which is, I don't know if that's explained in your thing, right? So the higher order obviously don't want to do as much work as the lesser Anunnaki in a sense.
The higher order are the Anunnaki, the lower order are the Gigi. But in your text, you say they're spirit.
No, Gigi. There's no number. As I said, that's nonsense. Yeah. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well,
like, get it right.
Get it right. I'm going to tell you what.
But I'm saying if you've got, as I said, orbs of light traveling with you, giving you information, and you also yourself can change into a beam of light and skedaddle and blah blah blah. This is different entities we're talking about. Do you get what I'm saying? So they're not like the creation. You get it? There's nothing like the creation. Like, yeah, they know what they're doing. The only reason that the creation has any similarities with them is because of the Mama Ninti. So she's the source, isn't it? She's the source. But obviously using the DNA.
I'm not. When I'm telling you what the Sumerians say, I'm not saying that your version's wrong.
No, but there's flaws in yours. Big flaws in yours that don't make sense. Do you get it?
Yeah, okay, but I'm trying. I'm trying to compare.
Yeah,
I'm trying to work out which parts are real, which parts are wrong. So
I don't think you can compare the truth to a man's interpretation. I don't think so. I don't think you can do that. Okay, I think you can try, yeah, but I think you're just going to completely just mess up. Do you get me?
Okay. So, yeah. So according to what's written down, the Anunnaki were doing the mining. They rebelled. That was the need for them to create primitive workers.
Right.
We've gone through how the primitive worker came about.
Right.
After that, they needed to bring more maidens to give birth to the primitive workers, so that they could have more born. And then they carried on. They carried on with that system, but obviously they weren't producing enough primitive workers, so they decided to use the marrow to change the genetics of the future children, so that they could procreate. Once those
hold on. They must have in physical form the ability to procreate. So if their genes have been added, if Homo erectus can probably procreate because he exists, isn't it? Do you get what I'm saying? We're talking about things that exist. Do you get what I'm saying? So how did they come to being? Some have other mystical thing, but I think they have the ability to procreate. But one that does have the ability to procreate is definitely Homo erectus. So if you're using that as your base model, do you get what I'm saying? Added with the smartness and intellect and blah, 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 being older in the universe, contained within the DNA of, you get me? And you combine that together, yeah, you get a primitive worker. Cool, no problem. But there's nothing to say. Remember that we haven't added the bit about.
Okay, well, the reason.
Wait. The beings that came out of the interaction of them coming earlier before this. Do you understand? So when they came for gold, do you get what I'm saying? They did that interaction. So before they came for gold, there was already an interaction where the Anu himself came with a set of mandem. You get what I'm saying? And then those interactions were made. They left, they took the sun, they whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? And then came back on a different time. Do you get it? Again, another cycle, should we say? Do you get what I'm saying? We don't know how many millions or thousands or billions or whatever years is going between these times, but we know that it's a long time. Do you get it? So we can't just squeeze everything in one thing. It's not a thing like that. Time has no relevance in this. You get
Yeah,
it?
no, I understand that. I understand that.
So
and
it's
I will come back to what
understand.
you say happened before.
Yeah, but it's
later, because I want to understand that better.
If you don't get a direct translation from the people themselves, because we've got to understand that what the Sumerians had was text by the beings themselves, or the beings that were around when those Anunnaki and thing were there. Do you get it? And those could have just been straight up pygmies, or, you know what I mean, who were there, or those beings, you know, after the first interaction.
Yeah.
Do you get it? So it's going to be waves of how this information got to us. So even me saying, yeah, Sumerian, I'm saying that's secondhand information.
Okay.
If that's the way it's coming, because that's what it sounds like. Yeah, that's mine. That's mine, yeah. But no, sorry, that's not mine. That's yours. Yeah. It's coming from a person who maybe studied the information or whatever, has to study the language and all of that. And then that has to be verified that those people who wrote it did it at that time. No, that's not true. The Sumerians are taking accounts of things that are much older, or is it that they stumbled also upon those texts and that information because it was always about? Do you get it?
Okay, can I answer you? What I'm trying to tell you is that the first lot of beings they created couldn't reproduce. Yeah, can I just tell you what I know, and then you just
sorry, I didn't hear the bit you were saying in between. You said something about they were something. Go on.
Okay, so they couldn't. The first lot of beings that they produced couldn't reproduce.
Okay, couldn't reproduce. Okay.
According to Sumerian, then they played around with the DNA again, so they could reproduce. So they had more workers. At that point, according to the Sumerians, one of the brothers, one of the princes, Enki, then slept with two of the creations, which created, when they were born, Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve were then...
That bit is the bit I definitely disagree with, because we can't get a name for these individuals, of these primitive workers. But what I was trying to do was give you an out, in a sense of giving you the parents of these individuals and what species or what type of beings they would have been at the time. Because in the original text, that is all clear. Do you understand? Okay. It tells you exactly what's going on and exactly how Enki became, in a sense, the angel of death, because of the violations that he did in trying to make this Adam project go through. Not that he had personal interactions in it. No. When it comes to Adam, when it comes to Adam, they're already created. Do you understand? They're already people. They're already not the actual Adam and Eve. I'm talking about the parents. So the parents, you're coming as Enki to these people, different tribes, right? These two different tribes in the same type of region, yeah. And
Atom was the first. Listen, Atom was the first creation, but Adam was the first one that could actually mate. Adam is the product of Enki mating with the thingy. Atom.
No, that's not true. That's created.
True. Yes, no, Atom was the first being created that was upgraded so that it could mate. Adam.
No, but it has to be right. 1 second. What they're trying to explain is that, look, these two species are not the same, right? These Kishites.
No, they're not.
One second. Yeah. These Kishites or pygmies, are one species. They come via what we say evolution. Let's say evolution, right? They came out of evolution, what is natural in nature, and blah blah blah. That's how you got your pygmies.
That's the being that they use.
1 second. How you got Adam's parents is more along the line of what I'm trying to say when I say that Anu and his crew came down and bred with a set of beings to give you these basically giants who were the parents, or this tribe, these giant tribes, or we could call them Watutsis, because that's their title. Do you get what I'm saying? It hasn't really changed. But
okay, well, that's into your
so hold on, one second. So it makes sense now, because how there's people there. There's got to be people there. You don't just create someone from nothing and all of that. That's all a myth. What they're trying to explain to you.
Yeah, I understand that.
But then I'm going to explain how it becomes bone marrow transplant and that. Do you get it? Because some is done in the womb of their mother. Do you get it? So especially for Eve, because there's age disparity amongst them, right? But Adam's already, you get me, existing, but they've already done experiments before Adam is created, yeah? And then they also, once he's born in the womb of his mother and come out and did and go to that thing, they're also going to take him away, put him to sleep, and do other experiments. So, but at the same time, all they're doing is swapping DNA of both to make them compatible. So for the two species to be compatible, that had to be done. It doesn't mean they have to do that for themselves. Doesn't mean that the species they originally mixed with couldn't do that. But the reason why I say that the people they interacted with originally were reptilians, because reptilians definitely have the ability to procreate. Do you understand? So this is where it comes from in humans or in any type of species that's calling itself hominids or whatever. Do you get it? You have to have some of that, those beings that were already on the planet. Do you get it?
I understand what you're saying, according to
this is why the serpent is always the symbol of fertility. Do you understand? No matter where you go, whether it's Egypt or Sumeria or wherever, the serpent is always the symbol, because some tribes or something have serpent or reptile or amphibian, or you get me, in their DNA, and that's what they were referring to. Not that they look like reptiles or anything like that. Do you get it?
The serpents, the serpents refer to the DNA code, diroxyribonucleic acid. It also refers to alchemy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Alchemy is Kemetan. Is Kemetan.
Okay. Right. I'm not going to dispute that.
But you're going to end up in Egypt, because the idea of chemistry came.
Yeah, but can I get through what the story says, how it differs?
Yeah, no. But I'm saying that alchemy, that you mentioned, alchemy, comes from Kemet, because they were.
I know that. I'm not disputing that.
They were the one doing chemistry. That's why you get Kemet from chemistry. You get me?
Yes.
You get, or vice versa.
I'm not disputing that. Right. So according to the Sumerian one, Atum was the first child that was able to conceive out of these.
Adam.
No, Atum. There's two. Hold on. Let me tell you according to Sumerian. So Atum, according to Sumerian, was the first child that was able to procreate of the primitive workers. Adam was the product of Enki sleeping with a primitive worker, and so was Eve. Okay, so he was ashamed. He knew that he'd gone against the laws that according to Sumerians, that they weren't allowed to mix, because now what they've done.
I get what you're saying. Because Atum is the father of Adam, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. So exactly what I'm saying to you.
But not the direct father.
He's his direct father.
No, his direct father is Enki.
Listen. His father is King Atum, and his mother is Queen Lilith, right? They're just the head of the tribe. Do you get me? So you do go. That's why I said when Enki went to the head of their tribe, who are a tribe of Watutsis, a type of giant, slender people or giant big people at that time or whatever. Do you get it? That came from the rootage of the Anunnaki. Do you get me?
Right? No. Adam comes from Anunnaki. The primitive workers have got an admixture of Anunnaki, but they're not direct sons.
No, they're not sons like that. No.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Atom is from a primitive worker. He's the first primitive worker.
No. Atom is not from a primitive worker. That comes after. I mean, they come after.
Atom it is.
One second. They come after. You got to understand the first interaction when we say with Anu coming himself, right? The first interaction when he comes with his people, that's where those people come from. Do you get it? Even though they took Enki, yeah, there was many others that were left there. Do you get it? Because there were many people. We came down in groups of 50 guys, not on a bad boy thing, but on a piece of love. So many of them stayed and took them as wives. So this is how you had.
No, that comes later with Marduk. That comes later with Marduk, who's Enlil's son. That comes later.
Yeah, that's a different scenario, because remember that Enki is going to be taken away. He's going to go to the home planet. You're going to go on Nibiru. Like when they had that interaction, he took
when Enki goes back, he had to actually take the grandson.
He wasn't born.
Yeah.
He wasn't born on Earth.
He takes a grandson of Adam, which is I think it might be which might be Enoch. No, I can't remember. But anyway, so basically Adam, so he goes on to the Enki has now slept with these two primitive beings, female primitive beings that he was attracted to. They've given birth to Adam and Eve according to Sumerian. He's ashamed because he's broken the laws of ethics. He wasn't supposed to, and now he's created another new being, because this another new being is superior to the primitive workers because it's got more admixture of the gods, right? And it's obvious that they're not primitive anymore. I don't know how it's obvious. It could be skin color, it could be something else, but it's obvious. But the one thing that happened was that Enlil he took these children and he hid them in his compound, basically. And then his brother came to visit and see them. And he knew just straight by looking that they were not primitive workers. And he was angry because they were naked. Because the gods never went around unclothed, whereas the primitive workers did. And he was angry that they were naked. And this is where the story of the Garden of Eden comes from, because he goes directly to Eve and he says to her, "You are not of that status. You are supposed to be clothed," according to Sumerian.
No, stop saying that as well, please. I beg. According to your guy's translation, name his name or whatever, but don't say according to the Sumerians, because that's bullshit. Do you get it? Because everything you just said there doesn't even make any sense. But I'm just going to let you run with it because you're trying to explain your side. But don't ever say, according to the Sumerian, according to John Smith or whoever. Do you get it? But like, say it like that.
But the reason I say it like this is because I don't want people to get confused with your version. Do you understand what I mean?
No, it's not my version. I'm not talking about my version. We're talking about the truth. Do you get me? What it is. So I've got the original text, translated correctly. That's all it is. You get me? It's not no one's version or It's just correctly translated ancient text, right? Okay. So yours is different. Yours is authorized by someone it's their interpretation. So you cannot say Sumerian. They're trying to rep Sumerian, but let them rep what they are. If they're European or they're American or whatever, just say the truth. Do you get what I'm saying? Because that's like what we like to deal with is sources. If you're gonna quote, but you're making some strong statements when you say according to the Sumerian. Please don't say that. Do you get it? Because you know that's not true.
Okay, well, from what I understand, the cuneiform was first able to be before. I'm going to go off on a digress and then come back. Mm-hmm. Cuneiform was first able to be translated because of the inscriptions that were on the side of the mountain in I think it's Iran, where they had 3 languages that was already carved out in stone, nothing to do with Europeans. It was actually ancient people that carved it out. That gave the and you can still see it there till today. I need to look it up.
Well, that's funny because the oldest temple in the world is in Turkey, right? Right. The oldest stone temple in the world is in the Turkish region. Is in and the funny thing about that is the text they found there was cuneiform text. So
yeah.
And then they found a text they cannot translate. Guess what they called it? Archaic cuneiform. So like there's levels to this thing, it seems, where you supposedly got it worked out many years ago, but yet there's a temple that just got discovered maybe about 5 or 6 years ago, and they've got cuneiform. Yeah, one second. They've got cuneiform written down. They've got cuneiform written down, but you're calling it archaic cuneiform, meaning
that might be Arcadian.
You get it?
Yeah, that might be Arcadian. Arcadian's not the same as
no. Arcadian is Arcadian. We can translate Arcadian, and sometimes when you're talking,
it's not the same as basic.
But when you're talking, sometimes you don't realize you're speaking Arcadian. So when you say Adam, you're speaking Arcadian. But that's only a level of where the people are at the time things are being said. This is why it's a clear giveaway, that Adam can't be that old if we're saying Adam or Adamah of the reddish brown ground. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, no, it doesn't make sense. Adamah, what language is that? Where is it from? Do you get it? But we know that it is Arcadian. An Arcadian, Babylonian, Chaldean, all in the same time, same region. Do you get it? Just these different dialects of the same thing. So it's what time period we're talking about. And that has to be recent times, unfortunately. Do you get it? That's why they got 3,800 years for Sumerian. And I'm telling you the story of the Anunnaki is like 400,000 years or 450,000 years way back. Do you get it? So unless someone was keeping excellent records or something, or you know what I mean, how were the Sumerians able to do that with such a large gap? Unless they were the inventors of writing, and that was only one form of what they did, which is kind of the truth.
Okay, have you heard of a man called let me see what his name is.
Zachariah?
No. Okay.
Yeah, no, Zachariah is not the main source, Mr. True Hudson. He's like the 35th person who could translate those texts. 35th. So there was 35 people before Zachariah Stitching. Man, that ain't something new then. I remember they were discrediting up until recent times. Yeah, I was always a fan of Zachariah Stitching because I believed what he said. Yeah, in his own quirky way or whatever. They never believed him. He was not respected in the scientific community or nothing. Do you get me? Up until his death. And guess who took him on board? The conspiracy theorists. Do you get me? Your David Icke's, your Jordan Maxwell's, all of these guys realized, and even in some of the communities that he was in, they finally gave him some form of ratings. Do you get me? When planets are appearing, that Zachariah Stitching was talking about back in the black and white days. Do you get me? They really, someone put respect on him. Rest in peace, Zachariah Stitching. But someone put respect on his name. But he's not the only person. Trust me. Do you get me? Obviously, people in the region and whose languages stem from those languages. Do you get what I'm saying? Especially like the Egyptians. Do you get what I'm saying? The oldest form of cuneiform. Do you get what I'm saying? Written. But what about spoken? Well, then you'll have to go to the Egyptians and realize that they had the spoken version of that. Do you get it?
Yeah, I wish I had my old channel, but it got taken down. But on my old channel, it actually shows you the name of the inscription. I've forgotten what the name of the inscriptions are.
Yeah, they always perpetuate that myth about Zachariah, though, man. I mean, lately, I mean, there are some organizations close to me that,
No, I'm not
yeah,
talking
they've definitely
about
taken on the Zachariah thing. But nah, what we was taught was definitely listen to Zachariah, what he's saying, and his information was definitely like good. But when you had the real information, you could match the two up. So
no, it's this
that's
man.
how we know that Zachariah Stitchin weren't talking rubbish, but he
This is
weren't 100% on point. But even what he was on point with was way over
Judaism and Christianity.
This bloke, you might reckon, Paul, what's his name here? That's it. Paul Wallace. You heard of Paul Wallace?
No.
Okay, I'll play a bit of his voice. You might be able to understand him.
And new doctrines of biblical inerrancy to shore up the ship. So the idea that the Bible might actually be based on somebody else's stories was a bit of an embarrassment. It shouldn't have been, because Judaism and Christianity both find their roots in the story of a Sumerian family.
Right, so this bloke basically gives his theories and stuff. He's I think he's mixed race. He's certainly not white. But that bloke, he gives his versions of it and brings up all the evidence and everything else. I'll have to get back to you with the.
It's how he perceives it. It's how he perceives it. A lot of people perceive it many different ways. Even Zachariah Stitchin had his own interpretation of what he thought the text was, and that doesn't match up. That doesn't even what you're saying. 1 second. What you're saying that he's saying doesn't even match up with Zachariah Stitchin. Imagine.
Yeah, it does. It does.
No, it doesn't match up with Zachariah Stitchin, because Zachariah Stitchin was not saying that. Trust me, I know. Do you get me? As a person who studied that information, watched all these documentaries and all of that from way back in the day. Trust.
Okay, listen to this. You've heard of the human...
that human beings were intelligently designed with what they describe as arithmetic patterns and symbolic language encoded into our DNA. Makulov and Sherbak have identified 9 multiples of 37 scattered through our genetic code. Speaking to New Scientist, Makulov described the pattern as very hard to ascribe to natural processes.
Right. So this is when he goes and speaks to the scientists and brings the scientists up to prove
about what?
And the theories. So basically,
all theories, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, what does that matter?
All scientific
theories, though. Theories is more. I don't know. We don't know. That's what a theory is.
No, in science, they call theories as if they're almost proved. So that was
no. Stop all that. Stop all that. Can you look up the word? Can you look up the word? If you're gonna take time to play videos, can you look up the word theory? Please stop all that. You get what I'm saying? A theory, we don't know. We're just guessing. We just have it. Our opinion is. Hold on. I'll give it to you in a different way. Our opinion is, we assume that, like, these are things that's what theory means. Do you get it? Like, don't ever say that a theory is a fact. It's a theory is an idea of somebody's. Do you get it? How they interpret things. When they say, don't ever make science and say that, yeah, it's a scientific fact because it's a theory. No. The theory is something they're going to study in science.
So when they say the theory of evolution,
the theory or the question that's being asked is what's going to be studied in science. Do you get it? That's how it works. So you come with your theory, like you're coming with now, yeah, and then we put it up against the science. Do you get it? What can be testable? What and the real facts in that is what we can tangibly get hold of, or you know what I mean?
Mako, you think
the actual thing. No, listen. The actual thing is do you get what I'm saying? The actual thing is the fact. Do you get it? So if I've got this Rizla in my hand, that's the fact, isn't it? Now we have to we can make up theories on how I got the Rizla and and all of that type of thing, but it is what it is, isn't it? You can see, I can see, I got Rizla in my hand. Do you get me? Just a small pack of Rizla. Like this is the time for it, man. This is the FTK time. you get me? We're going to dispel all these European myths, because this is the problem. You know what I mean? We've got all these people out here with their theories and no facts. Do you get it?
Right. Listen. When you're talking scientifically and you say a scientific theory or the theory of evolution, basically they've explored every other avenue and they've retested.
Science, you see, with scientific theory, yeah, the scientific theory is a scientific theory is a process. So as I said, they take that theory and they
don't know what
do the test.
about.
Now, what is real in the scientific? One second.
You won't allow things to be spoken.
One second. What is real in a scientific theory, yeah, is the data. So what you're using to examine the data is what is actually factual, is what is actually real. Do you get it? So anything we do afterwards, do you get what I'm saying, is just experiments and thinking, and we can come to the result that is suitable for us. But we have to keep testing it to see if we keep getting the same result.
Thank you for allowing me today. I don't think we can go further in the discussion because you refuse to accept some truths, and I'm willing to listen. I don't know
what truth you're saying.
I'm trying to have a decent conversation with you, and you don't even understand that a scientific theory is completely different. It's a different terminology, and because of that, we can't go any further, which is a shame. Because if you're not willing to accept truths, then I don't know what we can do. Because science, everything that I talk about, right, from all of everything that I've explored, I can give you the breakdown of the story, and then I can refer it to modern times where it's backed up by anthropology, it's backed up by archaeology, it's backed up by scientific methods, and it's backed up by genome science, right? And I can bring it all to you. I can also bring to you the Bible where it fits in, Islam where it fits in, Buddhism where it fits in, and Jewish stuff where it fits in. Unfortunately,
no one's disputing that.
One second.
You're running away.
And you're just trying to dispute me to make yourself look good rather than actually learn something. I thought I was learning some stuff from you. Unfortunately, you don't want to reciprocate. Maku, I don't want to argue with you. I'm just not in the mood for it today. I've got Sunday roast to cook. I've enjoyed.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Anyway, you're exaggerating and thing.
No, thank you.
All right. You're gonna chat shit. You get me? A fact is a fact. Theory is a theory. You get me? That's what we're examining. You get it? I don't know how simply it has to be on stuff. Everything else is just trying to make some argument when it's no argument. No one's disagreeing with the stuff that she's saying. No. Yeah. What's your source? You get me? You're bringing me videos and things and tell me that's the source. You have to be clear on your words. This is what I'm saying. You say things like, oh, Sumerian, said Sumerian. It's the opinion, theory of somebody who watched the video or so he must have made up. What is that we didn't get no name? Yeah, what is that we didn't get no name? Bible's right there. You get me? The Sumerian text and everything is right there. Right? But I know it off my head, like it's so easy. I like to listen and entertain some of these fuckery. Get wrap the mic right. Oh, hear me? Can you hear me? Yo, yo, yo. Yo, can you hear me? Yo.
Yeah, I can hear you now, but it's like a very tinny. It's very, you can't hear nothing. You barely hear your voice.
What, before or now?
Yeah, before. Let me play my.
Yeah, I just put my headphones in.
What's it?
Yeah, your thing was loud, boy. That's mad. Let me see. Okay. Is that better? Hello, hello, hello. Testing.
Nah, that's fuzzy.
Is it?
Yeah, that's slightly better. I can still hear something.
Yeah,
Have you got a fan?
No. That's the motor of the
All right.
Yeah. But as long as it's not over my voice, I'm good, man.
So wait, you lot were talking about basically Sumerian Anunnaki coming to. You know, it's quite a long story, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's just
in-depth story. Why did they come for the gold though? Because you said that was going to be another long story, so I suppose now maybe a good time to address it when you fix everything.
Yeah, 1 second. So my eardrums just got blown out by your talk. Why does this keep going down? Is that better?
Nah, I don't know what's gone on there. It's gone back. A little airy. Sounds a little bit better.
What now? How about now?
Yeah. It's still a bit. It's not that clear, but still, you can still hear you. It's very bassy.
Very bassy, did you say?
Yeah.
What? Too much?
Too much treble. Too much treble.
I don't know how I can work that.
It's all right now. It's fine though. It's fine now. Better for me. I don't know how it's really for them. Because don't forget.
Yeah.
I'll put my I'll put this on pause and I'll just check how it sounds like on there.
Yeah, sorry. Back to the matter, man. What you want to know?
Yeah.
Everything is everything. Shut up, man. You don't even know what you're talking about. You get me? You think I'm listening to Jupiter, bros? That fucking numpty. You get me? That's a mad thing. What she's trying to explain to man, it doesn't even make no sense, bros. You're never gonna explain to me that a theory is a fact.
No, what they're doing is
that's just not gonna wash. Yeah, and me explaining to you. Sorry.
Yeah. So scientific, even like it's called a theory for a reason. Even if it's scientific theory,
yeah.
You still can't, maybe because there's more tangible, because there's matter you're dealing with, and it's not just sort of like a pseudo sort of spiritual type of theory.
Right. The scientific theory is data, right?
That means it's theorem. Theorem is actually proven theory. You know what I mean? Like factual theory, theory that's turned into fact. That's been proven. That's theorem, but a theory is still theoretical.
So does that make sense?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
I think it's more of a proving.
Do you have like the theory of relativity? Is it the theory of relativity? Is it the theory of evolution? Yeah. Or is it the fact of evolution or fact of, you get it? Like, what are we dealing with? Like, stop it, man. Right. How these terms are used is just normal. Are moving consensual circles with different types of people, and we understand it clearly. I don't understand how people like, oh, well, I do understand how Jupiter wouldn't understand that. yeah. I've argued with man over this. I've argued over the scientific method and all of that and all of that. It's all.
Well, the fact that she said it was scientific theory is fact. It's just where she's messed up.
No, she said theory is fact, and then scientific theory is fact. I was like, whoa.
Oh yeah, she said theory is proven.
But I said the only thing factual in that is the data. No, makes sense.
That's what theory. That's why theory is.
Yeah, because it's a process, isn't it? It's like I thought it's a process. Like you have a process. Like someone brings the argument, someone brings the theory. Well, I theorize that the universe is da 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 da. Okay, let's test it. That's the science. I like. And then the results is what we talk about.
Like string
theory. Never say the results are a fact because it always has to be testable. It has to be repeatable. Do you get what I'm saying? That's what the scientific method is. It has to be repeatable.
Yeah.
Right. And then you have theories within science. So a scientific theory is a theory within science. It could be in what's the thing called? Subatomic particles, or do you get me? Astrophysics and all of that. Man have theories in the disciplines. Like, stop it, man. And that's a dissuasion from the actual bullshit information she was trying to put out. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to shut down. But because I'm shutting her down and she don't like it, do you get me? Like, yo, yeah, I don't know about that fake Sumerian story, and stop calling it Sumerian story. Do you get me? Because you don't hear me doing that.
Yeah, it's not being deciphered from the text. So
that's nuts. You get what I'm saying? I got deciphered, and I'm saying even the deciphered text is second or third hand information. So then someone to write a paper on it or do a documentary on it, that's even further. Like, where's your sources, man? This guy is a joke, man. But I don't expect nothing better from these type of people, bro. They want to study man's thing and then tell you how it relates to religion. But we know this already. Doesn't even make sense. Where do you think religion came from?
So she's now, I don't know why a lot of people are really fixated with Sumeria. They're just trying to highlight it, give it that, extra level.
I explained that already a long time ago.
And then she's fallen into the trap of it, like, once again. It's like she's literally not conformist.
Yo, family.
Big up, Omar.
What you saying, G?
They are, man.
You know this little dickhead, the little spazzy little fucking geek in the chat, everything is everything.
Yeah.
Little spazzy little cunt in the chat, yeah, thinking he's getting slick. Listen, you dumb pussyhole. Gravity, when we talk about gravity, it's not the theory of gravity, is it, you cocksucker? It's the law of gravity.
Right.
It's not Archimedes' principle. It's Archimedes' principle. It's not Archimedes' law. It's not Archimedes' theory.
No.
Dumb cocksucker. When a theory graduates, it comes a law. If it don't graduate, it stays down there like a little theory. You understand?
Yeah. Right.
Pussyhole. I soon come back, yeah?
Yeah, man. Love, G. Get me? Well, you heard it there from from my brother Omar's mouth. You get me? Like, stop messing about. Like, because they give you terms and you need to go and look them up. And what's the reality of what you're saying? Do you get what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to say. This is everyday common knowledge, should I say? Do you get me? What people are looking into, it seems, is the obscure. Now the obscure has become main. Like, yo, hold on. Theories are now facts. Right. In what nightmare did you go to sleep? You get me? And that became true. Like, I don't think so.
Oh my!
I don't think so.
What's this Dr. Oyibo? Because apparently he made something near the theorem, innit? The unifying field theory. Is he Yoruba? No, he comes from he comes from one of the smaller tribes. Dr. Oyibo, have you heard of him? The physicist, Dr. Oyibo.
Oyibo, yeah.
Yeah. Is he's Nigerian, isn't he? Where's he from though? Is he from one of the smaller tribes?
He's from he could be Yoruba, it could be Igbo, mate. Ayibo sounds like both.
Yeah, no, you can't tell the difference, but it's very similar, both.
No, it might be the accent you're saying.
I think it may be Igbo, though.
Your pronunciation.
Because of the O and the O, the two O's.
That's true.
That's quite common in Igbo. Having everything
is everything. I don't even know what you're talking about, bros. And do you think I actually care? That's gonna be the day. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm not that guy. I'm not emotionally attached to nothing, bros. You get what I'm saying? Especially to people calling themselves everything is everything. What does that mean? Review. You lost a few strikes, nigga. You can't even do what I did or ever done.
Agent, bro.
You never do what I'm doing, so I don't understand that. It makes no sense.
It's like our biggest agent, bro, online, like the biggest fucking troll, bro. Not even black. Dude's not black, bro. That's a big troll, bro.
It don't even matter. I like people to have their say and an opinion. Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Their opinion is their opinion, innit? This is why I say more time I just leave things because I'm not emotionally invested. Like I don't get emotionally invested in this stuff. Do you get me? I like to discuss. I like to hear other people's point of views. Do you get me? And especially on subjects that I know about, I'm gonna have my say in it. It's my show. I'm gonna have my say. I'm just gonna say, excuse me, Jupiter. I think you're a little bit wrong there. I can see where you could have got that from, but here's the real story. No, you don't want to hear the real story.
Yeah, but if they're really into
this, it sounds crazy when people don't want to hear the real story because it doesn't involve some of the sordid things that they would love it to be. Do you get it?
They're almost willing it to be. Bro.
Yeah, it's like they want it to be sordid. They want it to be like, yeah, they did this and yeah, they did this. This man slept with a primitive work. What are you talking about?
Almost like
like, what are you talking about? That's a made-up bit. I don't understand that bit. The other bits, I could understand it. Do you get it? But that particular bit was like, wow, Enki did this and did it. Do you know that Enki's children, are involved in the project? So, like, where is he having children with? You get me? With the help, it doesn't even make no sense. His children are involved. They're the scientists involved in the experiment. Erishki Gil, you get me? And Nergil is the son of Enki. Like, you have to know whose children and all of that. Like, it just.
Do you subscribe to the story though? It sounds like it's more believable than any other type of creation story that you.
No, it's just a story, isn't it? It's just like an interpretation from or a information left by a set of people that continuous generations have kept that information till you've got Bibles and all sorts of different books. Do you get it?
You think that they could have been lying?
No, the capacity to lie is not necessary. Why would you keep records of lies? It doesn't even make sense. Do you get it?
That's what makes
sense. The petty way of thinking that we have as humans right now. Do you get me? Right now, is a problem. Do you get it? We always. That's why I said we always attaching the way we are in our societies now to the ancients, and I don't think that's fair. Still,
so you're saying that they basically came down when the Tutsis was actually one of the humanoids on the planet, right?
Right. That's all I was saying. Like, she couldn't understand that. It was just like something so basic.
Wow.
You want to space rise. You want to space everything. Do you get it? You just want to space rise everything.
But the Anunnaki were dark.
You know what I mean? Start talking about aliens and gods, and you didn't hear me mention none of that. I just breaking it down for what it is. Like, this is their explanation of what it is. Again, no emotional invested, just studied. That's it. Do you get it? Like people get too emotionally invested. Oh, what about it? I don't care. Do you understand? But let me tell you what I learned. That's it. Do you get it? Yeah. So where there's correction needed, it's going to be corrected. You get me? I was Department of Corrections before FTK. Because I was out here correcting wrongs, like people chatting shit. You get me? Claiming to read books and peer review. And does she look like she read peer review works? Come on, stop all that. Do you get me? Does she know even a single professor? We're in the UK. Like, you're supposed to pull up Professor, Brian, what do you call it? May,
you know
and
to be fair,
Professor Green and Professor this one and Professor that. Do you get it?
You weren't letting her down quite lightly as well. You weren't saying, "Oh, you're chatting shit." You was just like, "It's just, yeah."
It was a soft way of saying it because everyone in the chat was saying, everyone in the chat saying she was chatting shit. Why are you letting her on and all of that? I'm like, no, let me FTK. It's gonna be a soft one because I know what she's like. She's very sensitive, and I ain't even saying nothing sensitive yet, or controversial, or abusive to her.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If I come in with, ask a question, I'm not gonna try and, try and compete.
Well, it's good at first,
I get shut down, isn't it?
This is what happens when you got that knowledge. You get me? There's a lot of people who black knowledge don't matter to them. It matters to us. You get me? Black lives matter, yeah. No, black knowledge matters also because it's the source. You get me? So you can't be turning around looking at the source of all things and telling her, you chat shit, you're fake, you're this, you're that, you're that, you're that. Like,
it was interesting what you said, though.
You get me? Don't be upset because black men like to study, like to read books and all sorts. You get it? Don't be upset. Don't be upset. Don't think like it's just the other day. We're not internet children. We're not children of the internet. Google don't run my life. Or should I say NASA or Massa or whichever one you want? Choose your weapon. You get me? But make sure you know what you're doing. I've been sitting here for almost a year telling people, or more than 2 years, telling people that Google constantly removing information that used to be there. So if you want to find something, you're going to have to find a different search engine or something that's not run by Google. Mad thing.
Yeah.
Anything you want. Do you get me? It's not just confined to the information I'm bringing forth. I'm just saying, like, right, just in general, when I used to just go, hold on, let me just pull this thing up.
Not there anymore.
What the fuck?
Seriously?
Like, yo.
Filtering.
You acting up again. You acting up again. But obviously, if I'm smart and I know who owns who and for what purpose and I know what it is. So I explain it simply. Yeah. Google fucking deleting shit every single motherfucking day. Every day. You get it? Real shit.
Right. Interesting story though. I haven't really touched into that. I started with the Tau Ceti and stuff. Yeah, and that period, and I think that I got to a stage now where we're starting to realize that they didn't like Set, the people who overthrew the Nama and the new Egyptians. They didn't like Set in it. They didn't like that concept.
That's what we were told. You get me? That's what we were told. But when you really work it out and you find out you're children of Set or Seth.
Yeah, Seth.
You get me? In the biblical sense. You get it? So Seth is Set, where you get the name from, the root, we back in Kemet. You get me? So there's Kemetic names scattered all over the biblical texts and that, and references and Sumerian names and all sorts. So this is why such the interest from Europeans, but I don't understand it. One time, let me tell you, I had a collection of somebody's library that they were giving away, So me and my brothers going through the books, and we find different types of Bibles. So there's one in particular. It's actually 100 years old, 100-year-old Bible, right?
Yeah.
Had an excellent leather case, preserved everything. You know, this motherfucker had pictures in the back, right? of the ruins in Sumeria. So I'm like, black and white pictures of Sumerian ruins and, you know, the Babylonian this and that. And you know what I mean? Photos, black and white photos. I'm like, Ross, hold on, wait. But it says published 100 years ago, fam. What's going on? Do you get me? Wow. So what I'm saying is what they let off as information like back in the day, even then they change it. Because when we move forward on the Bibles now we're getting the same region, but we're not getting it in thing. They're concentrating on the Middle East bit. Do you get it? All around the Gaza where Jesus walked and and you know what I mean? Trying to give you a trail of man's existence, but it always seems to be in that Middle East region. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's mad. It's just changed from photos to map. You get me? But the photos gave away the secret. Like, you know more than you're letting on.
So basically 100 years ago they
didn't even have the Sumerian the fucking text. What's that text they got? The Dead Sea Scrolls. They didn't have that then.
Yeah, but
they didn't have that then. Do you get me? To confirm the Bible, they had text already. Yeah. That's how you make a Bible and stuff. Do you get it? For stuff to be to come out afterwards to confirm what's already been written means you already had a version of that text already. It's not complicated. Do you get it? Or rocket science. Right. Or spookism or mumbo jumbo. The book's already written. You know what I'm saying? Even 100 years ago when you're writing it, it's already written, isn't it? A couple centuries they've been running with that story.
Right.
Get me? Yeah, big up. What's going on? Where's everything is everything? Shut his ass down, bruv. What's wrong with him? He's having a bad hair day or something. I don't know.
Yeah, man, he's on some mad bias thing. I don't know what he's on.
Huh? No, he usually well behaved still. You come on my channel. I don't know, but yeah, some people get emotional in that. Get me? But yeah, sorry. Unfortunately, theory is not a fact. Not in this fairy tale killing establishment. Yeah. No way, no how. We're not accepting that foolishness. You get me?
That was interesting though. Conversation.
Yeah, no, it was going good. I thought it was going all right.
The gold bit.
You know, I'm a chef, so you know sometimes she must have got that flashback, that image. You know, you had the white people in the pot. A man's got a bone in their nose and that. And they're like, yes, is that nice now, yeah? You thought it was the jacuzzi. So you saw man cutting onions. see man cutting onions and carrots and all sorts in there. You get me? I'm dipping a little spoon in it. We're going to have Jupiter soup. Yeah, it gets hot in the pot. So that's what happens. Yeah. And as I said, look, we are... Us melanated people definitely absorb a lot of energy from devices, from everything, right? So you got to understand that some people catch fire. Some people can't stay around us too long before it starts getting hot. You get me? Like, oh, is it hot in here? Open the window or something. I got white friends who, they can't stay more than half an hour. Something's making them
see that. She's done a little bit of studying. She'd only been studying for 3 or 4 years, Sumira, and you just shut her down in about 2 seconds. It was quite funny, but you know, bless her soul, she's dealing with a Titan, in it. So just come back and do a bit more studying, Jupes, and then another year or so, and then you'll be up. You'll be on.
None of it. I mean, let's be real. None of it is none of their field.
You're talking to the encyclopedia, like
field of debate and discussion. Is way over some people's head. I think they think it's just an internet game that some people were doing, and just going speaker's corner into the unarmed, naked. Now, no one would ever do that. And that every discussion that you think we're having, we've already had. Do you get it?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So it's like
kind of easy, like when people are like, confirm your facts, bro. I've done this like 12 times already. You get me? My brother Yasha, he knows. definitely. We've gone at it. We've gone wars. When I've been 24 hours debating and bringing information and all of them type of things there. You get me? I'm trying to bring back the spirit of the old scholars and debaters. I'm not into this trying to be one thing and trying to be another and, you know, jack of all trades and master of thing. You got to master your trade and master your craft. It's like rappers being actors now, pissing man off. Yeah. Imagine you went to acting school and all that, put in work. Yeah. Same like being a politician. You get me? You go and study politics and do all of that, become a senator and da-da-da-da. And some guy with no half quality education just gets in the job. Failed business guy.
All right.
Do you get it? Like, it's mad. So yeah, I like to put respect, because I think a lot of people who was behind the camera stepped in front of the camera and stepped into the arena of debate and that. And expected to take some victories, where, you know, there's people who've been doing this for a very long time. Do you get it? And they're only versed in smacking you up with information. Do you get me? And the research you should have been researching, they've already done it. So they're sitting down, smarmy, like, all right, cool. I'm gonna let you hang yourself. Do you get it? Because that's not the established ideas.
Well, when it comes to
ideas, we're not talking about out of the box.
Exactly.
Nothing I've ever said.
We're talking about established ideas.
Yeah, nothing I've ever said is out of the box. Like, is things that are being heavily researched, and you get it in research labs all over the planet, and Area 51 or whatever. Or, you get it, or Grim Lake and all of these places, and you know what I mean. So when we even talk about aliens and all of that, it's like, it's jokes, but it's like, bruvs, at the end of the day, what are your governments doing? How much billions are they spending in that research? And then come back and laugh at me. You get it? Like, it's real out here, man.
No doubt. I know, and that's the thing. Like Area 51, aliens, of course there's bloody, you know, of course there's aliens on this planet. So I don't know, you know, when the moon, I believe now, the moon was definitely inhabited. Not the moon, the Mars was definitely had life on it. And so you know, with this whole story, man, fucking Anunnaki, it's believable, bro.
Anything is anything. If you're willing, yeah, look, the link is always here, man. I don't know what you guys think you're doing. Can't come on and speak for yourselves. But man, I think it's better that way rather than just throwing stuff in the comments, because I don't really answer comments, to be honest. Like, as I said, just let them run. I like to read. I like to think. When people say whatever and do whatever, innit? The mods are there to just like think you're a mod. Like, it's a mad thing.
Yeah, right. This mods thing is believable, though, bro.
You get me? Some people will say man's a troll and that. You get me? And like, I've had complaints. And I say, yeah, why is everything on your thing? Get me? Like, allow it, man. You sound like a child, man.
Man, a busy troll.
I feel better of you. I feel better of you, man. You sound like a pick-me right now, bro. You get me?
Yo, jump on.
See the thing there?
No, but look, we all know everything is that there is ice caps on Mars, and there's even a lot of these mainstream people are saying that they believe that it was like Earth. It had the same type of, you know, surroundings like Earth. That's what they're saying. That's what the scientists are saying.
Yeah, that's what they theorize. That's what they theorize, isn't it, Kingo?
Yeah, no, that's the theory. That's the theory behind it.
That's the theory behind it.
I do believe it's beyond theory because of what they've seen is, you know, when you look underneath a lake and you see the little divots, you know, like the patterns in the lake. There's so much.
One they supposedly, you know, actually gone there. You get it? They've actually gone there and sent vehicles, and rovers and all sorts on there. Do you get it?
Yeah. Yeah, and they could see the formations of how lakes are, so they could see that there was water on there. That's the only thing how you can really tell. You know, and they wouldn't have just left or subsided by any means, because that's a quite a big part of the land, the terrain. Is like you can always see from space, you can see where the sea is, and seas have like been and just like drought and just basically not there no more. So yeah, I believe that they're definitely from Mars. But the whole story though, man, of mixing with the Watutsi, there's not much difference between
23 million, 32 million. On a new building. I'm telling you, the things they spend money on is nothing, bro. It's just a joke out here. So at the end of the day, they put these things out like pseudo and all of this thing while we mill around and think about these things and, you know, estimate and throw accusations at our own people about these things. They're sitting back laughing and planning other stuff. So it's about focus. It's about what's really going on. Because if you're caught up in the intricacies of race and this and that and religion and on the level of what they're doing, it's very low. And these are instruments they implemented. So this is the real picture. Do you get what I'm saying, of what's really going on? So it's what level of understanding do you have that you're arguing from? Like, do you know how the structure?
Where are you getting your information from?
Secret societies and all of that work. Do you know that?
Your cults.
You know what I mean? Like people TR and on the surface of things, and but they don't really know.
Who do you reckon would be the best to study when it comes to like into sort of galactic races and, you know?
I mean, as I said, there's a multitude of information and disinformation out there. You get it? But as I said, like you heard me, I was talking about KGB releasing book and all that. I was like, what? Who put that on the internet? Let me look at that. You get it? Like, just things just...
Yeah, Russians.
You know what I mean? Whether it's true or false, yeah. And then you got like someone said yesterday, the Canadian guy, he was Minister of Defense or something like that, yeah, for Canada, and he made a speech about 16 or something like that different alien species that he knew for a fact, not a theory, for a fact were real, and the government knew about it, and it was all that. I was like, Ross, that's a lot.
You see, the Russians have definitely gone out the furthest, though.
As far as I know, there's a lot of space agencies. You get me? I always hear people bawling NASA, like they're the only one out there. And like, yeah, we got cosmonauts in the space station. You get me? We got the Chinese or the Japanese space agency doing their stuff, doing their filming and all that. I watched a lot of stuff. Trust me.
Right. What, from China, from the Chinese?
From everywhere, from every other agency. Yeah. Every other agency doesn't seem to have a problem with putting their stuff on the internet. That's what it was at a particular time. That's why I say Google has now restricted all of those things. When I used to go to the NASA website and all of that, watch them land on Mars. Where's the video now? You get me? You gonna make me sound like a crazy person. Do you get it? Because something I witnessed, I watched. I'm like, hold on, wait. This ain't the moon. Yeah, it's supposedly broad daylight. The soil looks kind of red, like a desert, that thing. But I was like, but they're telling man it's Mars. So I was like, yeah. After I watched it, it's about a decade ago, and then I must have gone back to it. I mentioned it in a debate or something, and then I said, let me go back and find this thing. To get me on NASA's official website.
Oh, it's NASA.
It was gone. Then I was left like a semi-mad man running around telling people, but they already landed on Mars though. And they're like, "Are you chatting shit, man? See all that pseudo, that Dr. York stuff, man? It's gone to your mind, Mackie."
Well,
no. I was just at home, minding my own business because I'm like a super nerd. Do you get me? The internet was new and what we could do on the internet. So we used to do research. A lot of the Dr. York stuff was pre-internet. Do you get it? It was like, yeah, like he cut it and paste newspaper articles or whatever articles he could find and always put who was responsible or whatever to get it, author and authorization. But yeah, that's how we did it. That's how he did it. Sorry. I was like, raw process of cut and paste. The question was, where did he get his information from? You know what I mean? That was the question those days. But what he was trying to do was what we're now calling the internet. That's crazy. Someone was doing that before there was internet. So now when we do get the internet, we can try and verify. And that's obviously what man tried to do. Every single thing. Yeah. Because he was always on a thing like, yeah, don't believe me, check it out for yourself.
Well, typewriter, isn't it? The internet.
I'm saying I'm motherfucking will. You get me? Because I'm a doubting Thomas. You get me? Like, God's gonna have to poke me at one stage, poke me in the head to make me know that there was a God. You get it? So, yeah, and I think most black men are like doubting Thomas in that sense. Like, something's gonna have to happen, or yeah, we're gonna have some proof of life. You get me? But yeah, after everybody gets their little revelation or whatever goes on for them, you get me? Then that perspective might change. You get me? But as on information, nah. Yeah, man. It was blessings for the internet at one stage. But it's coming like a curse now.
Wow. So I suppose there's a lot of things that I won't be able to see that you've actually seen. So you count yourself lucky.
Innit? Like, yeah, images, you used to have websites where you could watch dead bodies. Show me Tupac's dead body.
Yeah.
Like, we could get all that before. All them snuff videos, real shit. I mean,
oh shit, but I think that's all gone dark web, isn't it? That mostly made up in the dark web.
I don't even know where that is, but you can't find it anywhere around here. We used to get that on DVDs and stuff, or videos.
Dark web. I swear you got like a pay for a subscription or some shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about it personally.
Definitely.
I wouldn't really want to go and see them stuff movies anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, we used to watch them at home, man. Me and the missus at one stage.
Oh, sugar. I can remember there was where they tried
couples to come and watch. I wonder why they left early.
Oh, damn.
It's why they're like, you lot are different.
When you saying your evening of entertainment was watching snuff movies?
Yeah, with the females, because she wasn't scared of horrors and that. So obviously I wasn't either. So there was not really much.
I'm starting to think though, when I start to see deaths on the internet, I just feel like I don't know. I shouldn't have seen. Like it's like an energy.
No, that was Facebook.
Energy just enters.
What I saw worse than snuff was Facebook.
I don't think it's good for your subconscious.
From the days of snuff to now, the most horrible stuff I've seen, it was on Facebook. It's a mad thing. Do you get me? I've seen women get her head sliced off, and then man's like telling her to bend her neck so he can slice off the head.
Remember Augish.com. Augish.
You get me? Yeah, no, I'm talking Facebook. No hiding, nothing. Just
playing. Live leak.
Instantly playing on your thing. Like there was one where a man got hit by a train, sliced by a train, and they were carrying half the man. You get me? Like he had his arms around the next man, and there was no bottom half. I was like, oh my god, no!
Yeah, man, you still see that shit, bruv. Live leak.
Yeah, it's like
they censored it though, man. They censored it though.
Yeah, they never used to do that.
No, but I'm talking up to 50% more, maybe more, bruv. They censored.
Yeah, they didn't censor it before. It was just scrolling on your automatic. Automatic. Like, yeah, when they censored it, you have to press on it. You get me? And it's already saying something. It's already blurred out. It's like this sensitive material or whatever. Yeah, but before then, it was just on your page. Someone could post it on your wall or whatever until I locked my wall and all of that. Like, forget Facebook, man. I'm hardly ever on there, man.
Mate, Facebook has got no stuff, no sort of explicit movies on it now or content.
I just don't feel comfortable in talking or saying anything on Facebook, man. I've seen so many people go into groups and get kicked out and all of this. Mad.
That's when you know someone's bitch made, but when they've been on these platforms for 2 years and they've never jumped on, but they speak the most. That's
I know.
Bitch made shit, bro.
It's not bitch made, it's just their choice, isn't it? Like, if they don't want to jump on, they don't want to jump on.
I don't care how you trying.
Yeah, but as I said, when you're talking in the comment section, other people are going to get at you anyway, like, because you have your opinion and then other people have their opinion and they'll be like not agreeing or agreeing, whatever, innit? It's like, I'm not bothered. Do you get it? I think everyone should say and do what they want, innit?
Yeah, just
some things have consequences, obviously.
Yeah.
You must be tactful and sensible. It's like going on COE. You must regulate yourself because from the moment the camera's rolling, nothing's getting edited. So you learn it as an acquired skill now. Like it's like, yeah, COE.
Do you know the funny thing is I've got
Callum as well. Callum. When I was on Callum's show, it was like you couldn't swear in it, so he was like, "Oh yeah, let me find a different way. I'm gonna end up speaking bougie or something." You get it? Like, yeah, because it's like, yeah, you're not in that environment. I would say, yeah, could you allow it? Let's go. Yeah. Wow. Let's get it.
Yeah, man. Yeah, act like you ain't see me comment in the section.
Yeah, I was like, who's that?
Yeah, I ain't none of my original count. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta get another phone. I'm gonna go back under my original account.
What up?
What up? Peace to the people. Big up, blessings.
Yeah, man.
I know. I see you on the freestyle. You said, "Where the sun at?" I said, "I'm right here." Boy, you already know I ain't going nowhere. I got my shit on alert for Freestyle Friday.
Come on.
Sniper for the sniper. That's the only one I get an alert for.
Yeah, come on. What's going on anyway?
Ain't nothing but just easing, chilling, dude. You know what I mean? Maintaining.
Yeah.
I was listening to the female though when I first came in. That's how I came, because I just finished listening. I was listening to the Freestyle Friday.
Yeah.
I seen you popped up live. I'm like, oh shit, he on that. So I went over and then I hear the lady telling you with her theories and all this and the facts and support this and the theology, this and that. And none of that shit is irrelevant.
Exactly. I just tried to
irrelevant.
Yeah, it's mad. And like you gonna tell us the Sumerians? You gonna say the Sumerians said it? Like I'm like,
right.
You need to stop all that bullshit.
Nah, the Sumerians did say that. If anybody knows anything, those Sumerian texts are just documented records of how they wrote the story. It's not the original story anyway.
Yeah.
So.
And then it's even debatable whether the Champollion even deciphered the Medunetta.
That's true. Though.
It's even debatable whether this French guy deciphered the Medunetta as well.
Yeah, but people did decipher the cuneiform script. There's no doubt about that. Yeah?
Right. That's a fact. That's a fact.
My point is like this guy. I don't know if he was one of them, and it doesn't even matter if he's one of them because we've gone 20 years on from Zachariah stitching. So someone must have had a better version or made a better version, or you know what I mean, or even working off those workings and then doing their own interpretation. But I don't know what that means. Like when you're going to completely get the story wrong and you're going to add human attributes to certain situations, that's what I knew there were flaws from the beginning.
Right.
Do you get what I'm saying? Like you saying, yeah. Then Enki, he slept with the primitive worker, and I'm like, what are you talking about? No, man, no such thing happened. You get me? Stop all that. You get me? There were species on the planet. Yeah, before that. Do you get me? You forgot about all that.
Right.
Yeah, like I'm trying to explain to him. I'm saying like when Anu came, that's that situation that ended up in the situation of you talking about Atum. Yeah.
Say that last part.
I said that's gonna bring you to Atom.
Atom, yeah.
To Atom, because she went
right.
He was like Atom. No, Atom was made first. I said, who's Atom? Okay. Oh, you know about the father of Adam. Okay, I like that. I see where you're going.
Right.
But both of the stories, it was all confusing and it didn't make sense. But
nah, it didn't make sense.
And she kept saying that Miriam said it. That hurt my soul.
Was the primitive workers.
Yeah.
The primitive workers was the Amalulu.
Yeah, the Lulus, Lulu Amalu.
Yeah, that was way before they couldn't even procreate.
Yeah. You get me? And even getting the ability to procreate would come from one side or the other. Do you get it?
Right.
Like thing.
Right.
Like Homo erectus is there. You're gonna use Homo erectus as a model.
Right.
But he's already there, so he's already got the capability to breed.
Right.
And he's gonna be the source model mixed with Mother Ninti, and then they're gonna do experiments. Cool. Do you get it? So now you got Anunnaki DNA with Homo erectus, and bam, that's what you got, primitive worker. Cool, no problem. But what's that got to do with the Tites? What's that got to do with Tutsis? What's that got to do with Sidious and them? Do you get it? Like, what's that got to do with them? Like, it's got nothing to do with it. So, like, stop mixing up the story. And you can't give me a name. She couldn't give me a name. I'm saying there are these two maidens, and they had the kids, and they were the mother and father of Adam and Eve. Give me a name. No. But then Atum was made first, and I'm like, okay, so who's Atum and who? Yeah, that what they came from the two women.
That part.
What's going on? Makes sense. And then she got upset. So
I ain't got time for you, McCool. And it's today. It said hello, shit, and hung up. I said, oh, knew that was coming to that. Because you can't back up none of your fallacies.
You get it?
You don't even know the true story.
She's trying to play me audio.
Right.
Audio, right? Yeah.
That's what happens when you do your Google fake ass research.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. People are gonna be coming up in here and say, "Yeah, a theory is a fact, though, Maku."
Reading the wrong text because ain't nobody French.
You wake up,
man. Nobody French decipher no metadata, so they can kill her.
Yeah,
and it was been deciphered way before these people came along later. Zacharias bitching in on them.
Yeah. As I said, he was like the 35th or 36th person to translate the Medunetta. I mean the cuneiform script.
Try to convert it, right.
So you already had that.
I've got FTK, bro. I don't know if I'm
Go ahead with the fairy tale killer. Let's go.
All right. Shut it down if you want, The Maya, you said no African civilization had anything that was similar or was synonymous with the Big Bang Theory.
The what? Sorry?
Say that again.
Big Bang Theory. There was nothing that African group that believed in the Big Bang Theory or nothing that was resembled it.
African.
Is that what you said? Is that what you said, Maku?
Oh yeah. That's what I said. That I knew. Yeah, that I knew.
All right. Well, I think that was that. It says
where was that one? Where was the one you said?
I think I said it. Oh no, there was Egyptians believed that Ptah was the creator of everything in the universe, and I was trying to just get some sort of connection, but even in his name, that's like what an explosion sounds like, isn't it? But it wouldn't have been. There wouldn't have been
a theory. That's a theory.
But, that's my theory.
But it's not.
Okay, so with this one, the Big Bang Theory and the Mayans' complex theories. The Mayans of Guatemala postulated one of the most difficult theories of creation, which is recorded in the epic Popol Vuh, or the Book of the Community.
Can I stop you right there, though? Can I stop you 1 second?
Go on, pick that part.
Yeah, just the fact that you even said Mayan, it's not even old enough. Like we were talking about.
I was about to say that. Even Africa.
Anything from Mayans who came out of the Olmecs. Do you get it? Who are Africans who you get me? Left and went to the Americas at a particular time. So as I said, it's not really old enough. So Mayans can have whatever story, and again, it's across the border, isn't it? It's in the Americas.
Yeah, but you can't take away from the fact that the Mayans were African. So.
No, but the thing about the Mayans are mixed. The Mayans also have Eastern theology in their thing, because that's
I think that's the Aztecs. That's the Aztecs. They came.
No, that's who the Olmecs mixed with.
Who said it?
The Olmecs mixing first, isn't it? Right. And then everybody else is a subgroup.
Yeah. So the Olmecs.
You're right. They have a mix with the Oriental or the I Ching,
the Aboriginal,
and the Asians or the Indians that came in.
I thought they were mixed African though. Like they would have mixed possibly with some Aboriginal type.
Well, using the word Africa is where you're messing up in the first place, because we wasn't even if you're speaking in that time, there wasn't no Afrikaners or no name Africa. Being. Right.
Melanated being.
That's better.
Yeah.
All right.
So then your point falls short, because at the end of the day, we can give you the root of the Mayans, who are Africans, if you say, but second generation, because they have origin, and that will be Far East, no matter if it's Oriental or Asian, because those people crossed the Bering Straits at a particular time and then mixed with the Olmecs or the old Mexico or Mexican.
Right.
Do you get it?
Right. So early Maya, 2000 BC.
Right.
So
it's not that long ago, is it?
No, it's not at all.
Yeah. So when we're talking American, or we're going back.
So you wouldn't call them African then, really? You'd say mixed race.
No, I'm not saying that they're not African, because even the Asians and Oriental were Africans at some point. Do you get me? It's just different thing, and they're mixed, and people are mixing and doing different stuff. Do you get it?
Right.
And then it's going to continue anyway. When you get to the Americas, that you're going to have Africans who have come there in various waves as well. So we're only specifying Olmec because you said Mayan. So we're looking at the direct descendants of the Olmecs that we can tangibly.
When they're doing the Dogon, when the Olmecs from the Dogon, though.
Well, in a sense, but they were definitely from the region of Uganda and that type of place, that type of area. Do you get me? Where is the seat of power in ancient times? You get it?
Yeah, but not so much the caliphate sort of Mali inspired. It was more.
That's later. That's later.
Later, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah,
that's later. Still same family and everything, but it's all later. Different time periods, and people then get confused. So continue your FTK. Sorry, and
well, so it's debatable then, isn't it? Because look, at the same time, I give it a bit. Yeah, they advocate that the war began several years ago at a place named Quiche. The Quiche people existed. There were no animals, no birds, no plant. The face of the earth was invisible, without soil, and the sky was separated from it. There was a silence. The sea existed, but was calm and alone. Darkness abundant, with only rippling in the sea. It's just their creation story, basically. The mark existed, and within this realm existed the marker and feathered serpent. They formed an alliance and united their individual worlds using their thought. And Earth was formed by uttering these thoughts, by creating features like the trees and mountains, followed by wild animals. It is believed that since the first animals were dumb and could not speak the name of the maker and feathered serpent in praise, the first creation was a failure. So the marker had to redo. Shit, I went too far down.
Yeah, it's all right. I think we kind of got the drift. So they have their own, obviously,
creation. Yeah. Had to do the read.
I didn't hear no Big Bang though.
One sec. I'm getting to it. Marker redo creation 4 times over. The Mayan theory explicates the superiority of humans over the animals because they have been gifted the power of speech and thought. Okay, so even the Big Bang hypothesis, which is one of the most researched scientific theories, draws parallels from it's called the Creator ex nihilo. That was the work I just read just then. In his seminal work, The Universe of Green Dragon, author Brian Swimmy writes, imagine this furnace out of which everything came forth. This was a fire that filled the universe. That was the universe. There was no place in the universe free from it. Every point of the cosmos was a point of the explosion of light, and all the particles of the universe churned in extremes of heat and pressure. All that we see about us, all that now exists, was there at the beginning in the great burning explosion of light. So they're saying there's parallels to the story, and they can see that's where they've drawn a lot of information from. So these scientists are even going from parallels that they've seen from the texts, from the Mayan texts.
Okay, but you won't follow the Mayan calendar.
Who, me?
Is the end of the world is already
they've apparently predicted quite a lot of things.
Crystals is on the way to it.
Wait, let me see all the things that the Mayans have predicted. That's a huge list.
Yeah, so I know. I think the only FTK is that just not the time period is just not. It's not conducive.
Yeah,
everyone has their story of how they think things are, but it sounds a bit made up. It sounds a bit oriental. There's some Far East going on in there.
Yeah, but it didn't look like it was open.
Yeah,
I don't know. It
seems a
Where's
bit
my grip?
crazy.
I don't think
It's the brown bag. It's grits in there.
That, the Mayans would have only one.
Mix it up in there and put the top on it. It was gonna start.
Huh?
Give me a little.
But
your eggs is mixed in.
We never ever had
I
one.
don't know. I can't tell what this wet shit. Both of them
I
was
don't
plain.
want to just eat it.
Shit.
No, your grits was on your tray, right?
All of that because I got.
Yeah, sorry, King Gold.
Yeah, we're talking about the Mayans, isn't it? About how they predicted stuff. If they were questioning if they were actually African.
Well, there was. I mean, if you look at the Mayan statue, you see the broad nose and everything, and the curly hair and all of that. Yeah, there was as black as can be, but black shiny.
Yeah, we're not asking if they were indigenous, clearly, because they actually traveled. So, but
well, they were indigenous, obviously, because they were born on the land, didn't it?
Yeah.
Like they were born out of people who were already on the land. And if you want to say their predecessors were indigenous, then yeah, by all means. But again, indigenous to where? Because the whole planet is ours, isn't it? So maybe that's why
it's true.
People use that indigenous.
It's true, and I'd say all I'm saying now is that the people there now, the majority of the DNA, it will be what they call it Bantu, because they were the most civilized and established group from the Congo, the Congo regions.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
What I've seen is that the biggest and strongest, and where a lot of the languages and a lot of these people just around that have gone to different shores and shores in Africa seem to have the earliest sort of established place was Congo.
For who? For what are you talking about? Are you talking about what about Africans?
Like when it comes
out and go into the Americas before these men even knew what boats were. How about that? How about people negating those facts, or people just backing and forth?
We're talking about now with the earliest part where the free
backing and forth in between the Americas and Africa, and other parts of the planet. Do you get what I'm saying? It's just something we did. We invented boats. Yeah. So I don't understand why we ain't traversing. Yeah, we got streams that run from Africa to the Americas quite quickly as well. Currents, sorry. that take you straight into the African region and all of that. I mean, the Americas and right into Mexico.
You could take that back to Kemet.
Yeah, there's
to my Congo, Kemet. We've been coming over there.
South America, it didn't matter.
Boats didn't just started.
You could take a canoe. You could take a canoe and make the journey, definitely. But yeah, we had boats. You get me? And we're not gonna argue about boats, because when we get to boats, we start asking about Khufu's boat, and then it all goes left. The biggest boat in the world, and that. Like, forget your Noah's Ark and that. You get me? Khufu's boat stands the test.
Do you believe that life started in that Tanzania, Congo region?
What in origin?
Yes.
For what? For man, full stop?
Yes.
No.
And life? No.
No, I can't agree to that. I just think that will be makes no sense, because if we're agreeing that all the continents were together at one time, and I can't imagine the continents separating.
Now let me tell you why.
Wait. Before humans decided to go left and go right, that's our natural thing, to go left and go right. Like, what's over there?
Now let me tell you something. Where is the lowest? They say the lowland gorilla. The only place it can really live is in Congo, right? So if you look at the biggest of strongest primate, is where? Congo. When you look at the Congo, right? It's like there's got to, when you see the density, like the density of the bushes and the surroundings and the terrain.
Yeah, like bro.
Yo, one sec, and it's not far from Cameroon. It's not far from Cameroon. And Cameroon's known to have all different types of terrain. So when you look at that actual landmass from the south of Cameroon to the Congo, all the way sort of Tanzania and Rwanda, and then if you look at that particular landmass, that is the most thickest when it comes to bush. It's got the most lush savanna. It's got it's got the most variety of terrain and animals. Okay,
so what's your point?
So what I'm trying to say is that if there was a place where they would say it was a Garden of Eden on Earth and the sort of origin place of man, I would say that would be the place.
Really?
Yeah.
And if you put the two together,
the highest peak in Africa, it's got everything, bro.
If you put the two together, if you put America,
got all these lakes,
America back underneath the yoke, boom, right there, and then you see that the Amazon rainforest and the Congo are actually the same forest, the same jungle.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's my point.
You can see.
If you're saying that, then when it was all together,
but look at what's the hottest part of the planet now? It's humid. You point out the most humid, but I don't think it reaches the heat that Africa has when the sun is at its hottest. So that's why I'd say it is still another factor.
It's got nothing to do with the movement existence of man in a rainforest or whatever, right? Not every man was born in the rainforest. Do you get what I'm saying? All right, yeah, most of us maybe there was a time that the whole continent was a rainforest. How about that?
That's what I was thinking.
Right.
Maybe.
If that's the case,
not to the no, but whoa. Yeah, because if you think about it, everything that's going to subside, there would be the strongest that would be there to the end. So that's obviously the most thickest and the most densest. We wouldn't say it's the most conserved. It's not the most conserved because human beings are not that smart. So it's the places that haven't been just turned arid and uninhabitable. It would have been the most thickest and the most so it would show that that would be the most sort of the apex.
So hold on 1 second. What you're saying is for the garden or whatever. Yeah, is that what you're saying? The Garden of Eden must have been that region, right?
Yeah. Due to the fact that it's still remained so lush and dense.
So okay, lush and dense, and is it like really populated with a lot of people? Do people like live? A lot of people live in the Congo or in the Amazon.
No, not many people. Not in the Amazon, but I know Congo. I think it's a bit more. I'm not entirely sure because I don't really know about the number of people compared to the landmass. I know.
Well, you think the Congolese that I don't think there's many Congolese that live in the rainforest. I think most of them live in towns and cities and
of course, yeah,
and stuff like that.
I would say so. Because
as I understand it, no one even tries to live in the jungle unless you want to, like, and it's minimal. You're gonna get out 1%.
I don't think I haven't spoken about the Twa. I haven't even mentioned them. But if that's what you're referring to, I wouldn't say that we all come from the Twa. I haven't said that.
No, I didn't say anything like that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but they're saying that's the oldest people on the planet.
That can only be one part of the mix, isn't it?
Okay.
And obviously it's a marker. So like we're older than a marker. Do you get it? They're saying, oh, we don't. There's no more people from a certain particular lineage to these people, and they're the last marker. After them, we don't know what else, where they came from.
Well, that is so believable. So I'm saying that's why but you couldn't say you're 100% about this whole admix.
What? Sorry, I don't understand.
Are you 100% about the small with the tall admix?
Yeah, everybody admixture.
It's so believable, isn't it?
No, I know that everything is an admixture. Like the whole concept of Africa and what's going on in there and outside of there is about admixture. It's about people.
And you know what? I listen. I came up with that concept in my own brain, but my own mind. I promise you. I haven't read nothing to do with the scriptures. Nothing. I'm all fresh to it. I've made myself not be able to. I've read bits of it and I've caught whiffs of it, but I don't really want to get into it too deep. But I've put that in my thought. Wait, there's small people, there's really tall people, and everything in between. It could just make sense.
Yeah, but that's thing. I don't even know what your point is anyway. I swear
the range of people,
jumping.
The range of people. I'm just saying because I think someone mentioned about the Watutsi mixing with the Twa to create everything in between.
Well, I'm saying like if those two people existed in the time that Jupiter's talking about, that's what I'm saying. There was people about, innit? Like Adam and Eve can't be nothing new if those people exist, innit? Them tribes exist way back then.
Okay, yeah, but the white Adam and Eve story, yeah.
Any Adam and Eve story.
Yeah, but for their people, that would have been Adam and Eve, innit?
Well, she's saying it's coming out of the Sumerian. Adam is an Akkadian word, so yeah.
So yeah, so that would have been, and they would have been lacking somehow melanin.
No one had no issue with no melanin at that time. There's no
because
issue.
They're saying that story, the reason why they're running with this were, and you can see the early certain pictures of depiction of the Eve story, Adam and Eve, is that they're running away from the sun in Africa. Have you seen that one? And that's the white version of it.
I've never heard that shit before. So
you know,
get me. If you're in a rainforest, why are you running? Like, no, you're covered by trees and all sorts, isn't it?
Yeah. So what that is the white version of so Adam and Eve was never really it was never a black people's concept. It was
what you saw was them getting kicked out of the garden.
Maybe, or they were running. And don't forget, they would have been getting burnt a lot, and they would have had the same type of technology that we've got now.
What do you mean burnt?
Like, because, maybe white people leaving Africa was their.
Do you think Adam and Eve were white though?
No, but I'm trying to say they had their original forefathers. And obviously they would have most likely been lacking in melanin.
Yeah, but their original forefather is not way back when we're talking about Adam and Eve, isn't it?
Okay, yeah. But you lot are talking about
that's
the black.
More forward in time, isn't it? That's more forward in time. Like,
so that's why I reckon that's where her story is so conflicted, because they're trying to incorporate the white people with.
No, she's just trying to. Yeah, they're trying to incorporate their concepts. Not that she's trying to incorporate themselves. They know it ain't themselves. You get it? It's a far older story than what any one of them can explain. Do you get it?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just myths. I'm not even trying to intellectualize foolishness, isn't it? Like the evidence, the facts, the research, the griots, everything's there, man. It's already been done and studied. So one person's interpretation, you get me? And then she's gonna run, and then she's gonna say Book of Enoch and all of that. Like, bro, this is baby food for me. Baby food. You get it? Like, you should know this shit. You get me? If you don't know this shit, then you weren't really studying the particular discipline that you say you're into. You get it? If you do religion, then yeah, you would have studied a lot of this stuff. You know what I mean? Like, if you're atheist, you might have studied a lot of this stuff just by accident, because you're interested in archaeology, science, you know, all of these things that came out of this region. That's what's so That's what's so significant about the Sumerians. They gave you the concept of time. They gave you the concept of 360 and 60. You get me? And all of these type of things, like 60 seconds, 60. You get me? 60 minutes, an hour, and all of that. That came from the Sumerians. They gave you a concept of your fucking solar system. Like, you wouldn't know about planets and how many there were and what the sun was called and what the earth was called, and you wouldn't know none of that.
Now, is there any traces of these concepts come from Africa?
There are Africans, remember. Like, you got to remember that.
Yeah, but I'm saying you keep saying coming from Africa, but that whole region was the whole region.
Yeah, but no, you're not listening to what I'm saying. To the modern day Africa, like Egypt.
Okay.
Because don't forget, we've got, like you said,
what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about?
I'm trying to let it finish.
You're talking about ancient. Look. We're talking about ancient, right?
Yeah.
And we're talking about cuneiform. But cuneiform is a language of the Kemetans. The spoken. The Kemetan had the spoken version of it, as well as the wedge script, and as well as hieroglyphs. So you're going to find in some places, right, where there's cuneiform script and hieroglyph together.
Right.
So you know that it's one and the same, and people are just, you know, it's just tones, and it goes deep. Trust me.
So we're not negating that, but we've got to understand that there would have been two different land masses, Turkey and what we now know today is modern day Africa. And that landmass, and
it's not Turkey though, is it? It's not called Turkey back then.
It wasn't called Turkey. That's the location today, and
even Turkish people don't even exist.
It's not that far from Egypt, but it still is. It's still. You can see how it was connected.
But so what? What do you mean? What's your point? Like, you keep saying these things, and it doesn't make sense, because like that time it wasn't even called Turkey. It was called Sumer. It was part of Sumeria. It was like, what we talking about, bros?
Yeah.
So later on, it's going to be part of what we're calling Syria, or what we're calling Baghdad or Babylon or wherever.
All right. So we're talking about the days of Asia when Africa was actually called Asia. You know that, innit? Do you know that Africa was called Asia before?
No, I don't know that, bros. I know that they're calling that now.
They're called Africa.
They're calling that now.
They called Africa Asia.
They're calling that Middle East bit, Asia Minor. Like, that's what they're doing. So that's what I know. They're just trying to make Eurasia bigger, but it's never going to be as big as Africa.
So look, I know. So you're saying basically that is Africa. That's Africa.
That's new. Listen, that's new.
So what was that landmass called?
That knowledge and information came in the last 10 years. Like, I'm never going to accept anything that came while I was alive. Do you get me? Like, while I was alive and able, with my able-bodied brain, to understand, you get me? That people just make up terms and add them to things that, you know what I mean? To try
like
certain things.
Like separating Africa and Egypt when Egypt was part of Africa.
It's like thing, and now you want to change it, and you say Egypt is like another place, and then we all discover that Egypt is part of Africa.
All right, so Maka, you telling me that they were doing sacred science and art in all locations around what ancient Africa?
Well, I'm telling you that probably would have been nobody's business.
Ancient Kemet.
Yeah, but that's the
whole point of it. That's the whole point of it. Like, we're not like you Europeans. 1 second. The European side of you made you ask me that question.
No, I'm not disputing that.
The African side of you knows, the African side of you knows, we are the masters of keeping secrets. We invented it.
Yeah,
right.
Secret schools and all of that. Yeah. So, like, some things
that's why we fell. That's why we fell, because they
no. That's why you're failing right now.
That's why Africa fell. Bro.
Yeah, that's why you're failing right now, because things go in their place. Like, we don't do jumbled up. We don't do this. We invented best foot forward, left, right. Yeah, military shit. Yeah, that's it. Stand on your square.
I have to educate you on the money.
Stand on your square. Hold on 1 second. Stand on your square. Like, all of these things are perfection. We deal with perfection with our information, with how things progressed and we don't let all this European mindset, like, it's mad, like what they've done to us, because it's not just you, they've done to all, and we've had to unlearn the fuckery we learned and then relearn information, real information. That's how life goes, it seems. Do you get it? Unless you can find a balance where, okay, that's what they meant, but they didn't really understand what it meant in depth, what was the root and the soul of it. Because this language maybe I'm using doesn't have soul. Words don't have meanings. They just have interpretations and all of this. And you get me? They have more words that connect to it. And then the word connects to a sentence. Like, what? No, in Africa, we say what we mean. Words, every word has a blood clot meaning. Yeah. So we know when we read text or where we find anything when it has that African spin on it. You get what I'm saying? Where it's done by our people. It's got an essence of us. Do you get it? Because we don't deal with lies. Our ancestors ain't got time to be sitting there writing scripts and carving lies into clay and stuff like that. Like, yeah, European concepts. This is why when Europeans translate it, it comes out as some fantasy story. It might be a Romeo and Juliet.
Way more philosophical
thing. It might be all the stories you can think of. Beauty and the Beast. Like, everything is just because they try to kill us with those concepts, and like, this is what your people did. That was the failing of Egypt. Like, what are you talking about? How about we left? How about we left there? Fucking 10 years of drought is going to make anybody move their black ass to somewhere more fertile. I don't know about no fool. The fool was, letting Europeans in what we call Alexandria, but we never ever allowed them into our sacred places. They just made up shit. That's why the Egypt that you know is actually Alexandrian Greco-Roman, because they weren't going to go no further than that. What was the vested interest in that? This is where you're...
Say that again. No. Hold on. Rewind that, man. No, I've got no. The Egypt we know now is Greco-Roman. What's that? What's the comparison? Why do you make that comparison?
Not that it's a comparison. These are actual facts that actually are out there. We know what it is.
What they've whitewashed it.
When we deal with Alexandria,
that's where the word
you got a
Egypt comes from.
When you leave Africa, when those Greco-Romans left, they went back to Rome. All of a sudden, you've got religion, Catholicism, Catholic, holistic, worship of the Sphinx. Do you get it? Cleopatra, Mark Antony. Like, we know how the game goes, bro. So, these man was in Africa for 3,000 years. They were in North Africa, and not one time did we ever give them one parchment, indoctrinating them into a school or nothing. They had to make their shit up. Yeah, what they saw on the walls of the sacred places, they thought that was the information. When I keep telling you, that's like local, that's standard. Do you get it? Oh, how to cure corona. It's on the fucking walls, bruvs. Do you get it? We ain't gonna tell you no deep stuff. And then King's List, maybe. Who built this shit? Well, you're gonna kind of know. You got a tribute.
You're tributing that to the Hittites or the Hyksos. They didn't build much of that.
Hyksos or nothing. No,
that was but you're saying that they European.
You're not talking about the Hyksos dynasty.
Yeah, but you're talking about they whitewashed Egypt.
I'm not saying they whitewashed Egypt. I never said no Hyksos whitewashed Egypt.
Well, so you're saying that the Hyksos were the Greeks?
No,
I'm saying Greco-Romans.
Right, pay attention. Greco-Romans, they're the ones that named the place Egypt. The dynasties are named after them. That's when they was in control.
When they was in control, and it's the last dynasty called the Ptolemy, a general of Alexandria, or Alexander the Great, supposedly. Yeah.
Okay, but they were the earliest. Was it how many? Was it 8 or how many? What was it? All black. They were all black from King Nama on. We're
not talking about the dynasties. They're the last dynasty of Egypt.
Right. They was the
dynasty. Is the Greco-Roman.
Yeah, I know.
Washed out now. It's washed out. They're bare King Golds up in there. Do you get it? Yeah, bare King Golds up in there now. It's mush. You get me? It's washed out.
No, not mine. No, they're romantic. They're Latin.
True.
I'm not Latin. I got no Latin blood in me. I've got no Latin.
Finish, man. Let me cook, man. You wanted to smoke.
How you tell me it's loads of King Golds?
You Greco-Romans who really were Jews who ended up being Greek and then ended up converting and changing to being Roman, mad stuff. But Paul and Saul is the perfect example of that. Say nothing, right? So these people came over to North Africa, and if you see the little fucking dot where they live and they're calling it Egypt, it's a fucking joke. Yeah, it's just a coastal town. Do you get it? They built their little temples and little their thing as a copy of the real cities, like Memphis, like Heliopolis, like that's far away, fam. Thebes and all that. That's far away.
Wait. I need to hold you back again.
You have to cross some Sahara to like
another claim.
Yeah,
you just made another claim. You made another claim.
You get old traveling from Alexandria to the real shit.
Oh, Bob, how the fuck did you get from Jews originally owned the Greco-Romans, but we know that the original Jews came from the Middle East.
They're not original. They just joined in. They're coming out of the Caucasus Mountains.
Yes, that's right. Because they were
listen.
They were slaves. They were slaves to Romans.
Listen, they're coming out of the Caucasus Mountains. So I'm not going to go back that far, innit? I'm just going I'm not going to go back to when they were Khazars. I'm not going to go back to when they were Canaanites. Hold on, one second. I'm not going to go back to when they were Canaanites. I'm not going to do all that. Jebusites and all that. I ain't got time for all that. I've done that already, right? I'm just going to say Jews, went to Greece. Jews then pretended to be Greeks, and then later on pretended to be Romans, right? Plain and simple. And then went over to Africa and pretended to be Egyptians. Ta-da! Voila! You get me? Bon appetit.
But with the Egyptians, they took them over and then proclaimed themselves pharaoh, but they were only known as kings, right? Because you can't be a pharaoh unless you come from the dynasties or whatever, or Africa.
Well, was Cleopatra a pharaoh?
Yeah, but all the white people that took over were classed as kings. They weren't ever classed as pharaoh.
So was Cleopatra a pharaoh?
Yes.
Okay, cool. That's it. That's the last one they had, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, cool. So that's my point. Because her brother before Ptolemy was the pharaoh. Yeah, they can put titles and whatever. You know what I mean? Because Pharaoh and all of this is Greek we were speaking, bro. Like, you're not speaking African. You're not speaking Medunetta. You got nothing to do with us. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, there's different perspectives going on here. And obviously, Europeans are only going to be concerned with when they or their ancestors were in Africa.
Wasn't she Abyssinian and Nubian?
Well, then where's the Ptolemy? How did she end up in the house of Ptolemy? Born in the house of Ptolemy? Ptolemy's not African.
Well, wouldn't she mixed race though?
Cool. If she was a King Gold, that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, she was. I think she was.
So that's the point.
No, but she weren't mixed race white. She weren't mixed white.
Didn't it? So it's already got to King Gold levels. Like, yeah, we got to King Gold levels now. It's all mixed up. It's mulatto. It's octoroon. It's whatever. Yeah, not like it bothered anyone. I'm not saying it was as a problem, but obviously in the behavior patterns of those people, yeah, we already knew we had to move the sacred schools. So all of the sacred information was not accessible to them. That place was deserted, like sand and all of that, like high up. Like it's gonna take Napoleon to come and clear all that shit, and then Champollion, and then Howard Carter. Yeah. As you go down the list, do you get it? So for a long time, like we're not there again. We're not there. We've moved. We've gone back down the Nile. We've gone to more fertile lands. You're not gonna have a
Sudan
that's gonna kill millions of people if you don't move your ass. So we moved our ass. We've got the fastest superhighway and the greatest source of life on the planet, the Nile. We can skedaddle, get on our boat.
Could you arguably say that the strongest Africans, really, on that landscape now, are the South Sudanese? They've kept them at bay, innit? Basically.
I don't even know what that means.
I mean, because over the years, the Egyptians would have been trying to break through. They were trying to break through to Sudan for ages, weren't they?
The who?
Weren't the Egyptians trying to always break down invade Nubia?
Yeah, but Nubia is like the parent. So sometimes, yeah, there would be some
Sudan
civil wars, but a lot of the pharaohs, past and present, were Nubian. So
if you look, there's Sudan. It goes Sudan and Egypt. So obviously, it's a connected landmass. So that would have been the only thing holding back the sort of mixed race King Golds.
No, it wasn't the issue for these people then. You get me? Because no Europeans even traveled that far down into the continent. Do you get me? That's a myth. Do you get it?
Yeah.
You stay to your little Alexandria, do you get me? And where your Roman counterparts can come and visit you and, show them the glories of fake Egypt and all of that, your little theme park that you lot got around there. And that's it.
You can see the faces.
The libraries, hold on. The books and the libraries and the theology that they say they burnt, no. They left and went to fucking Europe. They crossed over the Mediterranean to Rome, yeah? And then boom, that's it. Hid that shit and created the Vatican and started their bullshit. Do you get it?
They created pure white statues of Chichi men, isn't it? Bare Chichi men statues, boy.
Well, that's the influence, as I said, of the Jews reaching and changing up how the format of Greece was.
So you're saying, but what period? So what group of people were they named? They weren't named the Jews. They weren't named the Jews then.
What?
They weren't named the Jews when they touched down into Egypt. That was not a Jew from Mesopotamia. So what were they called?
No, there were no Jews, man. These are straight up fucking Ashkenazim, motherfucking
Ashkenazi,
yeah, fucking Jews, bruv.
Yeah,
us Israelites. You get me? Yeah, the devil's seed, whatever you want to call them. You get me? Right out the cave. Now, as I said, no Europeans was born in no cave. Man have to be taken and escorted to such places. Like, it doesn't make sense. Do you get it? Like, if you don't believe the story, you have to believe that at least. If anyone's gonna run around talking about Caucasus Mountains, no one ever born in no Caucasus Mountain. Yeah, dumb. Yeah, no one was born in no caves. Yeah, people were taken to that place.
Yeah, I believe that.
Across the desert, naked. Yeah, you're gonna blister up then, bitch. You get me? Because of their bad behavior. So at one time they were civilized people, but just misbehaved. They had to be removed from society and placed in quarantine. That's the first quarantine. Yeah, and they had more than coronavirus.
Fucking hell, yeah.
They had leprosy. They had all sorts going on. You get me? This is
well. They
shit.
Talk about a lot to do with Ashkenazi, but they talk about Khazarians now. What's the Khazarians? Yeah. They're like more of a nomadic.
Them Khazars and everybody else fighting in Europe at a particular time was them. Do you get it? they infiltrated every society or civilization. Do you get me?
Of nomadic people, innit?
Their time was the 1300s. Yeah, they were horseback. The Khazars was big in the 1300s, and then they just supposedly fizzled out. No. They just spread to other parts of Europa. It's Europe, isn't it? It's like they're not even crossing the water to go into Rome, go into Greece, go into Russia, go into everywhere. Do you get it?
True say.
Right. But they're particular. Let's be particular that these people that we're talking about are special set of people.
Nomads. And they're mixed with the Mongolians as well. So that's why they're so warlike.
You would think, yeah, because of the location where they were incarcerated and where they resided. Because if you see,
they married into a lot of the Mongolian royalty.
Caucasus Mountains are, and you see where Khazaria is. You get what I'm saying, or where the location where they say it was, it's not far. Do you get me? So it makes only sense that if a man's coming, people are coming out of the mountains. Do you get what I'm saying? As they make small towns and move on, or villages or whatever, move on until they get to some proper civilization. Yeah, it's gonna be like caravan shit. Yeah?
When you see
caravan shit, that's what they're gonna be doing. They're gonna be
caravan noses, right?
Into a town near you.
Well, they're gypsies. They're like gypsies. When you see their noses,
gypsies,
right?
They're regional gypsies. So my point is like in that. I mean, you can see it in the modern day how they've infiltrated every country. They're the hand behind the hand of whatever president, and you know what I mean.
You can see a lot of their noses on Roman people
or royalty. So when you say that these people are the devil, like they're the devil's seed, it only makes sense because the things that the devil would have, it would be the luxuries and the things that we think are great now. Do you get it? Like, I got myself a car, I got myself a house, I got myself a thing, I got myself a, you know what I mean? They're giving me money to be an actor or a rapper or a thing or a model or a da-da-da. These are all the devil shit.
Yeah.
These are all material. That's what I'm saying. So the devil's thing is the material thing. And obviously, that's why I said you're in the plane of the supposed devil, if you look at it. Do you get me? You're in the plane of physicality. So everything we're thinking about is physical. Something to eat, something to da-da-da-da. It's all physical, isn't it? You know what I mean? So we're in the realm of physicality. There's another realm where things ain't made of or think in the same way. Do you get it? But if we looked at the levels, we would know that we're at the lowest level. And that's what I would consider like hell.
So you would say that
he's already in hell. He's not in heaven. He's in hell.
Oh, so I know where you're coming from.
Yeah, there might have been talks about when he was in heaven, but yeah, he's in hell right now. Do you get what I'm saying? In the pit. How's the pit? There's no pit. There's no hole around here. So what I'm saying is, he's on the planet. The planet is his prison. So he gonna rule it. He gonna be the master of it, and he gonna have dominion over everything in it. So it is what it is. If you can't see that, then boy, it's peak. They say the greatest trick the devil ever played was convincing everybody he did not exist. Bam, got you right there. There you go. FT motherfucking K. You get me? You might be like, Mackie, man, what, you believe in the devil? Man, telling you, man, I believe in a great many things that people wouldn't even understand as a concept. Do you get it? I do believe in devilish men, and people can be devils, and people are devils, and people are jinns, and people are all these things. But that's all superficial. It's what your soul and your spirit is saying to me.
So do you believe that this plane?
What's your soul saying? Do you have one? Do you get it? Am I just talking to a spirit? Do you get me?
Or yeah, but they talk about the white person vibrating on a lower vibration. Does that mean because they've got less soul and that is that soul reflect how much melanin you've got in your body? Do you subscribe to that?
Oh well, does it make sense to you?
Yeah.
Did you say?
You say Caucasian or white people?
And did you know why? Because our bones are more dense. Black people's bones are more dense, and that's got a lot. That's got a lot to do when you measure vibration. You measure it with density as well.
Okay, so something vibrating through something dense. Obviously, the thing that's dense is more difficult than something that is what light. Yeah,
it's stronger. Yeah, it's just stronger. And
like
for example, yeah, the vibration.
That's the stiff white people shit you're talking about. Yeah, that's not an indication of a soul, is it?
No, I didn't say it was soul. Cool. What are you saying that? I didn't say nothing about soul.
Yeah, you're talking about. So what are you talking about? Spirit.
Yeah, you said did they have a soul? You did say that. You said lesser soul.
Yeah, they have much of it or a spirit. Yeah, they don't vibrate on the same.
But I asked you, did you say Caucasian or did you say white people? Vibration. Did you say white people or did you say
less electricity? Yeah, huh?
Yeah, I can't agree with
white people.
Kingo, go like white people are not old enough, to be involved in any type of creation story. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
I know.
The idea of being Neanderthal and that's all rubbish. The white people you see here and now, came from you and your people there not that long ago. The white people of ancient is the white people of ancient. That's something else or someone else or some. You get it? The ones that you see now everywhere along the planet, only came at a particular point, and that's only recently. So we share more DNA right now than if you could imagine it thing. But for me, it is only the other end of the scale. If you ever looking for evolution, that is it. Evolution is that how you can go from me to Asian to a Chinese or whichever way around. I'm not being specific. Do you get me? And then down to a European. That's all it is. It's just you get me?
Yeah.
System like boom. At one end is like this is how it started. Somebody who looked along the lines of me, whether the hair was straight or the hair was curly. Do you get it? Because that only depends on the cycles of the periods of the universe that we're talking about. Do you get it?
Right.
So it could have been beings with thing, because how do you know that Lucifer is not a being who's black with straight hair? How do you know? Beautiful looking. Do you get
exactly say that?
Beautiful. I don't want to call him a grown man beautiful, but you know what I mean. Glistening.
Yeah, you say that straight and curly hair just
right. So then also if that's the case, that's the case of everything on this planet, in the majority having straight hair or fur. Most things having fur, to be honest. Do you get what I'm saying?
So this curly trait is
so then having curly hair is something what? Unfamiliar to the planet?
There you go.
Yeah, then it's extraterrestrial, isn't it? Let's be real.
That which ties in, to what I was saying about how
So where did that come from? Where did that come from? This is my point.
Okay, no, fair enough. So you could say that, because the white man's got hair, they've more likely got genes that are more conducive to this planet, right?
Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, everything's got hair or fur on this planet. Do you get it?
Yeah.
There are only a couple of things that have an afro.
Exactly. Yeah.
So my thing is that then the thing that's dominant, either is not the original, showing through the straight hair or curly, straight from curly, or shows a change in a process. Do you get it? Because you can have straight hair and that not be straight hair, or as you say, European hair or whatever. Yeah, we have black people, obviously African, who have completely straight hair, wavy hair, curly hair, all the way to Afro hair.
Right in it,
yeah. So I'm saying like that is like an insignificant fact as far as I know, as far as Africans.
What happened to kinky?
Yeah, now kinky. I said it. I did say kinky. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No, sorry. You're right. Yeah, kinky, which is kingly. Yeah, as you know. But yeah, so yeah, that came at a particular point and at a process, or is it a process that's been here and there has to be some form of mixing?
I reckon it was food that maybe altered the genome.
No food that you can eat, because everything exists in it, like natural fruit and veg and all that and thing, and killing animals that would have been.
Well, when you look at coils, they're very synonymous with electricity, and there's a lot of electricity inside the black. I think there's the more electricity flows through black people.
So that's
true.
That can reflect in the coils of the hair and stuff.
No, I'm just saying that. Look,
yeah,
if Europeans are from us. Yeah, what you call the Europeans or white people are from us. Yeah, in a more recent time, and the ones that are we're talking about every day, our friends and that, are closer related to us than we actually think. They can't be relating themselves to older time. Do you get it? Because that's not your story necessarily. That's the story of a set of people who maybe came and looked like you into the dirt, because many ways can come with the same result in a sense. Do you get it?
Yeah.
So you can have people who came looking like that from outer space. Why is no one ever talking about that? Or some people do. They call them Nordics. They call them all sorts of names. You know what I mean? They say they got ears like elves and all of that. Oriental looking sometimes, cone head sometimes. You get it? But they say that there's definitely people out there. So I've been talking about the black ones. You get me? Something they don't necessarily.
So who are they here modern day? Who's the Anunnaki modern day then? Who are they?
They're various. They're around. You'd probably.
But they're still black though. They're still black, right?
As I said, it doesn't take long for the change to happen. It can happen within
3 generations.
2.
Wait, you're talking about depigmentation.
But people have to mix. So then that means a form of those people always have to exist.
What, so they didn't bring any females with them? So you don't think they brought any females with them?
Who?
If that was the case, people who are from Mars, supposedly.
What, the Europeans, you mean?
No, the Africans. They wouldn't have been. Anunnaki wouldn't have been. I wouldn't have said they would have been white people. I'd have said they would have been black people.
Yeah, most definitely. Like, there's no argument there. I mean,
no way. Yeah, there's no way.
Time. And even then, they would have obviously, if they're not from here, they seem to have more wavy. That's why I always mention that they had wavy beards. Do you get what I'm saying? But Afro hair and all of that, I was like, okay. And they seem to be like about 9 feet tall. So that is not something that I can identify with right now. Oh, I can, but yeah, it's a long story. There are tribes of people who look like that right now in Africa.
So you could say that the people who rule this planet could possibly be from them people.
Yes and no. I mean, some of them would claim that, and then other them would obviously not acknowledge the fact that other beings were also on the planet, because with the biblical and all of that, this is not the story for the whole planet. Do you get it?
Yeah.
So we can't be ignorant and say like, look, there weren't other beings as well as beings coming down and actually telling people where they're from. There were probably beings that you couldn't even talk to, couldn't communicate normally or whatever, and they were just hostile. Do you get it? On a kidnapping or whatever, you know what I mean? So there's some beings you can talk to, like the ones in the sea. How are you going to talk to the beings in the sea? Do you get it? Do they have technology? Do they have their Wi-Fi? You get me? Okay. Do they have their Wi-Fi symbols and all that? They don't have that. They might not have the telepathy or whatever you have or whatever. Depends how advanced they are or how primitive. Do you get it? Or how polarized they are.
Yeah. Wow, I'd be so surprised if it was actually black people that fucking rule this planet.
Well, I wouldn't say rule this planet now. I mean, there's lots of factions, as I said. We've got to acknowledge that there are beings out there who are like reptiles.
Well, I reckon the front door of the inner world is Area 51.
Who obviously look like humans. Like that V shit is probably more on point than anything.
I reckon Anunnaki live in the middle of the world, and Area 51 is a front door.
You said
they're just raping the shit out of it.
I can't hear you.
The Anunnaki, I reckon, live in the middle of the planet, and Area 51 is a front door.
Interesting.
Personally, what I think, and they're just taking it. They're just manipulating it, doing what they do on Earth.
What led you to believe such a thing?
They're definitely taking it over. I just feel like I'd just start to just meditate and figure out what they would do if they came in touch with aliens and stuff. They'd be heartless, bro.
See, I have a problem with that. I have a friend who just like passed away a couple of months ago, and he used to tell me the same thing. He used to say like, I don't read no books. I ain't read a book in 6 years. I just dream. I just get me, and it comes to me. I'm just not convinced by that. No. I don't like that type of thing. Like, I find that irritating because it's just like, no, man, we're not putting no effort, no work, no research. You just want to freelance. Do you get me? It's like, that's crazy. You know what I mean? I know some might think that's what I'm doing, but it's not. I got to freelance from what I know.
I am touching the realms of unknown, but I'm definitely touching of the unknown. Definitely not the unknowable, because it's quite possible that they could have had intergalactic wars, and they'd speak about it a lot. But I'm just trying to think about how they.
If you don't read the material, if you don't read the Upanishads and that, you won't know about that intergalactical war.
Yeah, they've taken a lot of that shit down, I think.
If you don't read the Book of Enoch, you don't know about this intergalactical war. If you don't read the Bible or certain books, Revelations and that, you ain't gonna know about no intergalactical war. But all been mentioned and in various texts and all of that. It's just for you to piece the puzzle together, not just freelance and just think, yeah, maybe this and this and this and this is this. Yeah, cool, but it has to be based on something that's, or
that's one thing I want to do a bit more though, is read some scriptures and see what sort of.
Yeah, I think you'd be interested in some of them material. You know what I mean? It is difficult to get good versions, but generally, they're not usually extreme like Jupiter's version that she was reading from.
Bro, I've been reading some creation stories, man, and they are like, fuck. Just hard to even fathom how it's even possible. So I don't really, in that sense, I don't want to really fill up my hard drive with just rack attacker, man. Just fucking, you know what I mean? Mumbo jump. No. Yeah. Because already, man, I'm trying to take information and sometimes I'm losing it. So
yeah, the information is a lot. So as I said,
something called paralysis through analysis.
Over one night, there were man studied and researched some of this stuff. This took a long time, many years.
Have you heard about paralysis from analysis?
Paralysis from analysis.
They call it paralysis from analysis. If you
do you get that?
Overload your mind. No, everybody. It happens to everybody.
No, it never happened to me.
Paralysis for it's a natural thing. If you overload information, so if you're like a computer, take for example, there's only a certain amount you can put into your hard drive, or there's only a certain amount of information your CPU can access at a certain time before it crashes. So it's just, you know what I mean? It's not it's nearly impossible for you to be able to, unless you've got some sort of savant type brain for you to remember near enough everything that. So if you try and study too much, a lot of stuff in a short space of time, unless you're you're high on an autistic scale and you know how to channel it, by luck, you won't be able to retain that information.
Well, you might think, anything that passes through your subconscious or passes through your brain ends up in your subconscious. So even though you've got a hard drive, you've got a harder drive.
Yeah, but that's called junk. What do you believe in the junk? The whole junk theory.
Junk what though?
It's like junk cells or something, where like you get emails, and when you can't fit it in your immediate sort of folder inbox, then it slides off into the junk mail. So the junk is just like the inactive, I don't know, not important.
Everyone it does that. So that's what keeps you balanced, isn't it? But to access it is a skill that you learn, or do you get me? Some people have it naturally. Like I can just access it as at will, innit? Like because that I was actually interested in, so it's not that difficult.
For interest with an understanding allows you to be able to,
and a vivid imagination as well, because you're gonna that's why young days I used to collect comics and stuff. So there's nothing that I read from these ancient texts and all of that, or all of this information that surprised me or anything interesting, because that's my interest. You get me? My first interest was studying space and stuff, studying the planets and getting a telescope and that.
Oh, sugar, yeah, that's what I was thinking, man. You know that in depth, bro. Literally one of the first people I have known to be able to even name any of these stars and constellations.
Yeah, a lot of them got Islamic names as well. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, not Islamic, Greek, and then modern day as the people are discovering things. Halley's Comet, But Halley's Comet was
all right. This is a good one. I'm just trying to bring it to my junk mail. What's the significance of Saturn and Islam?
I couldn't tell you.
All right.
What do you mean Saturn?
Saturn,
Why Saturn in particular?
Because they're saying something about out of the crescent moon or something, the symbol, and something to do with the
crescent moon is the moon, isn't it?
But they said the way it's put together, so it's got something to do with Saturn. It's like, you know what I mean, when it's got like a number or like whatever sort of like radiation or whatever Saturn gives out. It's got something to do with
again your people. That was their science.
Yeah.
Saturn, Saturnalia. That's the worship of Saturn. Saturn is the father. Is another word for Satan. Do you get it? Like these people have been.
I'm saying that we had YP doing that, bro. I think it's YP that pieced that together.
So,
like at this earlier stages, like we're talking 6 years ago, maybe.
Yeah, it doesn't even make no sense, man. Like, get your facts right. Stop checking. But yeah, no, that has a different connotation. The crescent moon and the star. You get it?
You know the significance. You know the significance of that, then.
Of course.
Yeah, so it must have been something else. So it definitely it was something to do with Saturn. It was one-off sort of information. So
yeah, but any Saturn stuff is not good. It's not good. There's a place in the biblical that's called Saturn before it was called what it was called after. Do you get it?
Yeah.
And then that was the home of those people that that in the Sumerian story that they backed up when they got here.
What, the Titans?
No, when they got here, when the Anu got here to see the woman, take a woman from here, yeah, they were at that stage. They were at a particular stage in their development or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
They were like serpent people, or they had serpent origin, but what does that mean when we still got that now? Because whether they say a serpent or whatever, it's still a reptile.
How do you have a black reptile? What are we talking about? What are you talking about? Because they say the Anunnaki were.
Okay, so what color are reptiles usually?
Brownie.
Right. So, and then before that, what color are they? Well, all right, let's go amphibians then. What color are mostly amphibians?
Greeny, sort of dark green.
Right. So, what happens when a green leaf, withers and dies, and what color does it turn?
Oh shit, brown. Yeah, yeah.
All right. So then that would mean necessarily that we, at some stage, were green, and through oxidization, yeah, which is the rusting, that's what you see here is rust, yeah, we became green, like olive, like an olive. Do you get what I'm saying? Because I asked someone that, they said, yeah, you know, like that olive color, and I was like, what, green or black?
Wait, it turned from green to black. No, so you say the oxidization turns things red, right? That's why Mars is red.
Yeah.
So we're saying that it would turn from green, the dark green, to sort of black, a blacker hue.
To a rusty color.
Oh, like a brownie, like brass.
Like a brown, like a dark brown, like a, you know, makes sense.
Nah, now I'm getting okay, but we're talking about see, how can that, like, how the fuck can dark skin reptilians come and create out of the humans humanoids over here a slave to be able to get everything out?
I didn't say no dark skin reptilians did anything. What dark skin reptilians are you referring to?
No, we're talking about the Anunnaki story, right?
No.
Well, weren't they meant to be reptilians?
They're not reptilians. How can they be reptilians?
Or they had reptilian blood?
No, I'm saying that the people that they mixed with from the planet already had reptilian blood.
Oh, I thought that's what you said.
Yeah, because they call them serpent people or snake people or whatever. Yeah, but they weren't actually in appearance. They had no like snake-like features or nothing. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
how would they know that they would have come from snakes? Then that's the thing.
Because
reptilian
reptiles dominate the planet, and one, they sent them here. They sent them here in a previous cycle.
Okay, yeah.
So it's like an imprisonment edit. When you talk about fallen angels and all of that, that's that reference.
So it's pretty much the reptilians dominating the primates.
Well, no, I think on the planet at that time, they found their own place and they called it Saturn, relating to their home planet, which was Saturn. So, but they was kicked out of another abode somewhere in Orion down here. So that's what that's what you call, you got quarantine, mate.
What, and you actually believe in that story? What's that, the Sumerian thing?
Mm-hmm.
What, and you believe in that?
Well, I just explained it to you.
Yeah. Okay. But it's actually, you couldn't say it's a completely crazy story, because I do believe that there's aliens, so fuck it.
Anything that the Sumerians say considering the amount of concepts and thing we stole or we took from the Sumerians. Do you get what I'm saying? To help our modern day lifestyle. So it's definitely related. And it's definitely a good source of the information.
They couldn't live on Saturn because Saturn's a gas planet. But there's moons, solid moons that are orbiting Saturn.
Do you think reptilians can live in most harsh climates? I think
yeah.
I think if that's your home planet, you're pissed. I think it is like a living hell for you. You get me? And you would want to, as available possible, move to another location.
Definitely.
But yeah, in the story they set up base and all sorts.
They're saying that the brain of a snake or lizard, they can what do they call? What do they say they can do? They could vibrate or something. Their pineal gland, and they can. What can they do? Something that is synonymous with a really intelligent brain.
I don't know, man, but yeah, your small brain is supposed to be your reptilian brain. So I don't know how you got reptilian brain in your body and you ain't reptilian. Mad thing. You get it?
Yeah, man.
Your basic instincts, yeah, but you ain't reptilian. Well, okay. You're a tadpole, and we know that amphibians become reptilians. Or either way around, I don't even know. You get me? But yeah, one or the other. I swear.
So you believe that reptiles dominate the universe?
No, I would say they're kind of like the opposing force in the universe for these hominid type beings. You get it?
Yeah, I agree.
And then they're also trying to be like them as well.
Who? What, the reptiles?
Obviously. So they must be upright standing. Do you get me? 2 arms, 2 legs. You get me? Just looking reptile-ish, but in different environments. Obviously, they can be like chameleons. They can shed their skin and adapt to the environment. So all of that. So looking human, I don't think it would take them long to get to that stage. You get it? Like maybe a generation or something. To become adaptable to this climate and all of that. Do you get it?
Yeah, I need to look into this Sumeria thing more. Because now what I'm hearing about is reptiles and fucking Anunnaki ain't reptiles, but they are, and all the rest of this shit.
No, they're not. They're definitely not. Yeah, but we got the there's 2 types, remember? There's Anunnaki and there's Anunnaki. You get me? There's ones that were came down and there's ones that were sent down by Anu. You get me?
Right.
So the ones that were sent down were the disagreeable, you get me, Anunnaki or whatever.
So you think that basically all black people are foreign to this planet as well? So literally there'll be no humanoids.
No, I think that a lot of the, especially with if you come from those Khoisan and those pygmies that can't be explained. You see, the Watutsi can be explained, which we've been explaining.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
The Khoisan and the pygmies cannot be explained. There's no beginning to that story. Do you get it? So obviously they were here first. They were here before, and while other beings was here. Do you get it?
Yeah.
And then obviously they would have been raping and pillaging from them, which some of the stories say. Do you get it? Took advantage of the little people, and then started to create. You know what I mean? Because even in the Sumerian, it's an experimentation, and it's forced. Do you get it? It's forced on the people. Like they're telling you, like, we want to make a new set of people, yeah, special set, and then we're going to test them by putting them in a special environment and see what the results are. Do you get it? So that's what they did. The people had no choice. You get what I'm saying? The beings had no choice. They had to give over their children or give over their wives and that, so people could do bone marrow transplant in the womb. So where did
the reptiles come into this story then?
Reptiles are always about, man, because obviously they're in the blood of Adam's family.
All right, and this is what we've been speaking about. That's
they're in the blood of Tutsis. That's why their hair is wavy and all of this type of stuff, because those little kinks and little changes take significant amount of time at that time to get it, unless you sped up time.
So that could be literally debunked by just saying there's way more variation in the African gene pool or the melanated gene pool.
Or the human gene pool or the Homo sapien gene pool. That's what.
Yeah, it's just way more variation. There's just straight hair. There's just no because they've got genes of.
No, that's the end. That's the end of the trail. That's the end. That's like the end of the evolutionary.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's
for Homo sapiens. So they're all part of the same species, but you can see what's happened. You get me? As the genes tumble, you get me? You come to the end, boom. You're white. You're European. Do you get it? But you're still.
So you're saying that so the Watutsis aren't actually they're supposedly from Mars, but they are the creation of what the people from Mars made out of.
I didn't even say they was from Mars. You know what I mean? They're supposedly from another galaxy, or let's just keep it simple and say they're from Nibiru or whatever.
Yeah.
Like Jupiter would say. You get me? If they're just from Nibiru, then it makes life easier. You get me? We don't want to go into risk and all of that. And Aluan, they're home in the 19th galaxy.
So basically, these Watutsi people, they are meant to be mixed with.
Right. So that would explain the height, why they're so tall. You get me?
But they're mixed with. I'm going to read it. I'm going to go and read this to me because I've never actually really looked into it. So I'm going to go and read it myself. I'm going to go read it myself after this, actually.
So yeah, there's many types. There's two types. As I said, there's one that came down and raped and pillaged and was sent down. And raped the little pygmy people and all of that to creating a new race. Yeah, and then there's ones that came. Well, how the pygmies got there was via what we're calling revolution or evolution. Like they once were something, smashed into thousands of pieces or whatever, or single-celled organisms, and worked their way up to becoming pygmies and Khoisan. You get me? Mostly coming out of the water at one stage. So yeah, they would have had some amphibian. You get me? Traits and origin, and reptilian, because obviously we're born in an egg sac and we're dealing with eggs and all of this type of stuff in our conceptions and all of that, and we're tadpoles inside the.
Yeah, we do see number of animals that have various different types of traits that we say from different animals.
Right, but not many.
Not many, yeah, and the ones that.
You identify. There's one that you can't identify as anything that you've seen before. Do you get it? In the forms of the fetus as it's going through the stages. Like one day, it's there, round with the feet, tadpole stage, and then the next stage is this. You get me? And then it goes into this kind of pig-looking kind of thing, and then it goes into what would you say? Like a bloody alien, to be honest.
It does, yeah, it does. It like alien.
Yeah, and then it goes into what we're calling a baby after that.
Then you see just a big head emerge.
So that process that's happening very quickly in the gestation, obviously it's happened somewhere else and could easily happen in the water. You get it? So when we say that you came out the water, rather that you're made on the land and all of that, yeah, a section, because that would explain the people who came out of the water, who are the original people of the planet. Do you get it?
So the original, this is what I'm saying. This is they put it down. Original people of this planet were the Twa, the Pygmies.
Yeah, but if you look at a Twa, his skin is very fair and pale, and obviously, I'm saying, and I'll say it now, that they are the descendants, and they are the descendants of Greys. Do you get it?
Of what?
Or sorry, Remedians, yeah, which are Greys or troglodytes, reptilian Greys, who their DNA was crash landed onto the planet. So there was no actual being anymore. That's why I mentioned smashed into single-celled organisms. So from single-cell organisms, these beings worked their way back up to what they were originally, and then eventually walked out the water. Get me? You can choose to believe the theory or not. You get it?
Wow, that's mad. Oh, what, like the liquidator, yeah?
No, it just makes sense in the sense of like, if you have a single-celled organism, you say all life started from a single-celled organism.
Amoeba,
Where did that come from? It would have been from outer space or something. Do you get it? Because it wasn't here before. How can you just start with a single-celled organism? Where did the single-celled organism come from? Had to come from somewhere into this liquid or thing that we're calling the oceans and that. Do you get it?
Yeah. So you're saying that the same process happened elsewhere, which is how we could account this is where we get the Watutsi account from, right?
I'm saying that no, the Watutsi account
that came from another place.
The Watutsi account and the Pygmy or the Kishites, as they were known at the time, right? And the other ones were Atomites, right? They were known at the time are just the Watutsi and the Taites or the Pygmy tribes, or the Khoisan, if you want to say. Do you get it?
Yeah.
They're just the Pygmy tribes. You get me? The complexion varies for the Khoisan. That's another thing they don't tell us. Do you get it? They're not all Khoisan are light skinned looking. Do you get me?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's just normal looking ones like, oh, just look like Mandan. Just small afro, like, yeah. You get what I'm saying? Dark skin, whatever. Like, okay. You know what I mean? Even I was shocked.
So these reptile beings are pretty.
Yeah. So these Remedians became what we know a single cell organism because the craft they were in crash landed into the planet, causing obviously endless grief and realignment of bare things on the planet. You get it? Called Bear's destruction. It wasn't a normal crash. The crafts were like a couple thousand or 100 miles wide and all of that to get it. So this shit ripped the planet in half, more or less, to get it. So the Anunnaki on their craft, Nibiru, did a process to help repair the planet. Because these other beings were chasing them, because their actual planet actually got destroyed by Nibiru. And it's a planet in our solar system that they don't talk about no more.
Wait, hold on. So them man that come from Nibiru crashed here, and the people that were living here started chasing after them.
Nah, what happened was Nibiru went past a planet on its orbit, right? And to swerve the planet, yeah, they swerved the planet, but the planet, the ship crashed into a planet, right? And that and then did it crash into it? I think it just went past too close, yeah, and just destroyed what was on the planet. But it was mostly water and the beings lived under the sea or whatever, right? So what they did, they send out craft. Do you get it? Which they call the Ninga fleet, which are the 4 winds. Yeah, and these 4 craft got attached to Nibiru, yeah, in the story, yeah, by its magnetic field or whatever. And as they're going past Earth, yeah, one of the craft, bang, crash into Earth, and then I think 24,000 years later, boom, the second one crashes into Earth as well. Do you get it? Basically destroying it, and then there's a process of repair. Do you get me? That they have to do to the planet.
Right.
Where we start is in the beginning there was light. Do you get me? God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. So that is a beginning, but that's not really a beginning. That's just a set of instructions because of a situation. Do you get it?
Yeah.
But it happened time before time before time before time before time before time before time. Do you get it?
Yeah.
So any talk of these interactions or no. They'd already come past on a trip before and smashed and caused havoc, basically. Do you get it? So the DNA, as I'm saying, the DNA of the people on the craft that actually crashed into the planet Earth were troglodytes or greys or Remerdian greys, which are
the Twa, which is small.
The original greys, but they've got the reptilians has got to them and tweaked them and changed their DNA because greys are not reptilian. Do you get it? Greys are reptilian, but what's happened is that obviously if they're the opposing force in the universe, they're gonna run up and breed in with certain other species that they find or whatever. Do you get it? To make alliance too or whatever, making some hybrids and all of that. So some of them, you know what I mean, get let off their duty because after the Anunnaki had them finding planets for them, after they made them and had them finding planets for them, they set them free after. Do you get it? Once the job was done, oh yeah, you found us Earth, you found us this planet, you found us that planet. Nice one. You lot can go free now. So they've gone to different planets, but reptilians are going to come there in force and change up stuff. Do you get it? So on the reptilian side, this is where you see a lot of the certain beings like the Hindus. Do you get me? Beings out of Zeta Reticuli and Pleiades and all of that. Do you get me? Because we might have ancestors there as well because they fled their planet. That's why they came here to mine gold, because someone depleted their atmosphere on their planet and they had a big hole and they got 3 suns around their planet. So yeah, they needed the gold to make a thin sheet to protect them from the ozone or the ultraviolet rays.
Oh shit, so that's the only way they could doctor it.
Yeah, so the mining of gold was not for gratification or pleasure. It was actually for a scientific experiment that it was doing, or they knew how to do. But they just needed the large deposits of gold and certain other materials. Again. So yeah, this is part of the Sumerian story. Yeah, this is like
wow.
I'm
going to be there for years, bro, just trying to fucking actually make sense of it.
When you have it all correctly translated, this is how the story plays out. I'm just like, rah, okay. And then some things have been proven now in the modern time when I've read it years ago, and then discoveries and
I'm mad onto this shit, bro. So
scientific updates have caught up with the information of the ancients. That's why I know it's not a lie, because man is out here actively researching that information.
But you're looking at the puzzle. You can't read. But if you looked at the puzzle and seen all the pieces, and you pretty much put it all together, in it. That's why I've always been on.
But it is a puzzle. It is a puzzle book. You get saying in that sense, because it's only a compilation of all the ancient texts correctly translated. That's what the Holy Tablets is. You get it? So when you read something like that, the Sumerian bit's going to be in there every concept on the planet is going to be in there, should be in there. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Because those are the bits that are missing from what we're calling religion, and also the basis of where religion's coming from.
Wow, So you turn out a lot of these movies you see when it comes to space, and even not
right. You know that
where they've got all their
have had access to the same information that you're learning. Do you get it?
Yeah.
When you watch a Star Wars and thing, and then you make sense of it, like, wow, so George Lucas was trying to tell us something. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it just becomes apparent that, yeah, there's whistleblowers in movies and all of that when you put it up to the actual real information. And people have been trying to tell us about certain aspects of it from a long time. Or they'll just make it their story, as in the case of like Superman.
So don't you think now, at this stage, white people must be shaking in their boots?
No.
Why?
I think that a lot of the secret organizations and thing, remember, that are not just white people, it's everybody. So
yeah, but I mean the elite, the white elite, like,
yeah, but
like,
the white elite is not white elite alone. There's the white elite, black elite, Chinese elite, Indian elite. Everyone is involved. Yeah, but at a certain level, everybody is involved. So color doesn't matter. Remember that racism and all of that is a system they created.
Only recently as well, pretty much.
Exactly. So like, we can't buy into it. We have to look over the fence of it and say, yeah, what's really going on? Because if you lot are not invested in it, right, they don't care about no racism. When you go to the upper echelons, you're dealing with certain people, they see people as commodity, or, you know what I mean, cattle property.
How comes the Igbo was so smart though? What was that? What was the significance of that? Do you reckon they knew something?
The what?
Just these Igbo people.
I'm not Igbo though.
Huh?
I said I'm not Igbo though.
No, I'm saying, what is the significance? Why were they so? Why did they have such a high IQ?
I don't know.
Because they're very high IQ people, innit? And they're quite old nation.
I'm not Nigerians full stop, but just a high IQ. I don't know if it's
Yorubas are smart. Actually, they're probably arguably the smartest nation there at the moment because of past war, post-war thing. But the Igbo have always had like a very high. They've always been like occultic as well.
Yeah, but then I mean that's why certain times they've been our military protecting our country and in certain capacities, because everyone knows their place, isn't it? But we're not in no disillusion when we're in Nigeria that these Yorubas are definitely combatants, because the mind process, the thought process, the physical appearance, everything. We're not extremely strong or super thing in every capacity, but the brain power alone allows us to do wonders. So if we can do wonders where we are, we obviously know that in the far distant past, we were the ones doing wonders in other parts of the continent. Do you get it? So
yeah, definitely. Because one thing you've noticed today is that the people with the most power and the most intelligent, right, and they had the best, usually the best military. You could see like there's a lot of like phenotypically they were quite strong. You know what I mean? So that's why, so that's why Yoruba people were quite strong, and you had some like you can see that like they had quite a lot of intelligent or rich or good looking. You know what I mean? People come into the tribe over the years.
I mean, all parts of the tribe, like we've got big, small people, little people, giants, all sorts going on. Like this is normal, like for us. Some of our great sages, huge giants, mate, carrying tree trunks and all sorts going on. You get me? You're like, wow, yeah, man, that's just a little toothpick for man.
And you say it's all the West that are highlighting the horn and that, just because they just don't like Nigerians, man. So they'll
obviously, if you know the history,
superimpose East Africa.
You know that people are migrational and we move from place to place. So the Horn was our home at one time. You get me? Now Valley was our home at one time.
was having this discussion as well.
Mecca was our home at one time. Sumeria was our home at one time. Like, what is it? Like, yeah. If you know these things, you know innit? But we're not going to be confined to one part of the continent because that's not true. They've never.
No. This is one
why
thing.
we stick to our tribe rather than
that's a lie. That's a fallacy. This is where we're going to butt heads, and you're going to be right or I'm going to be wrong. Because yesterday I was saying this with Khan, I think 2 days ago. There's not been a time apart from the Mali and the people possibly in Egypt and the Tarsetians when they fled when Nama fucked everybody over, and there's been one or two droughts, but not one particular clan has fully moved or migrated from one spot to another, and there's no trace of them in that particular land, blood DNA wise. Apart from the Mali, the Dogons, right?
What do you mean, like the Mali? Okay, so you're saying the Dogons never moved from?
They did, but they didn't fully move though. Like the whole tribe got up and just moved. I don't think I think there was still a lot of.
Are you saying those things don't happen? Are you saying is that what you're saying?
I just feel I've not seen a stage in history where a whole group, apart from Europeans, and even then I haven't seen actually a whole group move, but whole group literally moved completely from where they were rooted, like uprooted themselves. I've not seen apart
from so you don't buy the DNA, then you don't buy the out of the middle south part of Africa theory. Do you get me? With all the different bloodlines and all of that coming from one particular place and spreading out. So you don't believe people move, and you don't. I
believe people have inhabited a particular part of the land, and they've stayed there, and they've had to move, but the phenotype would have still been there, and the traditions would have still.
Why though? Not all the time. It doesn't matter.
I don't feel like that their whole tribe could move and
Africa's huge, and you only live near certain places. You only live near rivers, near the sea. Do you get it? You don't live out in the desert, and there's a lot of deserts in Africa. So there's a lot of terrain, there's a lot of mountains, there's a lot of rainforests, a lot of stuff. Do you get me?
So established nations, I don't think I've seen an established nation that have got a totem or whatever you want to call it, like a king or like a origin story. And
you're mixing it up. You're saying nation. There's no such thing when we were talking.
Well, I'll say okay. A phenotype. A tribe. Right.
So tribes move about. Yes.
Yeah. So I don't think I know.
Argument there. Hold on. There's no argument there that the tribes don't move about.
So can you name?
You're saying a nation. There's no nation.
What nation? So you name. So you're saying that tribes aren't locked, aren't synonymous with being locked to a particular land.
Yeah, that's why you can't do DNA.
Nah, I don't believe that, bro.
That's why DNA can't be done.
I reckon that's just false.
Because it's mad. Because for a man to say, "Oh, a man is Spanish," yeah, who told you past the time you can measure DNA that those people were there? Like,
I'm not trying to refute the fact that people have moved around.
1 second, because people move around.
Yes, no, I haven't said that. I'm not disputing that fact.
Even on the European side, people move around.
Yes, but no, listen, Maku. This is the same.
Then you're done out here. Like everything I've said, it just makes sense. Like everybody moves around. Do you get me? That's the story.
What fully? What fully moves?
Everybody around the planet. Even if it's religious or non-religious.
Okay, let me tell you. So wait. Let me ask you a question. When have the pygmies moved from Cameroon and the Congo?
The pygmies are everywhere. The pygmies
are. One second. I'm not trying to. I'm saying fully.
1 second. The pygmies are known as Grimaldis. The Grimaldis went as far as China to give you the first couple dynasties of China. Do you get it? Like, so, like, people move about, bro. Like, what are you talking about? You got people on different islands. Tasmanians. Hold on. You got the Tasmanians who look just like the pygmies. Do you get what I'm saying? So we know, and then we've got that island in the thing that no one wants to go to because they'll shoot bow and arrows at you, and you can see they're blatantly pygmies. So, like, to say people don't move about and there's no evidence of people all in different areas, like, that's dumb. Like, who says dumb stuff like that? That doesn't even make sense. You've got bare evidence around you that people constantly move around. No. If there's an earthquake, bro, people's moving. If there's a volcano, motherfuckers is moving. So there's many reasons. Tsunami, people
name the tribes, Marco. Name the tribes.
Many natural reasons why people have to move. It doesn't mean
name the tribes, name the time, name the location, name where from, where to, please.
Yeah, I said many times already. Like, you just have to look it up because
no.
This is a baby explanation. As I gave quite a few explanations and scenarios where that's happened. So
yeah, look, so we could just say it's a natural disaster.
You're gonna have to rewind the tape.
Yeah, natural disaster.
No, I broke it down for you. I broke it down the different scenarios, tsunamis.
All right, yeah, of course.
Earthquakes,
right, listen.
1 second.
So that's natural disaster then.
Well, no, because some of those things actually change the landmass. So it's impossible for anybody to still be there. That's why when you say, oh, there must be some remnants of the people there, not necessarily. Do you get it?
So
necessarily, people just pick up and leave.
One second, man. Stop it, bruv. Stop it. Because now what we're trying to do is take what little sentences I've said and create FTK around that, which if you want to let me finish what I've said, then maybe you'll have more to work with, because it's very sketchy. People that you name me one established tribe where you could say that's these people, that's them people. That was always that's like these tribes have established themselves in a particular location on the planet where phenotypically you can see where that tribe has got more people that look like them there, and you can see that blood type is in that location more often than not. Now, yeah. So
if a tribe like Yoruba, say they're in Nigeria and they built a city, yeah, because their first city, Ife. Do you get what I'm saying? And then they moved around and built other different areas and and all the way down, all the way to the Delta. I don't know what you want me to say to you. And then before that, they can tell you where they migrated from to come to that area. Yeah.
Yeah, but the people would still be there. There's still their ancestors, or there'd still be people that are in that location where they already come from with the same blood.
Maybe or maybe not. Because
I'll give you an example.
If you live somewhere that maybe become a desert for a number of years, like no one's trying to stay around there. Like everyone's leaving. We're all leaving in a big caravan.
Yeah, but you've got to give me no. You can't just say give me a what if hypothetically. You got.
No, I'm not saying what if, because there's such a thing as mass migration.
Yeah, of course, I understand that.
Right. So in a mass migration of several thousand years ago, yeah, and these Nigerians or these Yorubas seem to keep excellent records, so they know exactly at what point they left a particular location and wrote that down as the history of that tribe. So other tribes have similar stories. Igbos have the same thing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. But
so I'm saying like it doesn't. I don't have to go far. 1 second. I don't have to go far in explaining that is an actual fact. Like I can see that with my own eyes. I know of tribes, because remember you was calling them nations at first, and it was like that's a bit difficult to understand, because to be a nation it has to be an organized bunch of tribes and everybody, and we all agree and and we built something here, and then we're going to pick up and leave.
No, a nation could just be a tribe.
But then that's when you get to Kemet. where you can give an example of that, where this was a thriving city, and then everyone just picked up and left.
Yeah, but that's
You can go to South America,
but it's not many.
You can go to the Aztecs and the not the Mayans, but the Aztecs and the Toltecs or whatever, and the same thing.
Yeah, but they got chased out for war,
and not a body inside.
No. Listen. Now, this is the argument. No, this is the argument I gave to him. This was the argument. Yeah, there's not been a group of people, or Africans specifically, I was targeting, that have been in good fertile land who have just got up and left, and uprooted fully, and not had left any type of civilization there, and just left and gone to another part of the world. And he was like, yeah, well, people move around all the time. And I was like, wait, at maybe in the first early stages of people inhabiting the earth, yeah, you could possibly say that. But not one.
You can't say that. You can't say that. You have to think about all the other natural disasters and things that have happened over the centuries that have forced.
Yeah, we took that into consideration.
Yeah, well, if you took that put that into consideration, then there's no argument there.
Name some, though. Name some.
You get me?
Name some, yo, Uncle Max. Oh, Max, I'm picking your blood clot brain.
No, you're not even worthy. Krakatoa.
You're different ropes. You're ducking and diving like Muhammad Ali.
I said Krakatoa.
I'm coming with some right hooks, bro. Yeah, me. Some of these right hooks coming like.
You're not coming with anything. It doesn't even make sense. I said Krakatoa. Go and look it up. Yeah, that was a volcano that went off maybe 2 centuries ago, or I mean 2,000 years ago, or whatever, or 1,500 years ago. Do you get what I'm saying? And it affected people around the planet. And
I'm not disputing that. There's been times where people but name them.
Like, 1 second, man. There's places like Indonesia. Do you get what I'm saying? That you can look on now, and it just seems like a set of islands, where before that was one complete landmass. So that would be like another reason why people would mass migrate or move completely from an area and maybe have no remnants other than statues and some things on the island.
Oh, well, okay. So fair enough. Okay, what?
So there's many examples. That's the bottom line, King Gold. There's many examples you can.
Yeah, but you're talking about Pangea, some Pangea shit, man. We're not talking about that far back, bro.
No, I never said that. I already done that already. You get what I'm saying? I already done that Pangea, and that's more the theory of the continents. No, not the theory. We understand that the continents would have been all together at one point, but whether the separation of it could have caused a mass migration. Was it sudden or was it gradual? Now they're trying to convince us it's a gradual thing, so it would have slowly moved apart. Do you get it?
Yeah, definitely.
Right. So for a significant time, it would have been all together, and it wouldn't have really mattered that there was a little gap, because we would just take a canoe, go over to the other side, and set up shop if we want to set up shop. So this is why it seems like, oh, right, you got more pyramids in the Americas than in Africa. Well, it was a piece of Africa at one stage, and I definitely, vehemently don't agree that people die when continental drift, unless it was a sudden event. And I'm leaning towards more a sudden event than a gradual progression of something. Do you get it? Something happened, or many things happened that reshape the landscape that we know. That's why we talk about fallen cities and all of that.
You say it happens more often than not. Over the whole time period, you'd say.
I think places that we're all mystifying about, like Atlantis and all of that. Yeah, that's where all of that's coming from. Lemuria and all of this, and you get me? That's where all of that's coming from. But then that's going to take you back 11,000 years to the last ice age. Then we're not talking about Europe at all. We're talking everything south of the Mediterranean. Do you get it? So there was no Greece and there was no thing before 11,000 years ago, and then all the way up to maybe 4,000 years ago, that shit's just recovering. Do you get me? Going into dense forest and and you know, the land's still moist, even England that we're in now. That's why so much clay more than actual proper soil. You know what I mean? Because proper soil, where I come from, is red. You get it?
Yeah.
So it's you can see that this country is recovering from an ice age, basically, because all the conditions, how the things have grown, it doesn't have all the things that it used to have. To get me,
my battery's running low. 1 sec, I need to go on mute. Come jump on, Jen Wallace. I see you in there talking about North Pole. North Pole, where's that in North Pole? Yeah, jump on, Jen. 1 sec. I'm gonna put my thing on charge.
I was wondering about the North Pole thing, because for me, the North Pole don't even I haven't seen it. They're hiding something up there. I think there's land there, but they just don't want us to know. It's crazy, isn't it?
Where's the North Pole close to now? I can't even think about it on the map.
What do you mean?
Is it close? The North Pole is huge mass, but I mean, what it's linked to? What to Greenland?
Yeah, to Greenland.
And there's another place though, no? Like around Canadian Alps.
Yeah. Mountains.
That's where the northern magnetic pole is in Canada, isn't it?
Huh?
The northern magnetic pole is in Canada.
I don't know if the northern magnetic pole is in Canada, but I think the northern lights can be seen from Canada. Oh, where you going, Jen? Come back. She jumped on and then jumped off. Yeah. But I don't know what that North Pole, South Pole debate.
They say it's the lowest gravitational pull on the planet is in Canada. But I don't know the real significance of that. But I know that's where the geographic pole, it just gives us our GPS in it. And that just has to be able to balance. They can take the readings from Canada, from the North Magnetic Pole, for all the variants and the geographic variants over. So that's how we get and it's all to do with the teutonic plates. So if they line up, they can, with our GPS, line up with contraptions in that particular location. They've got a quite good read of the variants and the geographic location, you know. So they have, that's where you get them lines on your GPS.
Okay. So anyway, let's get back to the point. You was trying to cook, but you obviously weren't good enough at your cooking.
No. Do you know what? I wasn't trying to trap you. I wasn't trying to chip. I wasn't trying to tip you up.
You're gonna have to wake up earlier than that, though, Kingo.
On the some ruffian.
Big up, you guys. How you guys doing?
You saying, Jen? Big up yourself.
What you saying, man? We white folks is coming from aliens and shit. What's going on?
I didn't.
You're the like that.
I say that they are white aliens. If they're black aliens, they must be white ones, because everything has balance in the universe. So if things are possible here, that the first people on this planet are supposedly black people, then it makes sense that on another planet, it could be the first people could be white people. So,
I mean, I don't know. I don't think alien. I think
wait. We have
sorry.
reports. We have reports from abductees and all of those type of things there, the millions of them that there are, talking about Nordics. Do you get it? They're not looking like the little green men. You get it? But
they look like
right.
Yeah. They all have the same description, like
right. They look like normal Europeans in a sense, like, you know what I mean? They say, oh, he was blonde. He's a little bit thinner, maybe, and had pointed ears like an elf, as I said earlier. Do you get it? So I'm like, and one girl, in one case, they said that the girl had a tail. Do you get it? But had like oriental eyes and these type of things going on. Do you get it? So I was like, okay.
The ones I always hear, like grayish figures with the big heads and big eyes, but not necessarily like our.
They always say in the background, is there was a Nordic one, or maybe one or two or thing. There were taller beings, blonde hair, blue eyes, you know what I mean, in the background, or that's all they can vaguely remember. But once it goes past 100,000, you know that this thing is more based in some truth. So as I was saying, there are also reports, obviously, definitely, of black aliens. Yeah, there's one government report about aliens coming off in a field somewhere in America, and when they came down and they came out of the thing, they came out and they were tall, really tall, about 8-9 feet, and they had big microphone afros. So of each scale, we've heard it definitely on many occasions, many beings, many interactions that have caused some of the things we've had, like the Renaissance. We wouldn't have had the Renaissance if you never had, look it up, the Ashtar Command. The Ashtar Command would claim to be a set of beings from a particular planet, but they're complained to be white. They're European looking. They even have blacks in their ranks who naturally have blonde hair and green eyes and all of that. Do you get it?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not about color when we get universal. Do you get me? It's real. It's what
That's
is
what
real.
I'm saying. Like I hope.
I'm saying we're both extraterrestrials. I'm not getting that twisted. We have all have some extraterrestrial origin, but you have to be able to identify what's yours and what's not you. Do you get it? But for most of us, because we're in a time, such a short time, we're all from the same gene pool. So no one can claim to be anything more than someone else. Do you get me? Like now, one person can claim to be it, and then everybody else is things going to be similar. Do you get it? It's going to be similar from that. You get me? Like, I can identify with that. Yeah, that makes sense. That goes with the story. And then when we go back and go back and go back, that's why the Greek would be the predecessor to the Roman. The predecessor to the Greek then would be someone else again. Do you get it? Like it's going in order. So that's the true fact. So I think yes, there has to be white aliens, and there has to be black aliens, and there has to be the little grays, and there has to be Predator, and there has to be Indigo, and there has to be, you get it? Like I'm just going by the what do they call it? The KGB Alien Handbook. You know, you can look that up and you'll see it. Like
KGB Alien Handbook. No shit.
Yeah, diary.
Holy shit.
And then when we was talking about earlier about the Canadian Secretary of Defense, who came out and said he knew 16 different extraterrestrials. Facts, he was saying. I was wide-eyed. He done a press conference, innit? I think it's still on YouTube. You get me? So I'm saying, like, this stuff is real. Like, there's no jokes here. Our governments are spending billions on all of this type of stuff, unbeknown to us, having us laughing at each other.
Right.
But they're getting away with blue murder. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, boom. Who told you that COVID ain't no alien virus? Who told you that? Who told you they ain't got aliens locked down in the thing, testing on them? Let's see. Oh, he's got the flu. Alien flu. Let's see what we can do with that. Boom. Why can't these things be possible? Of course they can.
No, I definitely think that it's possible, and I definitely think that we're not the only life in this universe. That just doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
So So I definitely believe that there's life
and you know why,
out there.
You know why I mentioned the Renaissance? Because that was the moment in history for Europeans that information went. Do you get me? Everyone got bright ideas, got clever, got thing. So they would attach that, those in the know would attach that to having contact with certain beings through mystics, you know, your Madame Velasquez and perfect evidence of, you know, mediums who they used and channeled different entities. But these entities would also tell them where they're from. So hence they can tell you, oh, Zeta Reticuli. I'm like, what the fuck is a Zeta Reticuli? Do you get it? Then I fucking look it up, and I realize it's a star constellation within a star constellation that we've got as our zodiac and all of that. And you're like, raw, okay. So that's how we even knew about that, because there was a culture that told you that these beings came to us and they told us they came from over there. Yeah. And if you don't believe us, whatever, innit? But it wasn't a case of disbelief back in ancient times. Whether you be Buddhist, Hindu, you know what I mean? It wasn't a case of disbelief. This is why I said that the Hindu thing to a European was like it was myths and legends and all of that. Do you get it? Where you had the Asians talking about this is our history though. This shit actually happened. There was a handyman. There was a do you get what I'm saying? Buddha was real. Like, don't you
he taught there was 10,000. Yeah, he taught that there was 10,000 universes like our own.
Right.
So he even mentioned that, like he mentioned the Big Bang and all that, and like you know, he taught all that.
I've got the books of Confucius, trust me. You get me? And the books of Buddha. You get what I'm saying? I've read those things. They're in the holy tablets because they have to be there. But they're not the ancient text. They're in ancient text, and we have to go planet-wide to get the ancient text. Otherwise, it's not going to make sense. Like, how are you going to be confined to one area? That's what Abrahamics is.
Right.
Confined to areas, confined to the Middle East. Like, yeah, boom. Okay, everyone's fascinated, but it's fucking dry desert. Hello.
So you agree that
the land of milk and honey is opposite if you actually look. Yeah. Right. So like it's kind of easy to work out. So, but everyone's fascinated with the Middle East. Cool, no problem, right? At one time, it was the Fertile Valley or the Fertile Crescent. Sorry, as they said, 40,000 years ago, people were farming on that land that they call it Sumeria and all of this type of stuff. Yeah. I just want to know who was doing agriculture, farming. There's cows, you know, plow and all of that. 40,000 years ago. And like bare civilizations don't exist 40,000 years ago. A lot of them, like that, we can't even talk. What? Su what? There's no Sumeria. That's like getting scraped up. You gotta say.
That's just what they labeled it, right? That's just what they labeled it. But back to this, like, the continental like drift and whatnot, like in those times, like it may not have been desert, like it may not have been, you know what I'm saying? Because like if you look up like what did I put, North Pole moving, like you could see how much it's moved in the last century, and it's moving, actually magnetic North Pole is moving at a faster rate. So it's accelerated from 9 to 52 kilometers per year. So if you think like, you know, maybe in those times, like the desert wasn't really desert. It wasn't, you know, it could have been in a different place in the rotation, like in the globe. Yeah.
Definitely. To have an ice age would definitely make those facts true. Do you get it? So it would, and then the melting of the ice age would definitely recarve the environment. Do you get it? Otherwise, we wouldn't have no Grand Canyon. Plain and simple. There's no Grand
Himalayas and all that. Yeah.
Right. There's no Grand Canyon before that ice melts. So up to 11,000 years ago, up north, remember, it's going to be the bit that we're calling central United States, where Washington and all of that, all the South, Florida and all of these places, would have been fine. Do you get it? But it would have been very dry and hot and arid because you've got an ice cap facing you for God knows how many thousand years. Do you get it? So then all of a sudden, that melts. About 8,000 years ago, that melts. Yeah. And all of that water and all of that stuff that's melting is crashing down, pushing up trees, recarving the landscape. Do you get it? This is what they tell us. So I don't know how far it's true, but it makes sense to me. Do you get it?
Some people the drift theory makes sense to me as well. Also, the Pangea theory makes sense to me as well. I realize they're just theories, but they make sense in my head logically.
Yeah, they make sense logically. Like, obviously, you're telling me like Florida has the same sand and is made of the same constructed landmass as Africa. So then the rest must be the same thing. Like, why are you just going to pick out Florida?
The coast of South America. The coast of South America has a lot of matching shit to that coast and the opposite coast in Africa.
Yeah,
you know, even as far as like pyramids and the Mayans and whatnot.
Said,
like
you've got more pyramids in Americas than we have in Africa or in the rest of the world. To be honest, there's more pyramids in the Americas. So, but as I said, as one landmass. But my thing is, the splitting, was it sudden or was it gradual? Because the monuments are still standing, so they must have been done at a similar time. Do you get me? Whether it's over 25,000 years, people have been back and forth in when it was all one. Then suddenly, blah, oh, earthquake. Do you get what I'm saying? Can't get home. It's away now. We just have to build a boat because we can build boats. Do you get me? We've got plenty of trees. We've got our own Amazon, and we can go back home. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Did it happen suddenly or did it happen gradually? I'm not sure.
I think it happened gradually because it's still happening gradually.
Well, they say that, yeah, but I think if something happened suddenly and then it moved away quite quickly and then started to slow down, that could also be a factor. Do you get it?
Yeah, because they say it could have been like a comet crater or something. There's like a huge.
I
forgot where it was, but
Gulf of Mexico. In fact, that big hole in the Gulf of Mexico, that little round bit there, used to be land. Did you get it? And something hit in there and killed out the dinosaurs. So my point is, if you're gonna go all the way back to the Jurassic, and some of these monuments, the dates that they're saying in the Americas just don't even make any common sense.
I don't think we have the ability to properly date. I mean, we've carbon dating, like they say there's flaws with that, but
there's new ones. It's uranium and plutonium dating. They've had that. I don't know. They've probably got something else new now as I'm talking. Some laser dating or something. You get it? Like, like let them do what they want to do. But the carbon thing, I'm not convinced. You can't measure rock. You can't tell me when that rock was formed. You're telling me.
So you believe in dinosaurs and all that? You believe there were because a lot of people don't believe there dinosaurs existed.
I don't believe the words and thing. And I think, all right, if you want to say dinosaur, cool, no problem. I understand. I understand what they're talking about. But what I believe in is that there were lizards and reptiles of huge size at a particular time. Do you get it?
Well, yeah.
So I'm not gonna disagree like those things existed, and whether they found the bones or not. I know like what they're saying in the museums, but I've seen it myself. I've seen that when they've just dug it up and the huge skeleton of the thing, and you're like, well, you can't really argue with that. Yeah, whether you put the same thing in the museum, that's debatable as well. I've seen them put a reconstructed skeleton of the thing while they're still working in it in the lab,
right,
in the back of the museum or the Smithsonian. I've seen that. You get me?
Yeah.
I'm like, okay.
Not saying that the ones in the museums are real, because those are mostly replicas, but the ones like sense. They're based off something, right? Like it
makes sense. And some people say, oh yeah, they put the bones together wrong. No, something like that existed. But what you're not seeing is if you count the amount of huge hominid bones, giants, that go alongside with that, and then put that along the same timeline, then we can see, it seems fair. You get me? Because you want to tell us stories of men who are 20 feet, 24 feet tall, and all of that, living in Britain and all of that. So when dinosaurs was out, that wouldn't have looked like much. It would have looked like a lizard does now. Do you get me? Like, oh man, The biggest one would have been the size of a dog. It seems. Do you get it? So I don't know what's going on. Do you get what I'm saying? All I know that things were bigger at a particular time through different processes and the planet going through different processes. As I said, certain incidents that caused the planet to re-evolve or reshape itself. Do you get it? So I'm saying to Kingo Gold, man, like, yo, I don't know, you're trying to test me, but yeah, I'll tell the truth out here. Like, you can't trap me and things. That's what I said. All this Caucus Mountain talk, that is refined. That is straight up. Jews are definitely that. Jews infiltrated many, or Ashkenazis, or whatever you want to call them. Yeah, definitely infiltrated many other societies and became the prominent and top members of that. But it doesn't mean the people are that. Do you get it? Because even the monarchies now, they're not even what the people are. They're just foreigners trying it. Once you've been here a couple of generations, all of a sudden you're British. Do you get it? And that's monarchy. That's not even British people. That's not even us British people. That's the monarchy. Generation ago, you were German. Yeah? You just changed your name. We know what it is, man. Yeah? Bare foreigners in this country. Bare foreigners in America talking about the American. Like, stop it.
Well, I can agree with you on that, because when you look at the original European or the Englishman, they look proper like the Danes, you know, like the Vikings.
Yeah, of course.
Most of them, honestly, are ginger.
Of course. Saxons, Normans, you get me? Vikings, whatever you want. Whatever you want. They've told us the history. They definitely teach us about that, don't they?
Yeah, so when you look at Orlando Bloom and you think, yeah, that's an Englishman. It's not, bro. He's like got some Italian, French type of stock in him.
Yeah, but we know who from who, and everybody knows themselves, innit? That's all.
And all these people in the parliament,
like Italians are different from Romans and Sicilians. There's distinctions that Italians have told me. Like, I'm Italian, and then others say, no, I'm Roman. Like, okay, so I didn't know that. And then obviously I know Sicilian. I got Sicilian friends as well. I'm like, man, I'm like, no, I'm Sicilian. I'm definitely not these, man. I'm like, okay, so there's a distinction amongst you. Because they would claim the blonde hair, blue-eyed Italians who came over the Alps into their land, to the dark-haired, olive-skinned, you get me? Sicilians and all of that, which gives you a new set all of a sudden. Do you get me? And the actual Romans were the smallest set of people in that land.
Etruscans, right?
Yeah, the Etruscans. Thank you.
That was the first.
Set.
And they're the same people in Spain, isn't it? The Etruscans.
No, they were just mainly in what we're calling Italy at the time.
Okay.
Etruscans were the first human findings in Italy, in the region.
In the region, yeah. They had a small village. They were small. They weren't big. They were surrounded by Carthaginians and all sorts. Do you get what I'm saying? It was the basis of Sicilians and all of that. They controlled the whole region. Septus Severus was the king. You get me? The grandfather of what's his name? Hannibal.
So speak to us, homie. What's happening with this whole Rome, Gladiator, Julius Caesar, Marcus Aurelius having white hair, looking like Merlin out of, Lord of the Rings? Is that how them Italians looked? Like how it's in Gladiator?
Well, in authority, as I said, in authority, has no bearing on the people of the country. Do you get it? The natives are going to be the natives, isn't it? But the royal faction or the Caesars or the Senate, all of these people are going to be from various different backgrounds, isn't it?
Yeah.
And as I said, the Jews would have infiltrated because Julius Caesar, big ass nose. Hold on, with his big ass Jewish. That's not no Roman nose. Are you dumb? Do you get it? That's a Jewish nose. Do you get me?
And that's what I said. I was going to try and add it, but he was burning, he was cooking. I was going to say, you see the Jews inside the Roman, because they still got the Romans have got the noses, like they've got the inherited that gene in it.
Even got
that little bump on their nose.
No, but I'm saying, like, look, even okay, let's say that, and then by the later time, by Constantine's time, because Constantine people will be the people considered with blonde hair, blue eyes, coming over the Alps. Do you get it? And settling in northern Italy. Do you get me? In all them cities.
So the Germanics then, a late coming Germanic.
Right, they're the late coming Germanics. So now you're gonna get man like Totti and that. Do you get what I'm saying? When you're supposed to be looking like what's the defender? Costa Curta and all these type of man. Do you get me? Man with black hair and that. You get me? Cannavaro and that. Do you get me?
There's some quite big Italians though. You could see that it weren't just the Jewish stock that went there with that.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the Jewish stock is to do with the aristocracy. So the aristocracy of the Romans, aristocracy, the Greek is still there because everything is going to be taken from the Greeks.
Did the Jews take over?
The Greek, they took from the Greeks in the terms of authority. So the people who were setting up certain cities in Italy at a particular time were Greeks. So you got places like Naples. You get me? The Neapolis or Neapolitans and are actually Greeks who are now Italians or Romans or whatever you want to call them. Do you get it?
The Greeks, yes. But
and remember, everything is taken from the Greek anyway, in the terms of gods and the ideas and the pantheon. So the Greeks already had the philosophers and all of that.
Don't forget though,
the followers of Aristotle is what we're talking about when we're talking about the aristocracy. They follow the workings of Aristotle. Do you get it?
Oh, right, yeah. So that's where the etymologies come from.
Right, but that would be classed as Hellenistic.
Yeah.
Right, so the Hellenistic view comes into all of those lands and all of those places. You get it?
But bear in mind though, Max, bear in mind that the Jews were in servitude to the Romans, which were just I reckon they're light skinish because of the equator where they are in between sort of the Greek, and you could say that they're kind of in between they're not far from Tunisia, really.
Yeah, but what they're gonna do, they're gonna be dark as well themselves, but varying complexions and that.
So they had the slaves, they had the fucking, what do you call it?
No, but I'm saying the blonde hair, blue eyes comes with the Vikings. Definitely. But
they had the Jews, but the Romans had the Germanic people in slavery. You know that?
Germanic.
Don't forget that.
But that's later, man. That's later. That's like once the Romans became, or the Etruscans became a massive nation. And the massive nation they became is only like what we call the Borg, by assimilation. So you're going to assimilate everyone you conquer. One second. Everyone you conquer becomes Roman. You conquer the Greeks, you conquer the Spanish, you conquer the British, you conquer, everybody becomes Roman. Your home thinking is Rome, even though you're in another part. Do you get it? The indoctrination has gone so well, they've got other men saying, I'm a Roman citizen. I can't wait to go back to Rome. You never been Rome. You get it? But they sold you the dream while you was out there fighting or walking for 5 years to come to England, to kill up all the English, or to go to Germany or Germanic lands, kill all the Germanians, and then subjugate them. Some you would bring back, the biggest and strongest would join your army. That's what Romans did. So there weren't a lot of Romans in the beginning, but it's the mindset. You got to understand they're like British.
Yeah, but don't forget,
they are the British in a way. They're like the weediest of the society. They're not the strong ones. They're not the thing. They're the weediest, but they're the smartest and cunning. You see, smartness and cunning, really, that's what's it seems to be more important. Me growing up in England and thinking, rah, Great Britain. How did England become great? You ain't big like no Germans. You ain't big like no Scandinavians or no people from Holland and all of these type of places. I've seen them guys. They're big and burly and blonde and all sorts. Real Aryans that you're talking about. You lot ain't Aryan. You get me? You lot are weak and bad teeth and love sugar and all that. You get me? That's why you did slavery. Sugar and chocolate. You get it? So these people, though, managed to conquer the planet up till today. Do you get what I'm saying? As in the Commonwealth and all of that. So you have to watch carefully, like where you are. You're sitting on the spider's back, talking about the web and all of that. And yeah, the spider's over there. You think, no, you on the back of the spider. You get it? England is the spider. Like, yeah, you know, it's a mad thing. So you have to learn where you are and your enemy or your friend. Did you get it? You have to learn about these people. And I learned a lot. And I was like, rah, these people are fucking cunning. You get me? They know how to do certain things. And you get me? That's how they managed to take over the world. They didn't actually go with violence like the Romans. The Romans was a technique that was good for Rome. Really, but even they employed propaganda.
Yeah, the master.
But British, how did they do it? It's like, how did Great Britain become the only great one? We're not talking about Great Rome. You get me? We're not talking about Great Rome.
You know that they're Goyim.
Even though they set up this shit, Londinium, they set it up.
Yeah, but they're Goyim. English people are Goyim.
What, to Jews?
They're Goyim.
Yeah, but Goyim to Jews, though, not to Romans.
Big up family.
Yeah, of course they are. They're Goyim.
Yeah. But what are the Jews doing then? If you're Goyim, but you have to deal with the Goyim to get anywhere in this life. You have to deal with the Jew to financially get anywhere. He's the holder of the money. He knows how to do it financially. He's going to be your lawyer. He's going to be the judge. This is how they infiltrate the society. They don't come in as royalty. That's not their technique. They don't care none about fame or fortune. They care about fortune, but they don't care about the fame. So behind closed doors is where their thing is done. That's why I said behind every American president is a Jewish guy standing there like, yeah. Say this, do this, and do that.
What about blue bloods? What about the blue bloods? What about the Saxons, Anglos? You don't think that they're well, I mean, I still wouldn't say that they are the beta males of the Germanic tribe because they're pretty big and strong anyway. And at the time, the Anglo-Saxons have been invaded by the Vikings. Yeah, they actually were, but they never were conquered by the Vikings, like fully conquered. So I think the Jews are strong, but they're not leading. They're not running things. I
tend to disagree. I said, look, it's a higher system, innit? It's a system. And at the system.
Because now when you're talking about the small people, the Jews are small. They're phenotypically the smallest. They're gypsies. They're the smallest.
Yeah, that means nothing in the world of what they created, innit? They created.
Oh yeah, they're definitely shooting above their target. They're definitely big in the game for their size.
They were big in slavery. They were big in thing. They created cities, New Jersey, all of, you know what I mean? They did a lot. They're doing a lot. They've been doing a lot. They took over what you're calling Argentina, different sects of them. So you've got Ashkenazim, that's all around Europe with the little curls and that, and da. But Sephardic Jews went to the Americas, went to South America, especially places like Argentina. That's why you got white people in Argentina. Ain't supposed to be no white people in Argentina. The fuck? Do you get what I'm saying? Man went there, innit? But Jews went there. So yeah, there goes your Messi dream. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, Messi, Gabriel Batistuta. Yeah, I rated him. Yeah, all Jewish man. All Jewish man. Do you get it? In varying degrees. So yeah, we can see that these supposed people who are they're nothing, they're insignificant. Just get into positions of power. You in the big city, they control Wall Street. You're like, okay, they control the stock market. They've got their various families. The Jewish families is in there. Boom. The financial backers of any other rich family. Yeah, we'll sort out your money for you. Oh, you are government. Oh, you are world power like England. Yeah, we'll sort out. We'll control your treasury. Listen, we'll control your treasury and take a penny of your wealth.
Exactly.
Every year that one of our family members exists in this world, we're going to take a penny, and that penny is going to become a pound, and the pound's going to be a thing. And before you know it, you're going to seem like you're rich. But money is just paper.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. If
before you do that, but this is why the Jews flourished, because the Christians and the Muslims, according to their religion, they weren't allowed to handle money, so they always had it was called a head Jew clerk. Yeah. So basically, that would be the person that would be handling the money, and this is how, like, if you look at all the fallings of all the empires, either Christian or Muslim, their fall was always down to economic.
Right.
And if you look at it, it was all plagiarized. You know what I mean? It was done on purpose.
Most definitely.
So I'm saying.
But yeah, Kingo, you gotta learn where you are, man. You gotta learn where you are.
Look at it like this, right? You got a race to the arms, yeah? You got a race for arms, 1914, 1900s, 1914. After, I think it was the Berlin Conference, sort of like, the Berlin Conference. I think it was like 1800s, 1850 to the 1900s, right? That was a race for arms, right? So you could say that if it was a kick-off and the Jews would try to do what happened in Germany, for example, to the Germans, right? To the English. Now, what I would say was the race to arms wouldn't even be a race. Israel would be pulverized, and the people will be subjugated, and assets will be taken away from them by all the military bases in these countries. Now, these countries, the military bases, admittedly, they would have Jews that have a high position of power, right? Definitely, 100% in the military. Right. But they would not leave it to a degree where the Jews, the people who used to collect taxes, a number of different spiritual philosophies that are quite questionable, would let them have any type of power or allow them to win any sort of arms race. And that was all. That's been from the times that the Jews were being enslaved by the Romans, and then the Jews somehow got in with the Germans. And even when they were going from the Visigoths and Vandals, and they would come to Britain, they still didn't give the Jews that much power. The power, they always had banking, they always had a lot of money and dealt with the economy, but they don't really have that arm. They're not big people, like you said. So they've never really had, and if you look at like the times when Constantine was getting taken over by the Arabs and all them ages there, the English and all they weren't even really big in the game at all. The Portuguese were the first people to even navigate the seas. When I'm telling you, Bob, the English have just recently come on the game. But I tell you what, one thing we do know about when England have come to power and the British Empire has come into power, that's when the Jews have got any real proper power. So I know who's given them power, and that's the English. English and I won't even say the Germans gave them power. The English gave them power fully. But obviously they were always pretty much had at power when they went to the UK with the Germanic tribes as the Visigoths and Vandals and shit. But like I said, they could the blue blood, the bigger Germanic. Because trust me, bro, I know I've seen a lot of Jewish people. They're kind of small and they've got like thin face, like the ones that are like original Jewish. What I can see, they're not really that big people, you know. So they would. At the times that the Germanic people were taking over South America, New Zealand, Australia, and all of them. That was like the biggest type of Germanic people going. So don't forget when you see of the Jews, they go back to the Middle East.
Hold on, wait. Nazi Germany, yeah? Was the country or was the country not full of Jews?
It was
populating the normal German people.
Yeah, but the Germans didn't mix with the Jews.
No, I'm saying, but were they outpopulating? Which number was more? Were there more Germans or were there more Jews?
I think there were more Germans. I don't think there have been more Jews in Germany.
So then what would be the point in killing them?
What do you mean? What are you trying to get at?
What? No, what would be
they tried to get them out because after the war efforts, they thought would have.
If it wasn't eugenics, it was eugenics going on as well, yeah. Because genetically, they saw they was outpopulating it. That was problem number one, yeah. So it can't be a case of thing. Secondly, did you know that most of the population of Russia are Jews?
Yeah, I know.
So this is their home. So when we say like Israel, that's late. That's the last 5 minutes. 100 years is when they moved down to that.
Yeah, but don't forget they've been kicked out of Russia by the European line.
No, but they are all
line there anyway. That was the original line there anyway.
You're not listening. They're all Jews, right? Jews, yeah, against other Europeans, yeah. Man know who they are, innit? So man know them as Russia. So Hitler was on a Russia team. The ones in my country that are outpopulating my country, that's another thing. Do you get it? They're already in Russia. We already had war with Russia, right? World War I, right? England and Germany are together on that one, right? World War II, yeah. Now the factions are splitting and changing because Hitler's made it his life's work to get rid of the Jews. Now, if there wasn't a lot of Jews everywhere around him, he would not have even tried it. Do you get it? And they're trying to say the numbers is in millions, in it, like 6 million or something like that. The Holocaust, right?
Yeah.
So I'm saying, like, yeah, like, okay, if you're saying it's 6 million, that's a lot of Jewish people fresh out of Germany, and they're in Poland, they're in Austria. Like, where are we going to get away from Jewish people? And you, Hitler, being a Jew yourself, of Jewish stock, do you get it? So, like, it was all oxymoron, innit? It's like dumb. How's a man who's a Jew anyway talking about, yeah, I need clarity, man. These men are outpopulating us. We need to be blonde hair, blue eyes. Yeah, you need to be that, but that's not what's going to happen. Do you get it?
Yeah, so, but don't forget, yeah, the origin of the Jewish man, the Khazari, Ashkenazi,
yeah,
they come from the Middle East.
Well, they don't. No, they come from Central Europe.
So the people say they come from Mount Ararat or whatever. They say they came from the Middle East to that region.
No, yeah, okay, yeah, that could be correct. Yeah.
Now, me saying that, when they've come, there was already Europeans there.
Nah, what happened is, I'm saying they were removed from what you're calling the Middle East and taken to the other side of Turkey, the natural border between Europe and Africa.
So that's what I think. So I think that there were actually Europeans there, in there already, but they look like the Polish, the big kind of Russian. Like when you look at a lot of these Russians, they don't really. They do look Jewish, some of them, but they don't. But you can see that there's like that type of Scandinavian type look with a bit of Chinese, because obviously they border China, don't they? Russia borders China, so you can see
that's only because of Genghis Khan, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's only because.
You reckon that admix is from a Genghis Khan?
Yeah, most Europeans have that admixture in there.
I agree. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
It doesn't even matter what they're doing over there.
As opposed to them breeding with the Chinese.
Well, that's how you're doing it. You're breeding with the Mongolians.
Maybe it's a bit of both, isn't it? It's a bit of both.
Yeah.
They got raped and they bred. And they,
Mongolians are Chinese enough.
They are.
You don't need any more than that because these men were raping and pillaging. They were on their grind. You get it? Like, yeah, it was a lot. They went all the way to the steppes of Russia, all of that. Like, yeah, it's not a game like these men. You get it? That's why man built a wall for them. You don't build a wall for a set of men who are just a little bit about that life. They must be.
Is that the Chinese built a wall for the Mongolians?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
To keep them out. So that's what you're dealing with. So
but you know the difference between Mongolians and Chinese, that the Mongolians were a bit more hairy.
Well, look, the Mongolians, at the end of the day, were experts with weapons and all sorts. They made the best.
That they were just probably a bit more Asian-y, like a less sort of deficient.
No, what's happened is to get Chinese is a mixture between certain African tribes and Mongolians. That's all.
You reckon?
Yeah, I know. So, not I reckon. I wouldn't say that.
All the Asians, though, I've seen phenotypically Chinese kind of look a bit Khoisan-y almost.
Yeah, there's a little bit of something going on. Sure.
There is, out of all of them, and then you can see that Japan is just a late gone Chinaman and a Korean. And a Korean's a late gone Chinaman.
A Korean is a Mongolian and a European mix. That's why they're so big and so tall. If you see, like a Japanese man is usually quite tall, but the original Japanese before those people got there were black, Oriental looking. You get me?
Yeah, but the Mongolians then, where did they come to the picture?
No, it's just again us moving around and people changing the image and people migrating. So as time's going on, when you're looking at pictures of different places around the world in the 1800s, it's a lot different to
the Chinese,
1900s, the late 1900s, and the 2000s. Things have changed so much.
Wait, the Mongols invaded China, agreed. But from what I thought was the Mongolians were like were just like a nomadic people who are a bit more mixed with the European, and the Chinese person was the original Oriental of that region.
No, of course not, because everyone comes from somewhere, so there has to be have been some ingredients. Only the Mongolian was out there first, obviously, and then from that, other people, Grimaldis, Pygmies, were out there mixed with these people or these beings or whatever, and created new people, new civilizations, new.
But we're talking about the Mongolians come from Indians. Do you subscribe to that theory of them evolving in South Indians, or what we know as Eurasians evolving into the Mongolian, and he's only a what do they call it? They say that he's got some sort of deficient disease or something.
I don't know what that is. I don't know.
So that's called. If you look at what the Mongoloid gene is, it would explain to you.
He's got an extra chromosome, right? Cool.
No, I don't think he's got less chromosome. I don't know.
He's got one extra. Yeah. But that could be explained. That has been explained anyway. But the Mongolians, mixed with the Nubians or the Mandingo. This is where you got the language.
Wait, so the Mongolians were originally black?
What? They would have been,
Huh?
They would have been, at some point.
Wow. So really, the whitening of Asia has just been over a recent period then? So the last 1,000 years?
No, Kingo, everyone was black at one point. It's not surprising.
It's not surprising, no, because if you like if you look into the Moors and you look like some of the dynasties or the descendants of Moors, they're just straight up Europeans. Like And only a couple generations down. You get it?
Yeah.
So it's mad. But there's nothing wrong with it. It's just that some people identify with their heritage and other people don't. Or they want to.
I think all this identity label shit, it just doesn't like.
No.
Even like clinging to these
identify
creation stories.
It's just by one side, isn't it? Like if it's one side, it can never be one side. I've never heard of people who come like this from one side or one tribe. Like that's not what we were doing as human beings, to be honest. We were going
right.
And mixing with people and making new people.
Right.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's long, man. It's long. But yeah, I'm gonna duck out. I'm looking up this Nibiru thing, man. I want to research this more. It's kind of I'm finding a lot of weird shit, man.
Yeah, that's an endless topic on its own.
It is, brother. It is. It's ridiculous.
You've got Nibiru Watch. You've got all sorts of websites and everything about Nibiru.
So what's this about it being a psyop?
A psyop?
Yeah.
Well, that must be it. I mean, as I said, Planet Nibiru is Planet X or Planet Xeno. So you just have to look at
where was the first thing in this cuneiform tablet, right? That's the first instance of them finding about this Nibiru.
Right, but that's over 100 years old, it seems. Nibiru Watch, as a practice of studying that star constellation or that moving body, is over 100 years old.
Yeah, but that's like 100 years is just a little. That's not that long ago.
No, that's not that long ago, considering the focus on it now. Because we're only learning about it in the last 20 years that they found this planet in our solar system that moves in a different direction. And that Zachariah Stitchin talked about it. The Sumerians talked about it. They said.
So who's this Stitchin guy? Who's this Stitchin guy? He was a Jewish guy, yeah?
Yeah, Jewish guy, Zachariah Stitchin.
So why? What is his goal in pushing this?
Well, he was translating the text and trying to explain to the world what the Sumerians were saying and how amazing it was that they were talking about the solar system and this is where all our concepts come from. And obviously, it wasn't received well.
Yeah, what's all this stuff saying? Like he was
ridiculed him. He was discredited for years. And then later on, everybody jumped on the bandwagon. Last 5 minutes, like before a man's gonna die, all of a sudden it's like, Zachariah Stitchin was right on point, 100. Because now we've found some of the planet. Because he was saying things like, oh, look, they've got Pluto here, and Pluto wasn't discovered till 1930 something. Do you get it? So this is a big L for the scientific community and all sorts of community. Just him translating a text. It's just giving the game away. But obviously they know this. So they're just going to downplay him and make him sound like he's crazy. This guy is nuts. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. I don't even know what.
Yeah, because if you look up like Zachariah Stitchin debunked, like there's a lot of shit that comes up. Like supposedly they debunked him like
thousands of times, but found out he was telling the truth. His stuff can't be refuted because he was there at the walls. You get me? Pointing at the stuff, showing the cylinder scrolls. He wasn't playing.
So what's this? What's this tablet supposed to give? It gives an alien creation story. That's what this tablet's supposed to give. That he how you call it? Interpreted.
Oh, interpreted it. I don't know. Alien. There's alien aspects to it in the sense of extraterrestrial because the beings that are saying they're being talked about are definitely from his overstanding and what he's seeing as well. Are definitely not human like that because they're far larger, depicted in the cylinder scroll than human beings because human beings are depicted there. So you're like, okay, if that's a human being, what the hell is that? You know what I'm saying? That's a giant sitting on a seat. You get it? So he's telling the story of it, Anunnaki and all of this type of stuff. And People's just gone left and right. The fact they're even saying Anunnaki and all of this now is because of Zachariah Stitchin. The fact that any of us are saying this, you get it? Because the conspiracy theorists jumped on Zachariah Stitchin, you know, like on his side. They jumped on his side, like Jordan Maxwell, David Icke, even what do you call it? Jordan Maxwell. No, not Jordan Maxwell. Alex Jones. Yeah, and the rest. You get it? So there was a lot of people quoting, even if you go on that gala, they'll still be quoting Zachariah Stitchin. You're going to see a lot of it on that with all the top scientists and all that, all their theories, and they tell you about different planets and what they think the pyramids are and all of that. This is all coming from Zachariah Stitchin's works.
So you believe this guy? You believe this Stitchin guy? You believe that this is? I believe
that he had a decent translation.
Even though he may have possibly been a Masonic Jewish guy trying to push a narrative.
There's no way you would have had access to the information. Yeah. And don't think that being a Mason would obviously cloud the man's judgment. Doesn't even make no sense. Do you get it? Like him being a Mason and it's a perfect scenario for what we're talking about. This man is part of their establishment and trying to get forward in his career, right? So he's stumbled across some stuff that they've got in the museum from a long time. Do you get it? Yeah. It's not something new. And then he's actually gone to Iraq and these places and looked on the walls and said, "Raw, this is hieroglyphs though. And this is this, and this is that, and this is this. And I can see the connection between this and Egypt, and I can see where we got our solar system from, and I can see where we got the concept of time, space, and everything." Do you get it? And they, at the time, the establishment was like, "Nah, he's a nutter. He's lost his mind. Forget Zachariah shit." You get it?
I don't know, Matthew. This is kind of sketchy, man.
No, we're not feeling. We're not like feeling something for him in the sense of the establishment, but in the terms of the establishment, he was again proven right in the sense that by the end of his career, he was given recognition, literally given recognition by his peers. So him being a joke and being taken up by the conspiracy theorists, that was neither here nor there. He was just willing to tell his story, innit? Get it?
Yeah. No, I get it. It just seems
they had their agendas and whatever. But then the funny thing is,
it seems like an agenda.
Bringing certain information out, everybody now is like, "Oh, in the establishment, yes, we knew about Zachariah. What Zachariah was saying, he was absolutely correct, and blah blah blah. He's a wonderful da-da-da-da." When I was reading articles about him back in the day, and they were slating him. Do you get it? So I watched them change their tune. Do you get what I'm saying towards Zachariah Stitchin?
What they've done to Dr. Shen, Dr. Oyibo.
Yeah, they do it to a lot. I mean, obviously, I said as a Google right now, I don't know what the hell is going on. They're doing some funny stuff. So I don't know how that story would be perceived about Zachariah Stitchin right now. Do you get what I'm saying? I need to look it up myself. And
yeah, I don't know. It's just like, because what I'm seeing is kind of like this guy was a Jewish Mason, which to me, like, it throws red flags. Like, just from listening to you and Jedi talk enough, like, we shouldn't believe this Jewish Mason agenda. And it's like,
I'm not with Jedi on that, in the sense of that the information contained within the schools of thought. Do you get me? Or what gives him access? There's no way you're going to get any of those materials just being a normal guy. I'm a professor. I want to study this. Your mission statement, or you're blocked at the door from the get-go. You're not getting into no museum. You're not getting into no ancient library to grab texts and tablets and all of that and pulling drawers out. And
people have got AK-47s outside there.
And then every single institution is Masonic. Like, how are we going to get away from it? Down to the church.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So why do we believe this?
But the word Mason and what they're carrying out and what their gender is shouldn't scare anybody. Do you get it? Like, there are many types of Masons. There's stone Masons. There's this.
You know what you mean by that, Jim?
Yeah, these are all levels. But most Masons that we know in our existence are not above level 3. When a 33-degree Mason is standing in front of you, yeah, you wouldn't even know. And then what that 33-degree Mason knows, a 3rd-degree Mason, which is most Masons, your judges, your lawyers, your thing, they're only like at the 3rd level. So they haven't reached 33 degrees, so they're not going to know the agenda. They're just going to do what they're told. So this is how the machine keeps working. It's on a need-to-know basis. So those on the lower tier of the Masonic thing, as I said before, especially with projects and that, yeah, to get funding, to get all of this, it's really an agenda that they want. You get me? You might want to read the tablets and and the ancient stuff, yeah, but they want you to break down something for them. Do you get me? That gives you information that they don't already know. They know most of it. Do you get it?
Oh.
So when you do these things, you get the credit. All of a sudden, you got Nobel Peace Prize, you get peer review work, because you told lies on paper and you covered up the actual facts which you submitted to the organization who set you up in the first place. They've got what they wanted. Now, my point is, what are they going to do with it? Because you sent me to go and find Atlantis, or you sent me to go and do this research and find out if what's the smallest bug or whatever, to get it. But what is it for? I don't know, because I'm not on the Masonic, do you get it, ladder to know that, this is the higher reason, because we want to know if this shit's real. This ancient text and ancient stuff we've got in our Masonic lodges and blah, 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 that secret information. Because what? Knowledge is power.
Yeah, but this, I hear you, Maku. I hear you, but like, I don't know. I guess I just don't like, it seems like the whole narrative, like an agenda that this Masonic, like world dominance is trying to push, like, it seems like we should kind of, not so much fear them, but kind of be weary of anything coming from them. You know what I'm saying? And like this guy Stitchin was a Mason, and like, there's something here about ceremonies or whatnot. So like, I don't think he was really that low level. And it's just, I don't know, man. Like, seems like they're trying to push a creation story for people to follow. That's like looking for outside gods and whatnot, just like the Bible and shit. Fine. Like,
that's fine, but when you get the proper text, that's what I said. When you get the proper text, translated correctly, and then you put it up against Zacharias, and then you see that right, you was kind of on point still. How did you work that out by yourself? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, that's interesting. It doesn't mean that, oh yes, he's 100% correct and did it. There was barely flaws, but there wasn't as much flaws as Jupiter, for example. Do you get me? Whoever that person was that she was quoting, that was tremendously full of flaws. You get it? Like, compared to Zachariah Stitchin, he kept it basic. He told the story. You can put it up right now. There's a video on YouTube and all sorts in black and white. I'm telling you about Nibiru and everything and all of that. Do you get it? And about Pluto and planets they only found the other day. In 1933, they found Pluto and Jupiter and I don't care about his Masonic connection, because at the end of the day, all of these people also have whistleblowers. They don't realize sometimes they're whistleblowing, but it is what it is. Do you get it? We can tell by their reaction towards them. Do you get it? The fact that they want to downplay Zachariah Stitchin and do all of this type of thing just shows me 100 that there's more to the story, because Tesla has the same thing. It's all about Einstein and not enough about Tesla. Do you get it? Because they chose to try and eradicate him from the history books. But obviously his inventions and everything that he's done is definitely showing through. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, where do you get the turbine from and all that? Like, you get me? Hydroelectricity. Where did we get that from? You get what I'm saying? So Tesla's name is going to come back up because of his works. That's why they couldn't 100% get rid of Tesla. But look up information on Tesla. It's minimal. That also shows you there's a problem. Do you get it? So anytime where they're trying to besmirch an individual, say, it's usually the reverse. Do you get me? Or that person was part of them and needed that smack on the wrist. Because that's what it seems like to me. Anytime you want to leave and they just expose you or assassinate you or character assassinate you. Do you get it? So that's what I find. So yeah, the fact that they were onto him and they had so much to say, and he was like, you ain't part of any, Zachariah, you ain't part of any institute that the people are with. Do you get it? You're one of them and they're dissing you. Yeah, that's it. That speaks volumes for me. Do you get me? You're one of them and they're dissing you. They say, nice and shit. Interesting. You lot gave him the funding. You know what I'm saying? You lot gave him a spot on the TV. You lot did everything. Yeah, and then you're going to say he's chatting crap. Interesting. You sent him to Egypt, or I'm sorry, you sent him to Sumeria or Baghdad or whatever to go and see these monuments. He's standing right next to the thing. You even let him in the Smithsonian Museum and all of that to show their findings and all of that, so he could get a better picture of what was actually going on. Giveaway number 999. Yeah. How have you lot got stuff already? You've got stuff already. But all of these institutes, whether they be Smithsonian, all of that, that's Masonic. You get it? Washington, D.C., all of it is Masonic. Built.
Right. Yeah.
Star, like it's all Masonic.
The owl, all that shit. Yeah, there's even one in Hyde Park. Yeah.
Well, Hyde Park's definitely something.
There's a star that the star makes the streets.
Masonic. We've got the ladies, Marble Arch. Yeah, we've got Zeus in there. Zeus has got his thunderbolt. There's a statue of Zeus in there. There's all sorts of statues. Very Masonic. That's why the energy's so messed up around there. Right. It's so bad. That's what causes people to fight. They don't even know why they're fighting and getting angry. But I do. You get it? It's like a ley line. You know what I'm saying? A ley line of energy.
It's crazy.
Listen. It's always colder in there than anywhere else on the planet. I mean, anywhere else outside. Like once you step outside of the park, yeah, and they told us it's the trees and that, and there's a lake on the other side of it. And I'm saying, nah, I'm not convinced. No matter what the temperature is, like a hot day like it is today now, you get me? It'd still be like a little bit chattering once it came to a certain time at Speaker's Corner. It's always. And then you come out onto the main street into West End and it'll be warm. You know what I'm saying? I just don't know, man. I just don't know. But I know that definitely, and I think Jedi agrees with me, that the energy there is definitely something else.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. But yeah, my phone is gonna die. I gotta get this kid ready. I'm gonna go back to chat for a little while and finish looking up this guy, man. He sent me down a rabbit hole with this one.
Thanks for your contribution.
For real. Yeah, big up. Take care, guys.
All right.
Yeah.
All of them, man, there. Man said F Tesla, you know. Yeah, I know, but they're just done. They're all their guys. They just get accepted or they get exploited because Tesla is contacting mediums. You get me, to get the knowledge to do what he's doing. Same with the guy who built the Coral Garden. They would both claim knowledge of the ancients. You get me? Same people who's building pyramids, they say. Mad thing. You get me? So yeah, what you saying, peeps? You don't want to come on and say something? Big up Luke A. That man there. A monkey arm. Monkey arm, big up yourself, man. back. Everything is everything. You're back. Get me. I'm gonna do some research and come back, yeah? It's cool, man. Everything is fine, man. Hey. See, the difference is, man know Omar in real life, so it's different. Get me? I know him in real life, so yeah. He's my brother still. So yeah, you can say some reckless stuff, but yeah. Yeah, that's good, man. That's good, man. I said more time you're well behaved on my channel, man. With me. Even though you might be trolling other places, but yeah. Usually, but yeah. Can't be sided with no Jupiter. She's a numpty, fam. With me. She's not very smart at all. Nah. Jupiter ain't get no one, man. She's just dumb. With me. If you can't understand simple things, you can't understand, innit? Yeah. That's what got her missing. I didn't run nowhere, remember? She's the one who left. Get me? I was willing to fall back on anything I was thinking, just to get the conversation, keep it flowing. I don't understand what happened. It just got too real, innit? All right, how you gonna explain something you're reading from an angle that's not even really correct? I'd rather Zachariah's Sitchin version. It would have been much, much, much more palatable. You get it? Like what I was explaining to Jen. It makes more sense. You know what I mean? Look at the fight that the man had to go through to get that story out and be believed, and he was told he was a madman and all of this type of stuff. Proper nuts. But yeah, when it comes to this knowledge, man, bam. I don't think, yeah, she ain't gonna tell man them about Samaria. Never. Never. Yeah, that is really gonna upset me, but it's not gonna upset me. I'm ready for that. I was born to debunk such nonsense. She didn't have no ammo. What could she use against him? Everything I said was on point. She was trying to make some other points about it relating to religion and all of that. And no one went arguing that point. It's crazy. Whenever you go off in a tangent, that's a mad woman. And then start assuming what a man's saying or thinking, it doesn't even make sense. Yeah. One thing I hate lately with this live streaming, people sometimes try and shout over you. And it's cool, man. You know, Jupiter's always welcome. Perhaps get beat up anytime. Or is that what you want to know, if they're the same? In essence, I think the thing that's the same is theory, isn't it? So the idea, the thought of something, or you know what I mean, if it's a scientific theory, then it's a scientific, it comes in that region or that realm. And a theory could cover another many myriad of thoughts, and that's all it is, bro. Don't know. What is theory is facts stuff. Yeah, drop me out. Like, you're making London look bad, man. Home of the illiterate and that, or the uneducated, or unlearned. It's mad theories. Well, come on. And what is hypothesis? I don't know. You get it? Like, I try and break things down simply for people who don't have that intellectual capacity. You get it? Yeah. You don't want to know what hypothesis means. Like, it's gonna end up pissed. Like, oh man, I said hypothesis. Yeah, supposition, guesswork.
Isn't hypothesis hypothetically?
Yeah.
Come from the word.
Yeah. These are the different words to explain the same thing. That's my point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I never disacknowledge the words. I just know what they mean.
So hypothetically,
so yeah, like I could go through a whole speech, bring out a whole reconstruction video. Do you get it? And then throw the word hypothesis, theorize, and all of that in there, and I'm done. You know what I'm saying? I'm done. I'm only listening now because I want to. You get me? Because I want to be fair and objective. So I want to listen to the whole theory, the idea that someone has. You get me? And see what the scientist or whoever is going to do about it. Because it depends what genre it comes in. It could come under history. Then the historians will have to check it up and thing and then say, no. Yeah, that's just a theory. But I see where the theory is coming from. You get it?
Okay, so what Jude was trying to basically do is link it to the Bible. The creation of him creating man. We were trying to link that to the Bible.
Well, big up Jen though, man. Yeah, man. Let's show them, man. Hypothesis means you don't know. You don't know. You've got limited knowledge.
The only absolute word I've heard when it comes to
it needs further investigation.
Philosophy is theory and fact.
Yeah. No, but that's the whole point, isn't it? It's just, yeah, the definitions are out there, but if we understand that these words are used a lot in these ideas, yeah, then it just makes sense. I'm not down in it because someone said it was a theory. I don't think that's the point I was trying to make. I'm just saying that it's not a proven fact. It's just an argument that's taken place or a discussion, and people are going to expound on it. Some people are going to research it if it's researchable. Do you get it? They're going to historically prove it if it's definitely provable by the papers and the, findings that they have on the topic. So yeah, theories are theories, man. Don't worry about it.
You had about 2 or 3 people though in the chat, like, no, but he's right, she's right, no, she's right. You got a couple haters in your chat. I have to admit, it seemed like it.
No, it's not haters. I mean, it's just people who just lack understanding of what man is trying to say. Like, they might overstand.
They've got a point.
Yeah. Everybody got a point. That's what I said. Everybody got a point.
Because the scientific theory is a bit more of a proven theory than a normal theory.
No.
But it isn't all theory scientific, but like
that's what I'm saying. Like if we're talking about things that are outside the realms of what we know, like of where we are. So when we talk about outer space, right? And the phenomenons that happen out in outer space, yeah. There will be a lot of scientific theories about what happens in outer space. They will add mathematics to it. They will add all sorts. Do you get it?
Yeah.
But it's a theory because you can't necessarily go to that particular part of the space or the universe or whatever, or beyond a certain point. We don't know what's beyond certain points that we can measure. What tools are we using? Like, that's why we say science is only 15% of the visible spectrum of the universe, like what we know about the universe.
Yeah, there's loads of theory when it comes to astronomy and cosmology, man. Ridiculous.
And there's going to be questions. If there's no questions, then we can't do that.
Literally, it's just like...
There's going to be theories. There's going to be guesswork and supposition. You get me? There's going to be that.
Yeah.
That's like me saying, is everything everything? You get me?
Well, there's one...
Or everything not all, or it's all something. You get me? Or it's all nothing.
There's a part of a subatomic particle in everything. So that's hydrogen.
But before they could weigh hydrogen, what was that?
What was that?
Before they could weigh hydrogen.
Yeah.
That's the weight of something. You get me? Before they could do that, then they start talking about subatomic particles, things they can't really measure or weigh.
Shit, sorry.
So it's all about the tools. It's all about the tools you have. You get it?
Yeah. What was before the subatomic particles? I mean, that's the thing, man. I mean, some people say it was in a bubble. It was in a some sort of egg sac.
Yeah.
Like how we
everything is everything. No one, we don't take L's out here, man. Straight W's, man. We don't take L's. We don't do that. You get me? People have to go and update their information. If you're late, innit? We're not going to take that as any offense. But some people will take it as offense because we came to kill their fairy tale. There you go. You get me? So they're going to skedaddle, run away, and like, yeah, I can't deal with this today, Matthew. Well, because we're talking about Sumerians. You think you know the subject, and your ass is getting whooped. Oh, hey.
Yeah, stupid. If you're around, man, it'd be good to have you back on to see what other news, not other information you can disseminate with us, because
you need Hector.
Should we get somewhere?
I think you need Hector to bring the balance. Because he'll bring balance to it. It's just like you'll make more sense of it. Like, yo, let me talk to you, uncle, because this woman's just gonna try and overtalk, man, chat shit. You get what I'm saying? Like, what she knows is what she knows, innit? Like, yeah. But as I said, she don't like being addressed and corrected.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Yeah, when you make funny statements.
I'm a bit like that myself, though. I have to admit.
Yeah, but it's not meant to be condescending. Well, in her case, it's not meant to be condescending, but it's just meant to be corrective, because those are the things that irritate me. I'm meant to have an intelligent conversation, and then you just want to say random stuff like, "Oh, from the Sumerians, the Sumerians said." I'm like, no. Your guy said. Say his name, Dave Smith, whoever. I don't care. You know, no disrespect to the person, but that's his point of view, and you won't even tell us his name. I'll pull up something we can see as well. Like, yeah. That's why I'm not so hot on the evidence thing, like with some people. Like, yeah, you're just gonna bring me things that's just gonna annoy me. Like, you didn't put no work in, you just watched the fucking video. That's annoying. Yeah.
No, I mean, what you trying to do, though?
And you believed it. No, because there's hundreds of video could be on the same subject. What am I gonna do? Take every single one as gospel? That's gonna be amazing. That's gonna be a mazza. I'm gonna be there all bloody universe. You get me? To infinity and beyond. Because I would never know nothing or learn nothing. You need straight source, man. You need the straight information. The disinformation you already give them. You're already educated with, sent to school to learn.
Isn't it?
I'm saying you have to unlearn.
I've learned to love these motherfucking scumbag guys, man. I'm sorry to have to put it up.
People here, they're cleverer than they think. You know what I mean? It's just like society and the way they structured everything makes everyone seem a little retarded. And how can you not be with the kind of pressure they put on us? Or have some type of ailments and all of that. So I do understand. You get me? Mental health, all of these things are happening.
Yeah.
You get me? I've always tried to like, deal with it. You get me? That's why I'm taking a break from Speaker's Corner, because it's like, I'll come back in my own time. Yeah, but it's like, bros, right now, what's important, bros?
Oh, you've actually taken a break, from Speaker's Corner.
Yeah, it's just dead, man. It's like worms. You know, it's not even lively until the man them come back. So let them do their thing, bro. Certain man, they want to do their thing. Let them do their thing. Get me? Because the only thing men want is to be valued in some form of way or to be acknowledged. You get me? I'm not looking for fame or fortune or nothing like that. This is just stuff I learned. So it's like a hobby, isn't it? It's like you exercise your mind by reading, studying, by doing all sorts.
Well, to be honest with you, bro, when I started really intensely learning, when I started obviously going through Sun'Day, Brother Polite, all that sort of mainstream American work community, a lot of the stuff that I learned from them, and I don't forget I was disabled, so I had a lot of time to learn. The only person that was kicking that knowledge was you and Callum. Callum had a little bit of it, but he didn't know. He was more of a platform at that stage.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So that's when you got people like some people on G Block saying, "Yeah, bro, you're just trying to sound like Maku." And nah, of course not. Like, but he knows a lot because you seem to have got a piece of everything. Really, you've even got the Western perspective on things.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
that perspective. So
that comes up with growing here, innit, and being born in Western society, innit.
But is it very prevalent in Nigeria that they don't believe in dinosaurs, or is that just the? Because
I don't even know. You know, I didn't even know. I don't even think. I think it might be taught still.
All right.
It might be taught. It might be taught in some places. In other places, I don't think so. You get me? Yeah, there might be, obviously, some people's existence and history is way after supposed what is dinosaur. So they might have only...
Every nation in Africa, though, seems to claim like they're the oldest. I've noticed that they've all sort of tried to sort of half put themselves as the oldest. I don't know if that...
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think sometimes, as I said, it's in the name. When you find out that tribes that you think are original are not, are just a mixture of other tribes, and it's in the name. So
see, when I look at it properly, I would assume from looking at Africa that the biggest and strongest physically for me, when I look at the nations, it's the Congo, Central West Africans, and anywhere sort of Nigeria, Cameroon, nowhere near further than that, and nowhere north of like anywhere Egypt, but just in that particular location, the biggest. So I was just assuming that that's where the eldest and the hierarchy would be situated, because obviously when you've got the Dutch coming in and taking slaves, they went to Angola, they went to different places, but they couldn't go into Congo because of they just couldn't do it. It was too, they couldn't get into the terrain was bad for one. You know what I mean? And they just couldn't break in there to get slaves. Otherwise, I'm sure they would have rather the slaves from Angola, from Congo than Angola, just purely because I think the Congolese, just generally were more established and they're just slightly bigger as well. So I find that when you go into that part of Africa, I feel like they're the oldest people. So when I think about Yoruba and the Igbo, they don't seem to position themselves where they are very old. You know what I mean?
Well, we're not old in that region. We're just another tribe, innit? Like,
yeah,
tribe. We probably came out of another tribe. We came out of another tribe. We came out.
Yeah, but out of all the tribes, the Yorubas are the biggest tribe.
Yeah, but that's obviously because we
physically, and the Igbos knew they're the biggest. They're physically.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. I mean, doesn't mean you can food. It doesn't mean you can conquer a nation or something. It just means that some people are big, some people are small. That's just genetics.
I would have thought that but the strongest and the eldest would have probably been most established, and then just by pure maths, that the biggest would have gravitated towards them, and the best looking and the wealthy or whatever.
Oh, we ain't on that pussy shit, man. We ain't on that pussy shit. That's all pussy shit, man. When man is shook up mad and man are big so men have authority. That's bollocks, man. We don't do that. You get me? If you're rightfully meant to be in the position and you happen to be 7 foot tall, then it's you, innit? If your next ancestor is 5 foot exactly, then it is.
It just goes with fighting. If you've got someone that's taller, you can have a longer reach.
Yeah, but we're not fighting. We're not. Our societies have not always been about fighting. Like, even the Zulus were not a warrior tribe in the beginning. So you get it. Like, fighting comes where fighting is necessary, or if you need it. We got ceremonial swords, all sorts of stuff, and all of that. But no, they ain't fighting no one.
Yeah, but arguably, you would say that the females will seek out a man with a bigger ding dong and a bigger fucking chest and a bigger shoulders and a bigger, you know what I mean? So how, you know what I mean? So that's just, forget about war. We're talking about selection.
No, I don't know about that. I just feel that equally the tall people came out of the short people, so it makes no difference to the short people again. That's my son, that's my grandson, that's my descendant. To get it. So them tall ass thing, whether the pygmy people were raped by bigger people. Yeah, because I'm saying, like, you've got the Anunnaki who's coming down and marrying and taking wives, and then you've got the fallen 200. Yeah, the fallen Anunnaki or Kui. Yeah, they are raping and kidnapping and, you know what I mean, breeding children, as in the biblical text. You get it?
Yeah.
So
shit. So it's pretty much that the original families of this world, that being the pygmies, pretty much have been casualties of rape a lot, basically.
Well, to create other types of people, it would have taken people, innit? Like, so if we're saying the Khoisan and the pygmies are the original people, everybody should look like them. Do you get it?
So what? A nigga's ancestors been raped.
So obviously, to give you another tribe, and to give you some of the other people around the world. Yeah.
Nah, man.
Because look, if you see, like, that was a prized thing for a caveman, for example. You get me? To make a Grimaldi statue, a statue of a pygmy woman with a big batty and all of that, big belly, big tits, and all of that. Do you get it? So those statues were made by supposed man who didn't have many women around him.
So you say pygmy women are usually quite got big batties, isn't it?
Yeah, varying degrees, isn't it? Like, so, you know, to a caveman or to whoever, or to a person who don't have much women in their society, yeah, they're going to be prized, isn't it? A woman is going to be prized.
True.
So, yeah, that's how that came about. So it's kind of obvious. And we're outpopulated in Africa by women. Women are the dominant.
Who?
Women, I said.
Oh, yeah.
Women are the dominant in number. So, like you're saying, that we would have warrior tribes of women as well as men. Do you get it? But some are not meant to be that. Some are meant to be pinky or the brain. You get me? And I could see some are more, I've got both, or, you know what I mean? They rely mostly on the brain.
Yeah.
Others who rely on brute strength or brute force. You know what I mean? I don't know how it coincides, but sometimes they ain't the cleverest bunch.
And that was the Vikings. That was the Vikings.
Yeah, but at least the Vikings came in various different sizes. You had huge ones, small ones, all sorts of mid-range ones. You get me?
But the Anglos were distinctly slightly bigger than them, though.
Slightly taller, you mean?
No, the Anglos. Oh, yeah, you're right, actually. Yeah. Okay, cool. The Englishman today. I was expecting that to be because of the French blood that he's got introduced.
And the Normans are nothing but Vikings too.
Yeah, but they're far gone Vikings. They've got that sort of Middle Eastern kind of gene.
Yeah, they're mixed. They're mixed.
Yeah.
Mixed Vikings. So yeah.
They're called Frankians, yeah. But yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying, bro. If you think about history, the way history's been lied about, the way they lie about politics, just imagine history, bro.
Well, the lies are being uncovered, but again, by the time it gets uncovered and put on the internet, just as quick somebody's taking it off. You get it?
Yeah.
Bullshit, man. But yeah, you know what, innit? Like, you learn and then express that. But as I said, the more you learn, the less you know. Definitely. Because the answers only lead to more questions.
I'm gonna try and look at the chat in a sec, man. I'm just cooking some food right now.
Same.
Benny's getting a little bit hungry, man.
Yeah. My belly's telling me, yeah.
My belly telling me no.
Ready.
My body telling me yeah. Woo! Baby.
Go on. I don't want to hurt nobody.
I don't want to hurt nobody. But there is something that I must confess. Woo!
Go, King Gold.
Games.
I see. Good. Yeah. No, that's not too bad still.
He's big though. He's big in the game, but I swear I love fucking listening to his tracks, bro. That was that was an era, bro. Are you kidding me? There was him, D'Angelo, and then some bitch ass gay boys just changed the whole scene up, man. Allow it.
How do you know those lyrics weren't pedophilic?
Pride, you know what? I wouldn't be fucking surprised if they were, to be fair. Just judging by it.
You get me? Whose body's telling you no and yes and what's going on?
Oh man, and to think as well, bro, how much shit has been like built off the back of the fucking, you know what I mean, Hollywood.
Yeah.
And then Geochrome.
That's another subject.
Oh shit. Okay, but look, there is something that look, if you think about it, right? If you're a news reporter, you're going to be up a lot of the time trying to get news from this outlet, that outlet, this outlet. Then a lot of them are going to be groggy, dirty news. You're going to see firsthand what's going on. So obviously, clearly, they must get like mentally ill. So they must have something to offset that mental illness, innit? So they're saying that they're giving this, like they're giving them these all different types of remedies, and obviously adrenochrome being one of them. Keeps you like on the, it's like caffeine, but like 100 times stronger and shit.
Right.
Obviously not 100 times stronger, you'll be dead, but I mean, it's just a lot stronger than caffeine. And it's blatant, I can see how that could have a market. But I don't think I really want to go into that, to be fair, because I don't want to be incriminating any people if I don't know that much about it and I've got not tangible evidence and, you know, their ones. But if I did have tangible evidence, bro, believe me, I'll be outing them people out, bro. I'm never gonna get it. To be fair, bro, I'm really not afraid of death. So I think a lot of these people have had the same mentality where they're like, you know what, I'd rather put out something which is true, which is going to affect a lot of people, just so they can be saved, than me sit down knowing that a lot of people are going to die because of the information I've got that I'm not handing over. You know?
fuck that, bruv. Like that. But I ain't made no oath. I ain't fucking stuck. The fuck is this? Later. That's what I'm saying. I'm on borrowed time, bruv. You know what I mean? Like really, these people want you to bow down, bruv, and shut your mouth. Get me? Like,
open it.
shut your mouth. That's it, bruv.
Open it.
They do, bruv. The powers that be want you to be quiet, not say a word, and yeah, not me, brother. I miss the controversial anyway, bro. I like the question thing.
Yeah.
And I think Nigerians are so proud, they're not going to be bowing down like that and just taking on any information and being a puppet like that. On the ground, anyway.
The information, as I went over there and they were calling me the professor. I was disseminating information that they should know, and I was amazed that they didn't. I was upset more than anything.
Who?
When I was in Nigeria.
Okay.
So when I was getting these stuffs and all of that, they don't know nothing about that.
Bro, how Christianized are Nigerians? Is it beyond the belief how Christianized they are?
I would say that they're more religious.
Why are they so religious though, bro?
Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, some, as I said, have a tradition of religion as tribes, and some it came in very late.
The most religious people on this planet right now is the Igbo Nigerians. Why? 100%. By like 40 mile.
Maybe.
But every other word is God and dear praise and literally every sentence.
Yeah.
So for me coming in, it was a lot to you know what I mean, to take in. It was a lot, bro. It was a lot. It was a complete different world, bro. Like when I started speaking to my family, you know, in Nigeria, it was just madness, bro. I had priests.
They don't play like that, though. Their thing is their thing. They want to know what your thing is. If you have a thing, they want to know what it is. You get me? They ain't trying to push you into anything or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's very different. It's more laid back and relaxed.
It is, and I think that they are more social, way more social. So out of all the Nigerian people,
I think the reason they're God fearing is
why?
Because the reality is that there are other things out there. So the fact that there are other things out there and they know and they've seen, some have seen from first-hand account, some have heard the rumors, some know that, yeah, okay, then this other side must be true as well. So that's their reasoning for becoming so religious, and you know, because they know there's other sides to the coin, and it's not a good look. It's very scary. You get me? Or very stuff that they know that the average person shouldn't be dabbling in.
Yeah. Because they are, bro, when I thought I heard some imams talking, and every person out there on the ground level are imams, walking imams, Christian imams. You think it's a joke. You think there's any spiritual group that is more devout than the Christians in Nigeria? You've got something else coming to you, bro. You need to spend one day and you'll be leaving there speaking about Jesus, Joshua, all the bloody... I'm telling you.
I mean, as I said, if I go there and throw a few questions to their thing, they'll think I'm a demon.
That's what I'm saying, but I didn't even want to talk to them on them type of levels there. But these times I'm studying hey, bro, these times I'm studying Anunnaki myself for a bit. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like the people in the middle of the earth that telepathically speak and all the rest of it. You know? So I think I was studying that shit. And the Dogons, and so yeah. I don't think it was a good speaking point. And especially when it comes to the origin of man, you know, there was like, yeah. And like they were like basically praying to a white Jesus. And I was thinking, my God, I can't even ask or speak to him about my Nigerian family and making like gospel songs and shit, bro. You know what I mean? So, so for me to try and speak to them about any type of awakening or genetics or whatever, or anything like that.
What about the little bit Jewish part? Do you know any Jewish family?
Yeah, I do, but not too tough because they're at that stage in time they're a bit racist. So my mum got kind of disowned. Well, my dad did because he went with a Japanese woman. Yeah, in a war. He met a Japanese nurse, being a Jewish man. He went out in there, but the Jewish didn't like the fact he went with a Japanese, innit?
Why? Because he was Jewish.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was Jewish. He went with a Japanese woman. But the thing is, the Japanese, but he wasn't Jewish fully though. His mum wasn't Jewish, but they were trying to keep him with the whole movement, though. I think, but without the niceties. So he was a pilot at best. He would have never been able to inherit anything like that. You know what I mean?
Right.
He was just another sort of expendable at that stage because he was only half Jewish on his dad's side. So it was my great granddad that was a full Jew.
I hear
you. Yeah.
I said my great granddad was full Jew, you know.
He's full Jewish. So I had a great grandma that was full Jewish. And then she went, and then that was when they split just before the war and went with the English person. So they knew about what was going to happen. The English went with a Jew. Yeah? You see that there? And then they got there. That's where you got the half English, half Jew. And then he went over to Japan and then created my mum. So she's half Japanese, quarter Jewish, English, and mixed with different mixes, like European mixes. But so I would say that was two. So say sort of middle 1800s after the Berlin Conference.
Right.
After that man tried to take over Africa, Italy, and all them lot.
Yeah.
That was when the English and Jewish started coming together. So you can see from my family line where the Jewish and English were mixing.
Yeah.
I think just for numbers in the war, you know.
So how did the Nigerian bit come in?
He came. Oh, that was a Windrush era. That was from Windrush. Grandma, granddad met on a boat. Twa and Igbo. And in the Igbo, it's very tall. It's very tall, so there's definitely a Watutsi touched in there somehow. But
so, are you saying your people came here on boats?
Yeah, there was there's actually a boat. I don't know what the name of it was, but they're on there. Their names are there. They paid for their own travel.
And when was this? Like,
I think they dropped into Manchester. From Igbo land, from Nigeria, somewhere in the southeast. Obviously, they left or south.
Okay, I get you.
But
that must have been what, early 19th century or what?
No, that would have been that was 1970 after the war. During the war, they came through, innit? So they were Windrush. Yeah, they didn't come beforehand.
1950 or 1960.
1970. War was 65 to 70, wasn't it? Or 69.
No, the war was 45. 40
no.
to 40.
Oh, no, I'm talking about the Nigerian, because now we're talking about the Igbo war now.
Oh, the Biafran war.
Okay, yeah. So that's where the...
All right.
Well, your line goes back to quite a hierarchical line, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's cool, man. That's the thing. The difference is I can't really trace my particular... all my family got wiped out, innit?
Mm-hmm.
They got wiped out, bro.
From where? Yeah. What you saying in there?
Because we met up with a family that knew them, innit? On Facebook.
What are you saying? The Jewish side?
No, the Nigerian side. A lot of them got wiped out. So there's not many people with my surname now in there.
Right.
Yeah, it used to be probably, you know, if they hadn't been attacked, there probably would have been quite a common name, but well, I'm just guessing now.
These people would have been classed as resident to whatever country in Europe they were in, because they were the majority. They were the majority. And it only makes sense. You got a little bit of black in you, you're gonna have that ability to procreate tremendously. Yeah.
Yeah.
And to the white man or the Aryan or whatever, it's a threat, because for them, if you got a 1% black or whatever, that's the black person you can't see. So for them, that presents a problem, because they look like Europeans, but they're not 100% European like that. Do you get it?
Yeah, so this is that thing where I believe that
even before then, even before the Second World War or whatever, there was already that stigma about them. Do you get it?
Yeah.
That's why later on it's a biblical thing. It's like, yeah. These are the ones. You get me? Don't let them fool you about oppressed, because only like one fifth of them is in Israel. And look what they're doing. You get me? They're doing wicked stuff. So all I know, them when they've got.
Oh, so you don't believe in the oppression thing too tough? You don't believe in the oppression thing too tough?
What, that they're oppressing people?
No, that they were the oppressed.
No, I don't think that the numbers in the Holocaust are correct.
Yeah, I think so.
It's way too much. Like you're not taking the piss. When there's bare Jews about, like you lot tried to go to Russia and fight these men, and lost 1 million men, getting frozen in the ice trying to get to Russia. Do you get it? Hitler was determined. He even called reinforcements, the extra 1 million, took them out of North Africa, and sent them in there to go and die. And that's what half crippled him for the war, because he was spread too thin. He was in too many countries. And then you're losing 1 million troops because you're stubborn and you want to go to Russia in the middle of winter. -50, so your tanks are freezing. Man are just freezing on the spot. Like, yo, them Russians, and they're ready for that. They're ready for that. But it's not the best home. Do you get it?
I do believe that Hitler didn't like the Jews, though, even though he had Jewish ancestry.
Yeah.
I believe he didn't like them.
But remember, it's about genetic annihilation. Someone's going to get annihilated if someone doesn't do something quick.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like he's doing eugenics. He's doing eugenics before he puts it into play. He's got all the scientists. He's gathered them all up, and he's like, let's see what's wrong with this society. Who's the dominant people here? Who's this? Who are the tramps? Who are the cripples on the side road? Like, I'm seeing a lot of Jews. Like, let me know what the numbers are. Man, let them know what the numbers are. By scraping those people up, testing on them. Do you get it?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's just why. I started marking people. The Jews had
so
to
now
be
the
marked.
hierarchy in Russia, this is going to be, I need to speak about this, Max, here, before the day's up. These Jews in Russia, when you look at a lot of Russians, they're tall, small, thin nose, look like a skinnier version of the sort of Scandinavians almost, but half, right? Half Scandinavian, half German maybe, but they're very slim line people. Now, when you've got that compared to a phenotypical Jewish gypsy type of original Jew, you can see that there's a difference. So now that what we're talking about is a Slav. I think they're Slavs, right? The first slaves were the Russians. Now, the Slavs, they're Slavic-speaking people. This is why they had to say, I believe they had to, because it's a language. So there was a number of people using the Slav language. But I don't think they're originally Slavic. So the Slavic people, where it becomes Slavic, is when the Jews come in, I believe. That's where the Jews come in. That's why it's ik. They could add the ik at the end. Slavic. Slavic speaking, because you've got the Slavic language and you've got Slavs, and obviously that's where probably the Slavic language comes from, if I'm right. But I know, but from what I can see, the gene pool of Jews that have come from the Middle East were the original Jews. Originally, the Jews, when they left out from the Middle East, they were kind of darkish.
Some of them.
Quite mixed. I'd say they probably had a little bit of mix with the Arabs, the darker skinned Arabs. But you know, the Jew, where did the Jews come into the origin? Where's their origin? Mm-hmm. You know, their origin, I reckon, is just a lighter skin version and the most beta humanoid of the Middle East. I could say. And they've gone to the Mount Ararat and they've tried to mix with the Europeans because they want to become white and blonde hair and blue eyes. They probably just had that vision. You know what I mean? They're like the honorary white race, like the Japanese, just want to be geishas. You know what I mean? I reckon I've kind of got that feel about the Jews, that they just want to be this lovely, tall, blonde. You know what I mean? Blue eyes. I reckon that's what they want. That's why you can see they'll want to sort of mix back in with this. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So they've always loved the European or that sort of Scandinavian type, Northern Germanic type look. Well, the women are beautiful, I think, personally. When we get a German woman, they're really, really nice. So, for a European, they're the best out of the stock, I'd say. So that's what it was, and they've tried to mix with all them, and they're the ideal one. So they've gone up there and, yeah. But the problem is that the Germanics will see them as they're like a proud race. So they don't really want to mix with the Jews. When the Germanics went to the British Isles, there's a huge period where they didn't even mix with them type of Gentiles. Yeah, the Picts and all the Welsh and that, they didn't mix with them. And even when they were Britons, they didn't mix with the Britons. The Britons were Italian and mixed and all that. So that's how they've held their power. How they haven't amalgamated. You know what I mean? If to mix with a black person is your death, pretty much. That's why the English, they've always been kind of hostile with us, because they know if they really do mix, it's game over. Because they're superior. Well, black people clearly just got superior genes when it comes to reproducing.
You saying to have a king gold is a violation?
What's that, bro?
To have a king gold is a violation of the Jewish code. Is that what you're saying?
Nah. Do you know why though? The Jews understand that they want that link back to the ground now. You know, I don't know who I heard this from, but I heard it from a Scandinavian fella from Sweden saying that how the Swedish, they got so good looking because they went around stealing all the women, you know, the Viking conquests.
Right.
So they had their ideal woman, and they were quite of Wappian. They were like blonde. A lot of them were still blonde. You know what I mean? They were still like not too dark haired. So I don't think that they understand now that they might as well just take that bit of black blood and somehow tie themselves back to Israel and wherever else they can. I reckon now they've got their homeland. You know what I mean? You want to be able to solidify that, man.
Yeah, I hear that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Big up everyone for tuning in, bros. I'm just gonna end it here, man.
Yeah.
Stuffs.
I thought someone else was going to jump on, man. That was a good history lesson, bro.
Nice little session, little FTK. We back in town. We're doing our thing. You get me? Good to discuss and talk, and you get me? Get a few things out or listen to me ramble on. You get me?
I'm going to go in here just in case.
Tuning in.
I'm going to jump out. I'm going to upload the YB in, yeah? Big up to you, brother.
Big up, man.
I'm going to go in the chat for a bit until you lock off, yeah, G?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, excuse me. All right, big up, big up.
Cool. So, yeah, people. Yeah, man. Big up, man. Like, comment, subscribe. Hit the PayPal. Cash App or whatever. Yeah, like, yeah, man. We're there. But, yeah, man, I'll be back probably tomorrow, probably on Motivational Monday. You get it. But yeah, man, my FTK brothers will probably be around sooner or later. Once they realize I ain't playing with this thing, and I'm back. You get me? So big up to everyone inside who tuned in for the 12 hours and mad thing. You get me? But yeah, man. Good, man. Yeah, man. It's about everyone learning something and taking some things away and digesting and going researching and all that. You get me? Don't be like Jupiter and just like on one thing. You watch one video and that's it. That's kind of crazy. Like, I think everyone would expect better of me than to do something like that. Do you get it? Yeah, man, I'm tired, man. I need some food. Got stuff in the oven. Gotta do some stuff. But big up yourself, Shahid, as well, man. Yeah, man, that was good today, man. That was all right, man. You know what I mean? Covered a few topics, subjects, all that. You get me? Some people's fairy tale got hurt. See how we do. We're still on track, man. We still make them run. Yeah. But yeah, man, big up everyone inside, man. I am out.